Hey guys, welcome to Harry Course. This channel is dedicated to powerful Harry Potter what if story. As you saw in today's title, what if Harry Potter was adopted by Rimuru Tempest and evolved into ultimate Arcane Demon Lord. Every video is self-recorded and originally written and created for storytelling and entertainment. If you enjoyed Dark Timeless and Powered Harry, subscribe. Now let's begin.
Chapter 1 The Child in the Jura Forest. The tear in reality opened without sound. Above the ancient canopy of the great Jura Forest, where magicules drifted like golden pollen through dappled sunlight, a wound of pure darkness split the sky. It was no larger than a child's outstretched arms, its edges bleeding silver light that did not belong to this world. For 3 heartbeats, it hung there, silent, patient, wrong. Then it released what it had carried across dimensions. The body tumbled through empty air, too small to be anything but a child. Arms and legs splayed uselessly against gravity's pull. Dark hair whipped across a face frozen in unconsciousness. Tattered clothing, strange clothing, woven with symbols no being in this forest would recognize, fluttered as the boy fell toward the ancient trees below. Branches broke his descent. First the upper canopy, thick limbs of ironwood that groaned under the unexpected weight. Then lower boughs, softer, more giving. Leaves centuries old showered around the small form as it crashed through layer after layer, each impact stealing more momentum until finally, mercifully, the boy came to rest on a bed of moss at the base of a colossal tempest oak. The rift above sealed itself with a final pulse of silver light. Silence returned to the forest. Rimuru Tempest felt it the moment the tear opened. He was in his study within the newly expanded Tempest Zhongyang Fu, reviewing trade agreements with a delegation from Dworgen when the disturbance rippled through his magical perception like a stone dropped into still water. The quill in his hand stopped mid-word. Behind his human-shaped vessel, his true form, that of a slime who had ascended beyond the limitations of his species, coiled with sudden attention. "That's not normal. Lord Rimuru," asked Kaijin, who had been presenting the latest infrastructure proposals. The dwarf's brow furrowed with concern. "Is something wrong?" Rimuru held up a hand, silver blue eyes narrowing. His senses stretched outward, past the walls of his nation, past the Wei settlements, deep into the heart of the Jura forest where magicules flowed thick as blood through veins. Something had entered his territory. Something that did not belong. But more than the intrusion itself, it was the nature of what had arrived that made Rimuru set down his quill and rise from his seat. "Postpone the meeting," he said, his voice calm but carrying the weight that made even his most trusted advisors pause. "I need to investigate something personally." "But Lord Rimuru, the trade agreements can wait." Rimuru was already moving toward the window. "This can't." He transformed mid-step, his human shape dissolving into his true slime form, a sphere of translucent blue that caught the light like liquid sapphire. Before anyone could protest further, he launched himself through the open window and streaked toward the forest at speeds that left contrails of magicules in his wake. The trees blurred beneath him. His perception expanded, searching, reaching. There. A patch of disturbed canopy. Broken branches. And beneath them, a flicker of Shengming energy so faint it nearly didn't register. But beneath that faintness lay something else. Something that made Rimuru slow his approach and approach with caution rather than haste. Layers. The soul below him wasn't simple. It wasn't even complex in the way of most beings he'd encountered, mortals with single threads of destiny, monsters with straightforward magical cores, even powerful entities like Milam whose chaos was vast but understandable. This soul was like a book written in multiple languages simultaneously, each page telling a different story, each story contradicting the others. What in the world? Rimuru descended through the final canopy and found the boy. He was small. That was the first thing Rimuru noticed, reforming into his human shape at the edge of the mossy clearing. So terribly small, perhaps 8 years old by human reckoning, with limbs too thin and features too pale. Dark hair matted with forest debris. A scar on his forehead, shaped like a bolt of lightning, that pulsed with residual magic, not his own, Rimuru noted immediately. Something placed there. Something attached. The boy's clothes were torn beyond repair, but the remnants told stories. A white button-up shirt of fine but simple cotton, black trousers, scuffed shoes that had once been proper. And beneath the shirt, visible where fabric had ripped away, marks that spoke of neglect. Bruises in various stages of healing. The shadow of ribs too visible through skin. But it was the boy's face that held Rimuru's attention. Even unconscious, even battered and broken from his fall, there was something in those young features that spoke of burdens no child should carry. Lines at the corners of his mouth that came from clenched jaws. A furrow between his brows that belonged to someone much older. And around him, invisible but palpable to Rimuru's senses, a kind of watching. As if the very air kept guard over the fallen child. Rimuru stepped closer, his movements slow and deliberate. Predators lived in these woods, intelligent ones, some under his protection, others merely tolerated. A small human child would be easy prey. But nothing approached. Even the forest birds had fallen silent. Benimaru, Rimuru called softly, not raising his voice but knowing his magic would carry the message across the distance to Tempest. Come to my location. Bring Shuna. Quietly. A moment of mental acknowledgement, then the connection faded. Rimuru crouched beside the boy. Up close, the layers of his soul became even more apparent. Magic swirled within him, human magic, recognizably so, but twisted by something Rimuru couldn't identify. There were echoes of other beings attached to this child. Echoes of violence. Echoes of protection. Echoes of love, faint and nearly snuffed out, but present like embers buried in ash. And beneath it all, something that made Rimuru's breath catch. Potential. Not just magical potential, though that burned bright enough to rival some of the strongest beings Rimuru had encountered. No, this was something deeper. The capacity for growth. The ability to adapt, to change, to become more than what he was. It resonated with something in Rimuru's own core, that part of him that remembered being human, that understood what it meant to be given a second chance in a world that had never asked for you. You're like me, Rimuru thought, not for the first time seeing a reflection of his own journey in another's eyes. You've been hurt by a world that should have protected you. Asterisk. The boy's eyes fluttered. Rimuru remained still, letting the child wake at his own pace. Consciousness returned slowly, first the twitch of fingers, then the soft intake of breath, then the gradual focus of eyes that were the most startling green Rimuru had ever seen. Green like the forest canopy above. Green like life itself. Those eyes found Rimuru's face. For a moment, there was no fear. Only confusion, the fog of sleep still clinging to young thoughts. Then memory crashed in, the fall, the darkness, the tearing sensation of being pulled through somewhere that wasn't anywhere, and fear replaced confusion. The boy scrambled backward, ignoring the pain of movement, putting distance between himself and this stranger with silver blue eyes and blue hair and a presence that pressed against the edges of his awareness like approaching thunder. It's all right, Rimuru said, keeping his voice soft. He raised empty hands, palms forward, showing he carried no weapon. I'm not going to hurt you. You're safe here. The boy's breathing came too fast. His eyes darted around the clearing, cataloging threats, escape routes, weapons. It was the assessment of someone who had learned to survive through constant vigilance. Someone who had never been truly safe a day in his life. Where? The boy's voice cracked. He swallowed, tried again. Where am I? What happened? You're in the great Jura forest, Rimuru answered. As for what happened, I was hoping you could tell me. I felt something tear open the sky, and then you fell through it. The boy's hand went to his forehead, touching the lightning-shaped scar with fingers that trembled. I was in the cupboard. They locked me in again because He trailed off, confusion deepening. But then there was pain, and green light, and I couldn't breathe, and then, his eyes went wide. Vernon. He was so angry. He was going to. He stopped. Swallowed. When he spoke again, his voice was smaller. I think I died. Rimuru's chest tightened. He knew that tone. He'd heard it in his own thoughts, in those early days after his death and rebirth in this world. The flat acceptance of someone too young to have considered mortality, now forced to reckon with its weight. You're not dead, Rimuru said firmly. You're very much alive, but I think you've been through something terrible, and you're far from home. He paused, then added, my name is Rimuru. Rimuru Tempest. What's yours? The boy's green eyes searched Rimuru's face for a long moment, looking for deception, looking for cruelty, looking for the signs that would tell him to run. Whatever he found made him relax, just slightly, the barest loosening of tension in his small shoulders. Harry, he said. Harry Potter. The name meant nothing to Rimuru, but the weight behind it meant everything. Harry Potter. A name spoken like a secret. Like something that had been used against its bearer too many times. Like a brand. Harry, Rimuru repeated, letting the name settle in his mind. That's a strong name. Do you know how you came to be here, Harry? Anything at all about what happened before you fell? Harry's brow furrowed with the effort of remembering. I was in the cupboard under the stairs. They put me there when my cousin had friends over. I was just sitting in the dark. And then I got so angry. So angry I couldn't breathe. And there was this pressure inside me, like something trying to get out. And then, he winced. Then I wasn't in the cupboard anymore. I was somewhere else. Somewhere dark and cold and full of lights that weren't lights. And then I was falling. Accidental magic, Rimuru realized. The boy had triggered some kind of involuntary teleportation, but instead of moving through space, he'd moved through something far more fundamental. Through dimensions. Through the barriers that separated worlds. Do you often feel that pressure? Rimuru asked carefully. That feeling of something inside you trying to get out. Harry's eyes dropped to the moss beneath him. Sometimes. When I'm scared. Or angry. Or when they. He trailed off, but Rimuru understood. When they hurt him. When they made his life a misery he was too young to fully comprehend. Who are they, Harry? The question hung in the air. Harry's jaw worked, fighting against words that didn't want to come. But something in Rimuru's patient waiting, the lack of judgment, the absence of the impatience Harry clearly expected, loosened something in the boy. My aunt and uncle, he said quietly. The Dursleys. They took me in when my parents died. They said it was their duty. They said they were being charitable. Bitterness crept into his young voice, old beyond its years. They made me sleep in the cupboard. They made me cook and clean. They told me I was a freak whenever things happened that they couldn't explain. And my cousin, Dudley, he hits me. He's bigger than me. They let him. Rimuru felt something cold settle in his chest. He'd seen cruelty in this world, monsters who preyed on the weak, demons who delighted in suffering, humans who forgot their humanity. But this was different. This was betrayal wrapped in the guise of family. This was the people who should have protected a child making him their victim instead. If I ever meet these Dursleys. But that was a thought for later. Right now, there was a child in front of him who needed safety. Who needed someone to believe him. Who needed, perhaps for the first time in his short life, to be chosen rather than merely tolerated. You're not a freak, Harry, Rimuru said. The words came from somewhere deep, somewhere that remembered being called names for being different, for not fitting in, for wanting more than the world offered. What you feel, that pressure, that magic, it's not a curse. It's a gift. It's part of who you are. And whoever made you feel ashamed of it was wrong. Harry's eyes glistened. He blinked rapidly, fighting tears with a determination that spoke of long practice. You don't know that. You don't know me. I know enough. Rimuru smiled, gentle and warm. I know you fell through a tear in reality and survived. I know you're sitting in a forest full of creatures that would terrify most adults, and you're still talking to me instead of running. I know you've been hurt, but you're not broken. He extended a hand, palm up, waiting for Harry to choose whether to take it. And I know that no child should ever have to face the world alone. Harry stared at the offered hand. It was such a small thing, just flesh and bone and the promise of contact. But to a boy who had been touched only to be struck, who had been held only to be locked away, who had never known the simple comfort of another person's willing warmth, it was everything. Slowly, hesitantly, Harry reached out. His small hand closed around Rimuru's fingers. The moment of contact, something passed between them. Not magic, not exactly. But recognition. Two souls who had known isolation, who had been cast out by worlds that should have embraced them, who had found in each other an echo of their own journeys. Rimuru felt the boy's pain like a physical weight, years of neglect and abuse compressed into a tiny frame that should have known only joy. And Harry felt safety. For the first time in his memory, actual safety. The kind that didn't have to be earned or fought for or guarded against loss. I'm going to take you somewhere safe, Rimuru said, rising slowly and keeping hold of Harry's hand. Somewhere with food and warm beds and people who will protect you. Is that okay? Harry nodded, not trusting his voice. Rimuru began to walk, matching his pace to the boy's shorter stride. Tempest is my home. It's a nation of monsters and humans and all kinds of beings who've learned to live together. You'll meet goblins who are better craftsmen than any dwarf, ogres who'll teach you to fight, a healer who makes the best tea in the forest. He glanced down at Harry with a smile. And a slime who'll make sure you never have to be afraid again. You're a slime. Harry's voice held wonder rather than fear. But you look like a person. Shape-shifting, Rimuru explained. One of the benefits of being what I am. I can be anything I want to be, slime, human, even a dragon if I really push it. But this form is comfortable. It's who I am now. He paused, then added, you might find you can be more than you thought possible too, Harry. This world has a way of helping people grow into who they're meant to become. They walked in silence for a while, the forest opening around them as they moved. Harry's eyes darted constantly, taking in the impossible, trees with bark that shimmered like metal, flowers that turned to follow their passage, insects that glowed with inner light. But beneath the wonder was a question, building pressure until it finally escaped. Why are you helping me? Rimuru considered the question carefully. It deserved a real answer, not platitudes. Because someone helped me once, he said finally. When I was new to this world, when I didn't know who I was or where I belonged, someone chose to trust me. To give me a chance. To see me as more than what I appeared to be. He squeezed Harry's hand gently. That changed everything. And I've learned that the best thing you can do with a gift like that is pass it on. Harry was quiet for a long moment. Then, so softly Rimuru almost missed it. Nobody ever chose me before. Rimuru stopped walking. He knelt in front of Harry, bringing himself to the boy's eye level, and placed his free hand on Harry's shoulder. I'm choosing you now, he said. Not because I have to. Not because anyone expects it. Because I want to. Because I look at you and I see someone worth protecting, worth teaching, worth loving. And nothing in any world is going to change that. The tears Harry had been fighting finally broke free. He didn't sob. He'd learned too well to be silent in his suffering, but they fell anyway, tracing paths through the forest dust on his cheeks. Rimuru didn't try to stop them. Didn't offer empty comfort or tell him everything would be fine. He just waited, a steady presence, a hand on a small shoulder, an anchor in a world that had suddenly become vast and strange and terrifying. When the tears finally slowed, Harry wiped his face with his sleeve and looked up at Rimuru with those impossibly green eyes. What happens now? Rimuru stood, still holding Harry's hand. Now, he said, we go home. They emerged from the forest as the sun began its descent toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold. Tempest spread before them, a growing city built at the intersection of multiple races, its architecture a blend of goblin practicality, dwarf craftsmanship, and the unique aesthetic that emerged when beings from different cultures learned to create together. Smoke rose from forges. Laughter echoed from training grounds. The scent of cooking food drifted on the evening air. And waiting at the city's edge, having arrived far faster than any normal being could travel, stood Benimaru and Shuna. The ogre-turned Kijin was impressive by any standard, tall and powerful, with crimson hair and eyes that held the memory of fire. His hand rested on the sword at his hip, not threateningly but with the readiness of a warrior who never fully relaxed. Beside him, Shuna was softer in appearance but no less formidable, her gentle features masking an intelligence and magical ability that made her one of Tempest's most valuable residents. Both of them stared at the small human boy holding Rimuru's hand. Lord Rimuru, Benimaru said slowly. This is, not what I expected. Rimuru smiled. Benimaru, Shuna, I'd like you to meet Harry. Harry Potter. He's going to be staying with us for a while. He looked down at the boy, who was staring at the Kijin with wide eyes but no fear, just the intense observation of someone trying to understand a new threat. Harry, these are my friends. They'll help keep you safe. Harry nodded, once, then spoke directly to Benimaru in a voice that held no tremor. Are you a demon? Benimaru blinked. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed, a warm sound that transformed his fierce features. Something like that, boy. Something like that. Shuna stepped forward, her movements graceful and unthreatening. She knelt to bring herself closer to Harry's height and studied him with eyes that missed nothing, the bruises, the thinness, the too old weariness in young features. You're hurt, she said softly. Will you let me help? Harry looked at Rimuru, who nodded encouragement. Slowly, he released Rimuru's hand and took a step toward Shuna. Then another. I don't have anything to pay you with, he said quietly. Shuna's expression flickered, something that might have been anger, quickly suppressed. You don't need to pay for kindness, little one. Not here. Not ever. She extended her own hand, and after a moment's hesitation, Harry took it. As they walked into Tempest together, a slime lord, a Kijin warrior, a gentle healer, and a boy from another world, the sun finally slipped below the horizon. Stars began to emerge in the darkening sky, unfamiliar constellations watching over an unfamiliar world. Harry paused at the city's threshold, looking back at the forest they'd emerged from. Somewhere beyond those trees, beyond the tear that had brought him here, his old life waited. The cupboard, the Dursleys, the constant fear and hunger and loneliness. He turned forward again. Tempest spread before him, strange and new and full of beings who should have been terrifying but somehow weren't. Rimuru walked ahead, his blue hair catching the last light of day, his presence a promise that needed no words. Nobody ever chose me before. I'm choosing you now. Harry followed Rimuru into the city, and for the first time in his life, he didn't feel like he was walking toward more pain. He felt like he was walking home. The night settled over Tempest like a blanket. In a room that had been prepared with impossible speed, Shuna's work, her magic weaving comfort from simple materials, Harry lay in a bed softer than anything he'd ever felt. Clean sheets. A real pillow. A door that opened from the inside, not locked, not barred, not keeping him prisoner. He should have been asleep. He was exhausted, his body still recovering from the fall, from the journey, from years of deprivation that had left him smaller and weaker than he should have been. But sleep wouldn't come. His mind kept returning to the moment in the forest. Rimuru's hand, extended in offer rather than demand. The words spoken with such certainty, I'm choosing you now. Could he trust it? Everything he'd learned in 8 years of life said no. Kindness had always come with strings attached, had always been withdrawn the moment it became inconvenient, had always been a prelude to greater cruelty. The Dursleys had taught him that lesson well. But Rimuru wasn't a Dursley. The beings of Tempest weren't the muggles of his world. And this place, this impossible city of monsters and magic, felt more like home after a few hours than Privet Drive had felt in 8 years. A soft knock at the door made him tense. Harry. Rimuru's voice, muffled through the wood. You awake? Harry hesitated, then said, yes. The door opened silently. Rimuru entered, still in his human form, carrying a tray with 2 cups that steamed in the cool night air. He crossed to the bed and sat on its edge, setting the tray between them. Shuna's sleeping draft, he said, indicating 1 cup. It'll help you rest. And this one, he pointed to the other, is hot chocolate. I thought you might want a choice. Harry stared at the cups. A choice. Such a small thing, but it made his chest ache. Can I have both? He asked. Rimuru's smile was brilliant. You can have anything you want, Harry. That's the point of being here. They drank. Together in comfortable silence, Harry sipping the sweet chocolate, then the slightly bitter draft, feeling warmth spread through his small body. When the cups were empty, Rimuru took the tray and set it aside. Tomorrow, he said, we'll start figuring out what comes next. Your magic, your place here, all of it. But tonight, I want you to know one thing. He met Harry's eyes, his gaze steady and true. You're not alone anymore. You have a family now, a strange one, made of slimes and ogres and all kinds of beings who'll drive you crazy sometimes. But family nonetheless. And we protect our own. Harry's throat tightened. He nodded, not trusting words. Rimuru stood, moving toward the door. He paused with his hand on the frame and looked back. Good night, Harry. Good night, Rimuru. The door closed softly. The room settled into silence. Harry lay back against pillows that smelled of lavender and something else, something like home, and felt sleep finally begin to claim him. His last thought, before consciousness faded, was simple. Maybe this time will be different. Maybe this time, I'll be safe. Maybe this time, I'll belong. And somewhere in the depths of his soul, where layers of magic and memory and potential waited to be unlocked, something stirred in answer. Yes, it seemed to whisper. This time will be different. This time, you will become what you were always meant to be. Harry slept, and the stars of an unfamiliar world wheeled overhead, and in his study within the heart of Tempest, Rimuru Tempest sat watching the boy's magical signature with wonder and anticipation. The layers he'd sensed earlier were already beginning to shift, not diminishing, but organizing. Finding structure. Preparing for something. What are you, Harry Potter? Rimuru wondered. What will you become? Asterisk. The night held no answers. But tomorrow would bring the beginning of a journey neither of them could yet imagine. Chapter 2. Naming and Evolution. The morning sun crept through curtains Harry hadn't noticed the night before, painting golden stripes across unfamiliar walls. He woke slowly, consciousness returning in fragments rather than the usual jolt of fear that accompanied his mornings in the cupboard. For a long moment, he simply lay still, breathing in air that smelled of wood and herbs and something clean he couldn't name, and waited for the nightmare to reveal itself. No shouting came from below. No heavy footsteps signaled Dudley's approach. No banging on the door demanded he start breakfast before dawn. Just silence. Peaceful, impossible silence. Harry sat up, blinking. The room was real. Wood-paneled walls, a window overlooking rooftops he'd never seen, a door that opened inward rather than outward. Clothes folded neatly on a chair, not his clothes, these were too fine, too clean, made of fabric softer than anything he'd ever worn. And on the small table beside his bed, a tray covered with a cloth, steam rising from beneath. He lifted the cloth. Bread, still warm. Butter melting into its surface. A cup of something that smelled like fruit, though he couldn't identify which. And a small vase with a single flower, blue petals, silver stem, that seemed to glow faintly in the morning light. Harry ate slowly, savoring each bite, waiting for someone to burst in and tell him this was all a mistake, that he didn't deserve this, that he needed to get back to work. No one came. When the tray was empty, he dressed in the unfamiliar clothes, they fit perfectly, as if made for him, and stood at the window, watching Tempest wake below. Goblins moved through the streets with purpose, carrying tools and materials. Larger beings, ogres, maybe, or something like them, patrolled the city's edges with weapons ready but expressions relaxed. Children played in an open square, their laughter carrying on the morning breeze. And everywhere, woven through the city like golden threads through fabric, magicules flowed and swirled and connected everything to everything. A real place, Harry thought. A real city. And I'm really here. Asterisk. A knock at his door made him turn. Harry. Shuna's voice, gentle as the night before. Are you awake? Lord Rimuru would like to see you when you're ready. Harry crossed to the door and opened it. Shuna stood in the hallway, her pink hair catching light from somewhere, her smile warm. Behind her, Benimaru waited with arms crossed, expression unreadable but not hostile. Did you sleep well? Shuna asked. Harry nodded. Yes, thank you. The bed was, he struggled for words adequate to describe a bed that hadn't been a cupboard, that hadn't been hard boards and thin blankets, that hadn't been a prison. It was nice. Shuna's eyes softened with understanding. Good. Come, Lord Rimuru is in the study. He has something important to discuss with you. They led him through corridors he didn't know, past rooms he couldn't imagine, until they reached a door larger than the others. Shuna knocked once, twice, and a voice from within said, "Come in." Rimuru's study was a contradiction. Books lined the walls, hundreds of them, thousands, their spines bearing titles in languages Harry couldn't read. But mixed among them were objects that had no place in any library, crystals that pulsed with inner light, maps that moved as Harry watched, a globe that showed stars instead of countries. A desk dominated the center of the room, covered in papers and quills and an inkwell that floated an inch above its surface when not in use. And behind the desk, Rimuru Tempest sat waiting. He looked different in daylight, still human-shaped, still blue-haired and silver-eyed, but somehow more than he'd seemed in the forest. Presence radiated from him like heat from a fire, not threatening but undeniable. When he smiled, the room seemed to brighten. Harry. Come in, come in. Did you sleep well? Was the food acceptable? Shuna, did he eat everything? He did, Lord Rimuru. Good, good. Rimuru gestured to a chair facing his desk. Sit down, Harry. We need to talk about something important. Harry sat, his small frame almost swallowed by the chair's size. His green eyes fixed on Rimuru with the intensity of someone who'd learned to read danger in the smallest details. What kind of important? Rimuru's expression softened. Good question. Direct. I like that. He leaned forward, folding his hands on the desk. Harry, I've been sensing something in you since we met. Layers of magic, complex and deep. More than any normal human child should possess. Do you know why that might be? Harry's hand moved unconsciously to his scar. Sometimes strange things happen around me. Things I can't explain. The Dursleys said it was because I was a freak. You're not a freak. Rimuru's voice carried steel beneath its gentleness. You're a wizard, Harry. A magic user. In your world, that's rare, special. The things that happen around you aren't accidents. They're your power trying to express itself. A wizard. Harry's voice held wonder and disbelief in equal measure. Like in stories. Like in stories, yes. But real stories. Your stories. Rimuru paused, choosing his next words carefully. There's something else. Something I need to tell you about this world, our world, and how things work here. He rose from his chair and moved to the window, looking out over Tempest. When beings are born in this world, they have potential. That potential can be unlocked through growth, through training, through experience. But there's another way, a faster way. Though not necessarily better. It's called naming. Harry frowned. Naming. Like giving someone a name. Exactly like that. But here, names have power. When a stronger being gives a name to a weaker being, it transfers some of that strength. It unlocks potential that might otherwise take years to develop. It's a bond, a connection that changes both the namer and the named. Rimuru turned back to face Harry. I want to give you a name, Harry. A Tempest name, if you'll let me. The offer hung in the air between them. Harry's mind raced. He knew about names, knew how the Dursleys had used his name as a weapon, as an insult, as a reminder that he didn't belong. Potter had been spat like poison. Harry had been shouted only when they wanted something. His name had never felt like his. But this was different. Rimuru wasn't offering to call him something new. He was offering to give him something. To invest part of himself in Harry's future. Why? Harry asked, the question escaping before he could stop it. Why would you do that for me? You barely know me. Rimuru returned to his chair, his expression thoughtful. That's true. I don't know everything about you yet. But I know enough. I know you're brave. You fell through a tear in reality and instead of breaking, you're sitting here talking to me. I know you're kind. You thanked Shuna for helping you, even though you've had little reason to trust kindness. And I know you're hurting, Harry. I know what that's like. I know how much it means when someone sees past the hurt to who you really are. He extended his hand across the desk, palm up. The name I want to give you isn't about changing you. It's about helping you become what you were always meant to be. It's about giving you tools to grow, to protect yourself, to find your place in this world. It's a gift, Harry. One with no strings attached. You can say no, and nothing will change. You'll still have a home here, still have people who care about you. But if you say yes. Harry stared at the offered hand. 8 years of learning that gifts came with prices. 8 years of knowing that anything good would eventually be taken away. 8 years of trust beaten out of him until only suspicion remained. But Rimuru's eyes held no deception. His presence radiated no threat. And in the depths of Harry's soul, something stirred, that layered complexity Rimuru had sensed, and whispered that this was right. This was meant to be. Slowly, hesitantly, Harry reached out. His small hand closed around Rimuru's. Yes, he said. Please. Rimuru's smile was like sunrise. Then close your eyes, Harry. This might feel strange, but I promise it won't hurt. Harry obeyed, squeezing his eyes shut. He felt Rimuru's grip tighten slightly, felt something build in the air around them, pressure, warmth, a sense of gathering power that made his skin tingle and his hair stand on end. Then Rimuru spoke. Words poured forth, not English, not any language Harry knew, but sounds that resonated in his bones and echoed through his soul. They were beautiful and terrible, gentle and fierce, ancient and newborn all at once. They wrapped around him like an embrace, sank into him like water into parched earth, and changed something fundamental in his being. I name you Harry Tempest. Child of two worlds, bearer of legacy, keeper of light and darkness. I name you heir to potential unlimited, bound to growth eternal. I name you protected, cherished, chosen. I name you mine. Asterisk. The power crested. And Harry screamed. Not in pain, though it felt like pain, felt like his body was being unmade and remade, felt like every cell in his being was singing at a frequency too high to bear. But beneath the overwhelming sensation was something else, recognition. As if his soul had been waiting its whole existence for this moment, had known on some level that it was incomplete until now. Magic exploded from him. It wasn't controlled, couldn't be controlled, not yet. It burst outward in waves of silver-green light that shattered the windows of Rimuru's study, that sent papers flying, that knocked Shuna and Benimaru back against the walls despite their strength. It raced through Harry's body, through his magical core, through the layers Rimuru had sensed and found them hungry for this power. The layers unfolded. Beneath the first, the simple magic of a human child, another layer revealed itself. Older, deeper, marked by a lightning bolt scar that was more than scar, was anchor for something that had attached itself to Harry's soul in infancy. The naming power touched that layer and recoiled slightly, not from weakness but from recognition. This does not belong, it seemed to say. This is poison. But instead of destroying it, the naming power adapted. Harry's body lifted from the chair, floating inches above the ground as magic poured from him in continuous waves. His eyes opened, green blazing with silver light, and for a moment, those who saw him glimpsed something impossible. A figure standing in darkness, reaching toward light, with 1,000 faces and no face at all. Then the evolution pulse hit. It raced outward from Harry's core, through Tempest, through the great Jura forest, through every being connected to Rimuru's territory. Where it passed, goblins felt their magic sharpen. Ogres felt their strength deepen. Even the weakest creatures in the forest experienced a momentary surge of power, a gift from the naming that rippled through the bonds connecting all of Rimuru's people. And in the center of it all, Harry Tempest hung suspended in silver-green light, his form flickering between human and something else, something more, as the name Rimuru had given him reshaped his fundamental nature. When it ended, Harry collapsed. Rimuru caught him before he hit the ground, cradling the small body against his chest. The boy was unconscious, his breathing shallow but steady, his skin warm with residual magic. Around them, the study was wreckage, but Rimuru barely noticed. Lord Rimuru. Shuna rushed forward, her healing instincts overriding shock. Is he? He's fine. Rimuru's voice held wonder. More than fine. Look. He turned Harry slightly, showing what had happened during the evolution. The boy's appearance had changed, subtly, but unmistakably. His skin held a faint luminescence now, like moonlight captured just beneath the surface. His hair, still dark, showed threads of silver at the temples. And most striking of all, his eyes, closed now, but visible through translucent lids, glowed with a soft inner light that pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat. But it was what Rimuru sensed that made his breath catch. Harry's magical core had restructured. Where before there had been layers, complex and deep but separate, like books stacked without order, now there was integration. The layers had woven together, forming something new. Something that hummed with potential Rimuru had never encountered in any being, human or monster or demon. The name triggered evolution, Benimaru said, his voice low with awe. Full evolution. In a human child. Lord Rimuru, I've never. Neither have I. Rimuru rose carefully, still holding Harry. Shuna, prepare a room. A quiet one, away from the main buildings. He needs time to adjust. And when he wakes. Rimuru looked down at the boy in his arms, at Harry Tempest, named and evolved and forever changed. When he wakes, he said, we begin teaching him what he's become. Harry dreamed, not of cupboards or cruelty, not of falling through darkness or the terror of the unknown. He dreamed of light, endless light, silver and green and gold, weaving through him like threads through fabric. He dreamed of potential made manifest, of doors opening where none had existed before, of a voice that whispered his new name with infinite tenderness. Harry Tempest. Harry Tempest. Harry Tempest. The name echoed through his dreams, through his soul, through the restructured core of his being. And with each repetition, he understood more. Not with words, the understanding was deeper than language, but with the fundamental knowing that came from being remade. He understood that Rimuru had given him more than a name. He'd given him connection, to Tempest, to its people, to the magic that flowed through this world like blood through veins. He understood that the layers of his soul were no longer separate, no longer at war with each other. They had become one thing, one being, one destiny. And he understood that the scar on his forehead, that mark of poison, of attachment to something dark, had changed. In his dream, Harry reached up and touched it. Where before it had burned with foreign magic, with the echo of a killing curse that should have ended his life, now it pulsed with something else entirely. The naming power had not removed it, could not remove it, perhaps, but had integrated it. The poison was still there, but it was no longer separate. It had become part of his magic, part of his core, part of who he was. What does that mean? He wondered. The dream offered no answer. But somewhere in its depths, something laughed, not cruelly, but with anticipation. As if the universe itself was eager to see what Harry Tempest would become. He woke to silence. Not the oppressive silence of the cupboard, where every creak and footstep meant potential danger. This was gentle silence, peaceful silence, the kind that let a person breathe without fear. Harry opened his eyes. He was in a different room than before, smaller, quieter, with walls of pale wood and a window that looked out on a garden instead of the city. Flowers bloomed in patterns that shifted when he blinked, as if they couldn't decide what colors to be. A fountain murmured somewhere nearby. And sitting in a chair beside his bed, watching him with concern and wonder in equal measure, was Rimuru. "Welcome back," Rimuru said softly. "How do you feel?" Harry considered the question. Different. He felt different. Stronger, though his body was still small and thin. Clearer, though his thoughts had always been sharp. And aware of magic flowing through the air around him, through the ground beneath him, through his own body in ways he'd never noticed before. "I feel." He paused, searching for words. "I feel like I can see things I couldn't see before. Like there's more to everything than I realized." Rimuru nodded, unsurprised. "That's the evolution. Your magical perception has awakened. What you're seeing, sensing, really, is the flow of magicules. They're everywhere in this world. In the air, in the ground, in living things. And now they're in you, too. Permanently." Harry looked down at his hands. They looked the same, still small, still bearing the faint scars of childhood accidents. But when he concentrated, he could see a faint glow beneath the skin. Silver green, pulsing gently. "Is this what you meant when you talked about naming?" "Part of it." Rimuru leaned forward, his expression serious. "Harry, what happened when I named you wasn't normal. Even by this world's standards, it was extraordinary. Most beings who receive names experience gradual growth. Their potential unlocks over time, not all at once. But you evolved. Your entire magical structure reorganized itself in moments. That shouldn't be possible for a human child." Harry's hand moved to his scar, a gesture so automatic he didn't realize he was doing it until Rimuru's eyes followed the movement. "Your scar changed too," Rimuru said quietly. "I can sense it. Whatever was attached to you before, that poison, that darkness, it's still there. But it's not separate anymore. It's become part of your magic. I don't know what that means yet. I don't know if it's dangerous or beneficial or both. But I need you to understand, you're not just a wizard anymore, Harry. You're something new. Something this world has never seen." Harry's fingers pressed against the scar. It felt different, cooler than before, less painful. Like a wound that had finally begun to heal rather than one that stayed fresh no matter how much time passed. "Will you teach me?" he asked. "How to use this? How to understand it?" Rimuru's smile returned, warm and proud. "That's exactly what I plan to do. But first," he stood, offering his hand, "there's someone who wants to meet you." Several someones, actually. The naming pulse affected everyone in Tempest, and they're curious about the boy who made their magic sharpen overnight. Harry took the offered hand and let Rimuru help him up. His legs felt steady, stronger than they'd ever been, despite the weakness that should have followed such an experience. As they walked toward the door, Harry paused. "Rimuru. Yes, thank you. For the name. For everything." He looked up at the Slime Lord with eyes that held more than their years. "I won't let you down." Rimuru squeezed his hand gently. "I know you won't, Harry. Now come on, there's a whole city full of people waiting to meet the newest member of Tempest." They emerged from the quiet building into afternoon sunlight. Tempest spread before them, but it looked different now, felt different. Harry could sense the magicules flowing through its streets, through its buildings, through its people. He could feel the connections between beings, the web of relationships that made the city function. And he could feel, with a clarity that should have been impossible, the way those connections had strengthened because of him. Goblins stopped their work to stare as he passed. Ogres nodded respectfully. Even the children in the square paused their games to watch the small boy with silver-threaded hair and glowing green eyes. They didn't look afraid. They looked curious, interested, as if Harry was something worth understanding rather than something to be feared or mocked. Your magic is adapting, Rimuru observed as they walked. I can sense it happening in real time. The evolution didn't just change your core, it made your core dynamic. It's constantly adjusting to your environment, optimizing your magical expression for wherever you are. What does that mean? It means your spells will work differently here than they would in a human city. It means the magic you learn will shape itself to Tempest, and Tempest will shape itself to you. It means you're not just living in this world anymore, Harry. You're becoming part of it. Fundamentally. Harry tried to process this, but the concept was too large. Instead, he focused on what he could see, the city, the people, the life that pulsed through every corner of this impossible place. They reached a building larger than the others, its entrance flanked by ogre guards who bowed as Rimuru approached. Inside, a great hall stretched before them, filled with beings of every description. Goblins and ogres, lizardmen and dwarves, creatures Harry had no names for, all of them turning to look as he entered. And at the hall's center, on a raised platform, a throne stood empty. Rimuru led Harry toward it, then stopped before the first step. Everyone, he said, his voice carrying easily through the space. This is Harry. Harry Tempest. He is named and evolved, protected and cherished. He is one of us now. A murmur rippled through the crowd, not disapproval, but wonder. They had felt the evolution pulse. They knew what it meant. And now they saw the source of that power, small and young and impossibly precious. A goblin stepped forward, older than the others, his face lined with years. He bowed deeply to Harry. Little one, he said, his voice rough but kind. I am Rigard. I felt your naming clear across the city. My magic, it sharpened. Became clearer. You gave us all a gift, whether you meant or not. He straightened, meeting Harry's eyes. If you ever need anything, anything at all, you have only to ask. Others came forward after that, each offering similar words. An ogre woman pressed a small carved figure into Harry's hands. A slime, she said, to remind him of his new family. A dwarf offered lessons in smithing when he was older. A lizardman promised to teach him to swim in the hot springs. Harry accepted each gift, each promise, with growing wonder. In his world, people had looked away from him. Had pretended he didn't exist except when they needed someone to blame. Had made him feel small and worthless and wrong. Here, they looked at him. Saw him. Welcomed him. I'm choosing you now. Asterisk. Rimuru's words echoed in his mind, and Harry understood for the first time what they truly meant. Not just a promise of protection, but an invitation to belong. To be part of something larger than himself. To matter. When the last well-wisher had stepped back, Rimuru placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. See, he said softly. Family. Harry looked out at the crowd of beings who had accepted him without question, without reservation, without demanding he prove himself first. At the city that hummed with magic he could now perceive. At the world that had claimed him when his own had cast him out. Yes, he whispered. Family. That night, alone in his quiet room, Harry sat cross-legged on his bed and experimented. The magic within him responded to his thoughts, not like a tool waiting to be used, but like a part of himself waiting to be acknowledged. When he thought of light, his fingers glowed. When he thought of warmth, the air around him heated. When he thought of the garden outside his window, he could sense each flower, each blade of grass, each insect moving through the soil. My spells are adapting, he realized. Rimuru was right. Asterisk. But it was more than that. The magic wasn't just adapting to Tempest, it was adapting to him. Learning his preferences, his instincts, his nature. Becoming something uniquely his. He thought of the scar on his forehead, of the poison that had become part of his core. Should he be afraid of it? Worried about what it might do? Strangely, he wasn't. The naming had changed it. Had made it his rather than something imposed on him. Whatever darkness had attached itself to his soul in infancy was no longer separate. It was integrated, tamed, absorbed into the whole of who he was becoming. I am Harry Tempest, he thought. Named and evolved. Protected and cherished. One of them now. Asterisk. Outside his window, the stars of an unfamiliar world wheeled overhead. Somewhere in the city, goblins and ogres and beings beyond counting slept peacefully, their magic slightly stronger because of him. And in his study, Rimuru Tempest sat watching the boy's magical signature with satisfaction and anticipation. The first step was complete. The evolution had begun. And Harry Tempest, once called Potter, once abandoned and abused and left to suffer alone, opened his eyes to the darkness of his room. And smiled. Because for the first time in his life, the darkness held no fear. It held only promise. Chapter 3, Skill Acquisition. The training ground was empty when Harry arrived. Dawn had barely touched the horizon, painting the eastern sky in shades of rose and gold that filtered through the ancient trees surrounding Tempest. Mist clung to the ground in patches, swirling around Harry's ankles as he stepped onto the packed earth of the practice circle. The air held the clean chill of morning, carrying scents of dew-damp grass and the faint smokiness of banked fires from the city below. He'd woken before first light, driven by something he couldn't name, restlessness, maybe, or the lingering energy of his evolution still settling into his bones. Sleep had come easily enough, deep and dreamless, but consciousness had arrived like a command rather than a gradual awakening. One moment he'd been lost in darkness, the next, his eyes were open and his body was moving. Now he stood in the training ground, small and alone, and wondered why he'd come. The practice circle was a simple thing, cleared earth perhaps 50 feet across, ringed by wooden posts carved with protective runes that glowed faintly even in the growing light. Weapons racks lined one side, filled with blades and staves and things Harry didn't recognize. Targets of various sizes dotted the perimeter, some bearing the scars of countless strikes. This is where they train, Harry thought. Benimaru. The others. This is where they learn to fight. He walked to the center of the circle and stopped. The magic within him stirred, not urgently, but curiously. As if it sensed something in this place that resonated with its nature. Harry closed his eyes and let himself feel, let his enhanced perception expand outward through the training ground. Power soaked into the earth here. Years of it, decades maybe, left behind by every being who had practiced, sparred, bled on this ground. The magicules in the air swirled in patterns that spoke of repeated use, of techniques engraved into the very fabric of the space through constant repetition. It was like standing in a library written in a language Harry couldn't read but somehow understood. This is where I'll learn, he realized. This is where I'll become what I'm meant to be. Couldn't sleep either. Harry's eyes snapped open. Benimaru stood at the edge of the training ground, arms crossed over his broad chest, crimson hair catching the first true light of sunrise. He wasn't armed, not visibly, anyway, but his presence filled the space around him like a fire waiting to be lit. You're up early, the Kijin continued, stepping onto the packed earth. His footsteps made no sound, despite his size. Most children your age would still be dreaming. I'm not most children. Benimaru's lips twitched. No, you're not. He walked closer, stopping a few feet away, his golden eyes studying Harry with an intensity that would have made the old Harry flinch. The new Harry, Harry Tempest, held his ground and met that gaze without looking away. What do you feel? Benimaru asked. Right now, standing here. What do you sense? Harry considered the question. Power. Leftover power, from everyone who's trained here. It's in the ground, in the air. Like footprints, but made of magic instead of feet. Benimaru's eyebrows rose. You can sense residual magical imprint. Already. I don't know what that means. But yes, I can feel it. The Kijin was quiet for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he moved, not attacking, but flowing into a combat stance with the grace of water finding its level. His right hand extended, left arm cocked, weight balanced perfectly between his feet. Watch me, he said. And tell me what you see. He began to move. The form Benimaru performed was beautiful and terrible in equal measure. It started slowly, a series of strikes that carved the air, each punch and kick flowing into the next with liquid precision. Then speed built, power built, until the Kijin's movements became a blur that left afterimages in Harry's vision. Flame flickered around Benimaru's fists, not summoned deliberately but manifested by the sheer intensity of his motion. The air itself seemed to scream as he moved through it, each strike creating pressure waves that ruffled Harry's hair from 20 feet away. Harry watched with eyes that saw more than they should. Beneath the physical movements, beneath the speed and power and grace, Harry perceived something else. Magic, not the showy kind that produced flames or lightning, but something deeper. A structure. A framework. The shape of what Benimaru was doing, rendered in lines of power that intersected and flowed like the diagrams Harry had once seen in a book about rivers. That's the stance, he realized. That's the weight distribution. That's the moment when magic gathers in his fists before a strike. The patterns burned themselves into his mind. Not like memorization, like absorption. As if his magic reached out and pulled the structure of Benimaru's technique into itself, dissecting it, analyzing it, understanding it on levels Harry's conscious mind couldn't access. When Benimaru finally stopped, breathing evenly despite the exertion, Harry was trembling. "What did you see?" the Kijin asked. "Everything." Harry's voice came out strange, too deep, too resonant, layered with something that wasn't quite his own. "I saw the way you plant your feet to draw power from the ground. I saw the path magic takes through your body before a strike. I saw," he paused, frowning. "I saw how you could do it better." Benimaru's eyes widened. "Show me." Harry hesitated. He'd never fought anything, never trained. The Dursleys had made sure he had no skills that might make him think too highly of himself, no accomplishments that might give him pride. But the magic within him pulsed with certainty, with knowledge, and before he could second-guess himself, he moved. It wasn't perfect. Harry's body was too small, too weak, too untrained to execute the movements with anything like Benimaru's grace. But the structure was there, the framework of the technique, rendered visible by whatever ability had awakened in him. He stumbled through the first stance, corrected himself mid-motion, and flowed into the second with better form. By the third stance, his body was learning, adapting, compensating for its limitations. And through it all, magic gathered around him. Not flame, Harry didn't have Benimaru's affinity for fire. But silver-green light swirled with each movement, responding to the framework he was imposing on it, shaping itself to the technique even as the technique shaped itself to him. By the time he completed the form, gasping and swaying with exhaustion, the training ground around him bore witness to what he'd done. Scorch marks, but not from fire. Burns of silver green that smoked faintly in the morning air. The packed earth where he'd stood was compressed into near glass, fused by the intensity of magic he'd channeled without realizing it. Benimaru stared. Harry stared at his own hands. "What," he whispered, "was that?" The skill manifested. Rimuru's voice came from behind them. Harry turned to find the Slime Lord approaching through the mist, his expression a mixture of excitement and concern. He must have sensed the magical disturbance, must have come running the moment Harry's practice triggered something beyond normal. "The skill?" Harry asked. "Every evolved being develops unique abilities," Rimuru explained, reaching them and kneeling to examine the fused earth. "Skills, we call them. They're expressions of your nature, your magic, your soul made manifest. Some beings develop one skill. Some develop many. But I've never," he looked up at Harry, wonder in his silver blue eyes. "I've never seen a skill manifest this quickly. Or this powerfully. But I don't know what I did. I just watched Benimaru, and then You analyzed his technique, understood its structure, reproduced it." Rimuru rose, brushing dirt from his knees. "That's not normal learning, Harry. That's a skill, one focused on magical and technical analysis. Let me see if I can perceive it directly." He reached out, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder, and Harry felt something brush against his consciousness, gentle, probing, respectful. Rimuru's magical senses, examining what Harry had become. Seconds passed. Then Rimuru's breath caught. "Arcane analysis," he murmured. "That's the skill's name. I can perceive it now that I'm looking. It's a unique ability, I've never encountered anything quite like it. It allows you to break down any spell, any technique, any magical structure you observe, and understand its fundamental components." He paused, his eyes meeting Harry's. "Harry, do you understand what this means?" Harry shook his head slowly. "It means you can learn anything. Any spell, any technique, any form of magic you encounter, if you can see it, you can understand it. And if you can understand it, you can eventually reproduce it." Rimuru's smile was brilliant. "Your evolution didn't just give you power. It gave you the key to all power." Benimaru stepped forward, his earlier shock replaced by thoughtful assessment. "Can you do it again? With something else?" Harry considered. The skill, arcane analysis, Rimuru had called it, still pulsed within him, ready and waiting. He could feel it like a new sense, like an eye that had just opened in his mind. "I think so," he said. if I have something to watch. Benimaru nodded once, then turned to Rimuru. Lord Rimuru, with your permission, I'd like to test the limits of this ability. Not in combat, but in observation. Show him something. Something magical. Rimuru thought for a moment, then raised his hand. A sphere of water formed above his palm, not summoned from anywhere, but created, pulled from the moisture in the air and compressed into perfect liquid clarity. It hovered there, rotating slowly, catching the sunrise in miniature rainbows. Watch, Rimuru said. The sphere changed. It became ice, crystalline and sharp, then steam, then water again. It stretched into a ribbon that coiled around Rimuru's arm, then reformed into a sphere. It split into dozens of smaller spheres, each performing its own dance, then merged back into one. And throughout it all, Harry watched. Arcane analysis activated without conscious thought, reaching out to dissect what Rimuru was doing. Harry perceived the structure beneath each transformation, the way Rimuru manipulated temperature, the way he controlled pressure, the way he maintained connection to each droplet even when the sphere split into dozens of separate entities. He saw the framework of the magic, the grammar of it, the rules that governed each change. When Rimuru finished, letting the water fall to earth in a gentle rain, Harry's eyes were wide. You're not using spells, he said. You're not using anything structured. You're just willing the water to change. And it obeys. Rimuru's eyebrows rose. That's exactly right. Most beings in this world use skills, pre-packaged magical abilities that accomplish specific things. But I've evolved beyond that. I can manipulate magic directly, without the framework of skills. It's harder, requires more control, but it's infinitely more flexible. He studied Harry intently. And you saw that. You saw the difference between skill-based magic and raw manipulation. The skill showed me. It broke down what you were doing and showed me the pieces. Harry frowned, concentrating. But it's too complex. I can see the pieces, but I can't put them together yet. It's like being shown all the words in a language without being taught the grammar. That's more than most beings ever perceive. Rimuru's voice held deep satisfaction. Harry, this skill of yours, arcane analysis, it's not just a learning tool. It's a foundation for something greater. With this, you won't just copy magic. You'll understand it. And understanding, true understanding, is the first step toward creation. The morning became afternoon as they tested. Benimaru demonstrated combat techniques, not full speed, but slowed enough for Harry's analysis to capture their structure. Each time, Harry reproduced the framework, if not the execution. His body lagged behind his understanding, but the understanding itself was perfect, complete, total. Shuna arrived at some point, drawn by the magical activity, and showed Harry healing magic. Arcane analysis dissected it mercilessly, revealing the way her power identified injury, traced it to its source, and encouraged the body's natural regeneration. Harry couldn't heal, didn't have the reserves or the control, but he understood healing now on a level that would take most practitioners years to achieve. Goblins filtered in, curious about the commotion. Harry watched them work, simple magic, utilitarian spells for construction and crafting, and felt his skill absorb each one, cataloging structures, identifying patterns, building a library of magical knowledge within his expanded consciousness. By sunset, Harry was exhausted. Not physically, though his body ached from attempts to reproduce what he'd observed. Magically exhausted. His core, still settling from the evolution, pulsed with the weight of everything arcane analysis had absorbed. It felt full, stuffed, like he'd eaten an enormous meal and needed time to digest. Rimuru noticed. That's enough for today, he said firmly, lifting Harry despite the boy's weak protests. Your skill is powerful, but it needs time to integrate what it's learned. Push too hard and you'll burn out, or worse, damage your core. I'm fine, Harry mumbled, but his head was already drooping against Rimuru's shoulder. You're asleep on your feet. Rimuru's voice held fond amusement. Come on, Shuna's prepared a bath and dinner. You can rest, eat, and tomorrow, he smiled down at the boy in his arms. Tomorrow, we begin proper training. Harry's eyes, half closed, flickered open. Proper training, systematic training, structured learning, not just throwing you at things and seeing what sticks. Rimuru carried him through Tempest streets, past goblins who bowed and ogres who nodded respectfully. You have a gift, Harry. An incredible gift. But gifts need cultivation. They need discipline. They need, he paused, searching for the right word. Guidance. Harry offered. Yes, guidance. Rimuru's arms tightened slightly. And you'll have the best I can offer. Dash dash dash. The bath was like nothing Harry had ever experienced. Hot water that seemed to know exactly what temperature to be, scented with herbs that eased his aching muscles and soothed his overloaded senses. He soaked until his fingers pruned, until the tension drained from his small body, until the frantic pulse of arcane analysis quieted to a gentle hum in the back of his mind. When he finally emerged, wrapped in a soft robe, Shuna was waiting with dinner. Eat slowly, she advised, setting the tray before him. Your body needs fuel after today. And drink all of this, she indicated a cup filled with pale golden liquid. It's a restorative. It'll help your core process what you've learned. Harry obeyed, eating food that tasted better than anything the Dursleys had ever served, drinking the restorative that spread warmth through his chest like slowly unfurling sunlight. By the time the tray was empty, he felt almost human again, or whatever passed for human in his current state. Shuna, he asked as she gathered the dishes. Yes, little one, the healing you showed me today. The way you found the injuries and fixed them. He paused, organizing thoughts that still felt scattered. Could I learn to do that? Eventually. Shuna's expression softened. You want to heal people. I want to help. Harry's voice was quiet but certain. Everyone here has been so kind to me. I want to be able to give something back. To protect them, like they're protecting me. She knelt beside him, her pink hair catching the lamplight, her eyes holding depths of understanding that made Harry feel seen in ways he never had before. You have a good heart, Harry Tempest, she said softly. Hold on to that. No matter how powerful you become, no matter what skills you develop, hold on to that goodness. It's rarer than you know, and more precious than any magic. She kissed his forehead, gently, quickly, before he could react, and rose. Rest now. Tomorrow is another day of discovery. Harry watched her go, one hand raised to his forehead where her lips had touched. In 8 years with the Dursleys, no one had ever kissed him goodnight. Dash dash dash. Sleep came easily, deep and restorative. But beneath sleep, something stirred. Arcane analysis, quieted by exhaustion, hadn't stopped working. It processed the day's observations, cataloging each spell, each technique, each magical structure Harry had witnessed. It identified patterns, drew connections, built frameworks of understanding that Harry's conscious mind couldn't yet access. And as it worked, it began to adapt. The skill had manifested in response to Harry's nature, his layered soul, his evolved core, his desperate need to understand the world that had claimed him. But skills weren't static. They grew, changed, developed sub-skills and branches as their users matured. In the depths of Harry's sleep, arcane analysis reached towards something new. Not just observation, not just understanding, creation. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. Harry woke to the sound of explosions. Not real explosions, he'd learned to recognize those from Dudley's fireworks, from the times his cousin had thrown bangers at him for sport. These were different, muffled, controlled. The sounds of magic being tested, pushed, explored. He dressed quickly and followed the noise. The training ground was active despite the early hour. Goblins practiced coordination drills under the watchful eye of Rigard. Ogres sparred in pairs, their blows shaking the earth even at half strength. And at the center of it all, Benimaru stood before a target, flame flickering around his fists as he tested a new technique. Harry slipped to the edge of the circle and watched. Arcane analysis activated immediately, reaching out to dissect what Benimaru was doing. But this time, something was different. The skill didn't just observe, it compared. It took the technique Benimaru was developing and measured it against everything Harry had absorbed yesterday, identifying similarities and differences, tracing the evolution of the Kijin's combat magic over time. And as it compared, it learned. Harry's breath caught. He could see it now, not just the technique, but the possibilities within the technique. The paths not taken, the variations Benimaru hadn't considered, the optimizations that could make it stronger, faster, more efficient. I could improve this, Harry realized. I could show him how to make it better. Asterisk. The thought was staggering. He was 8 years old, had been 8 years old for barely a month when the Dursleys' cruelty had torn him from his world. He knew nothing about combat, nothing about magic beyond what his skill had absorbed in a single day. And yet the knowledge within him whispered that he could teach Benimaru, one of Tempest's strongest warriors, how to improve his techniques. Is this what Rimuru meant? About understanding leading to creation. Asterisk. Benimaru finished his practice and turned, noticing Harry at the circle's edge. His expression shifted, surprise, then interest, then something like expectation. You're watching again. Harry nodded. Your technique. The one you're developing. There's a flaw in the third movement. Silence. The goblins had stopped their drills. The ogres had paused their sparring. Every eye in the training ground turned to the small boy who had just critiqued Benimaru's combat magic. Benimaru's expression didn't change, but his voice, when he spoke, was carefully neutral. Explain. Harry stepped onto the training ground, his heart pounding but his voice steady. In the third movement, when you gather flame in your right hand before the strike, you're pulling magic from your core through a channel that crosses your center line. It's efficient for power, but it leaves a gap, here. Harry pointed to a spot on Benimaru's left side. For just a moment, your defenses drop there. If an opponent knew to watch for it, they could counter before the strike lands. Another silence. Then Benimaru laughed. Not mockingly, genuinely, warmly, with the appreciation of a warrior recognizing insight in an unexpected source. He turned to the watching crowd and spread his arms. You hear that? 8 years old, and he sees what my own eyes missed. He looked back at Harry, respect in his golden gaze. Show me the fix. Harry hesitated. I don't know if I can. I can see the problem, but I don't know enough about fire magic too. Show me what you see, Benimaru interrupted. The structure. The framework. I'll adapt it to fire. So Harry did. He closed his eyes and let arcane analysis guide his words, describing the magical architecture of Benimaru's technique in terms the Kijin could understand. The flow of power. The points of convergence. The moment of vulnerability and the alternative pathways that could eliminate it. When he finished and opened his eyes, Benimaru was staring at him with an expression that bordered on awe. You're not just analyzing spells, the Kijin said slowly. You're reconstructing them, improving them. You're doing, he shook his head. Lord Rimuru needs to see this. Rimuru arrived within minutes, summoned by whatever connection linked him to his people. Harry explained what had happened, the way arcane analysis had evolved overnight, the way it now not only observed but synthesized, the way it had shown him improvements to Benimaru's technique. Rimuru listened without interrupting, his expression shifting through several emotions before settling on wonder. Harry, he said when the story was complete, do you understand what's happened? I think my skill grew. Your skill branched. Arcane analysis has developed a sub-skill, something new, something that builds on its foundation. Rimuru knelt to meet Harry's eyes. This is extraordinary. Skills usually take months or years to develop branches. Yours did it overnight. Your evolution didn't just give you power, it gave you the capacity for exponential growth. Harry frowned. Is that bad? Bad. No. Rimuru's smile was brilliant. It's incredible. But it means we need to adjust your training. You're not just learning magic anymore, Harry. You're learning how to create magic. How to improve it. How to make it your own. He stood, addressing the gathered crowd. From now on, Harry's training is a priority for all of Tempest. Anyone who develops a new technique, anyone who discovers a new spell, anyone who creates anything magical, I want Harry to see it. I want his skill to absorb it. I want him to have the broadest possible foundation for his abilities. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. Rimuru turned back to Harry, his expression softening. And you, I want you to experiment. Try things. See what happens when you push your skill in new directions. Don't be afraid of failure. Don't be afraid of mistakes. The only wrong path is the one not taken. Harry looked at the assembled beings, goblins and ogres and Kijin and more, all of them watching him with interest, with acceptance, with something that looked almost like pride. I will, he said. I promise. The days that followed blurred into a rhythm of discovery. Each morning, Harry woke before dawn and made his way to the training ground. Each day, beings from across Tempest came to demonstrate their abilities, combat techniques, crafting magic, healing arts, even the simple domestic spells that made daily life easier. Each evening, Harry returned to his room exhausted but exhilarated, his skill stuffed with new knowledge that would process and synthesize overnight. And each night, arcane analysis grew. New sub-skills emerged. The ability to not just analyze but predict magical outcomes based on observed patterns. The ability to identify the core principles underlying seemingly different magical traditions. The ability to see not just what magic was, but what it could be. Harry didn't understand everything his skill showed him. Much of it was too complex, too advanced for his 8-year-old mind to fully grasp. But he didn't need to understand, not yet. The skill understood for him, storing knowledge until he was ready to use it, building frameworks that would support his growth for years to come. Rimuru checked on him regularly, monitoring his development with the attention of a master craftsman watching a precious work take shape. "You're progressing faster than any being I've ever encountered," he said one evening, sitting beside Harry as the sun set over Tempest. "Your skill is absorbing knowledge at an unprecedented rate. At this pace, you'll have the theoretical foundation of a master mage within months." Harry, curled in a chair with a cup of Shuna's hot chocolate, considered this. "But I still can't do much myself," he pointed out. "I can see how spells work, but when I try to cast them, nothing happens. Or things happen that I don't expect." Rimuru nodded. "That's normal. Your body needs time to catch up to your understanding. You're building the map, now you need to learn to walk the territory. It'll come, faster than you think, probably." He paused, then added, "There's something else I've noticed. Something I wanted to discuss with you." Harry looked up, attentive. "Your skill isn't just analyzing magic. It's analyzing everything. The way you observed Benimaru's stance and improved it, that's not magical analysis. That's combat analysis. Physical analysis. You're breaking down the structure of all phenomena, not just spells." "Is that bad?" "No. It's remarkable." Rimuru's expression was thoughtful. "But it means we need to broaden your training. Not just magic, combat, strategy, diplomacy, crafting. Everything. Because if your skill can analyze and improve everything, then everything becomes a tool for your growth." Harry's eyes widened. "You want me to learn everything?" "I want you to have the opportunity to learn everything. What you do with that opportunity," Rimuru smiled. "That's up to you." That night, Harry lay in bed and thought about Rimuru's words. Everything. The word was terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure. Everything meant years of study, decades maybe. Everything meant never being finished, always having more to learn. Everything meant becoming something he couldn't yet imagine. But beneath the terror, beneath the weight of possibility, something in Harry thrilled at the prospect. For 8 years, he'd been told he was nothing. Worthless. A freak who didn't deserve kindness or opportunity or love. He'd been confined to a cupboard, denied education, denied friendship, denied everything that made life worth living. Now he was being offered everything. Not because he'd earned it, he hadn't, not yet. But because Rimuru believed in him. Because the people of Tempest had accepted him. Because the magic within him, the skill that grew and branched and reached toward infinity, demanded that he become more than he was. "I won't waste this," Harry promised himself, staring at the ceiling. "I won't waste a single day. I'll learn everything I can, become everything I can, and I'll use it to protect this place. To protect these people. To prove that their trust in me wasn't misplaced." Arcane analysis stirred within him, as if responding to his determination. "Yes," it seemed to whisper. "Yes. This is the path. This is who we are." Harry closed his eyes and slept, and in his dreams, he saw possibilities stretching before him like stars in an endless sky. Chapter 4, Integration into Tempest. 3 months had passed since Harry fell from the sky. The city remembered. The goblins who had watched a small boy stumble through their streets, pale and frightened and clutching Rimuru's hand like a lifeline. The ogres who had felt their magic sharpen when his naming pulse washed over them. The Kijin who had witnessed his first tentative steps into the training ground, small and alone in the mist. But memory faded, and present reality took its place. Harry Tempest was no longer the strange child from another world. He was simply Harry, the boy who trained with the warriors each morning, who sat with the crafters each afternoon, who helped Shuna in the healing houses when his studies allowed. The boy who asked endless questions about everything, whose eyes glowed faintly green when his skill activated, who could watch a technique once and understand it better than those who'd practiced it for years. He was 8 years old, going on 9, and Tempest had become his home. You're distracted. Harry looked up from the wooden practice sword in his hands. Hikuro stood before him, ancient and impossibly still, his white hair catching the morning light like spun silk. The old master's eyes held no judgment, only observation, patient and complete. Sorry, Harry mumbled. I was thinking about. Harry hesitated. 3 months with the sword master had taught him that Hikuro accepted no evasions, no half-answers. The old Kijin's questions were always genuine, always seeking understanding rather than simply testing. About the others, Harry said finally. The goblins I train with in the mornings. The ogre children who watch from the edge of the circle. They don't, he struggled for words. They don't treat me like I'm different anymore. But sometimes I still feel different. Like I'm watching from outside, even when I'm in the middle of things. Hikuro was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice held the weight of centuries. You have been in Tempest for 3 months. For most beings, that is nothing, a breath, a heartbeat, a single turning of the page in a long book. But for you, it has been transformation, evolution, becoming. He settled onto a low stone beside the training circle, gesturing for Harry to join him. The feeling you describe, watching from outside, it is not unique to you. Every being who has ever grown beyond their origins has felt it. The question is not whether the feeling exists, but what you do with it. Harry sat, the practice sword resting across his knees. What do you mean? I mean that difference can be separation or connection. It can isolate you, or it can give you perspective that others lack. Hikuro's ancient eyes met Harry's. You see things others do not. Your skill shows you structure, pattern, possibility. That is a gift. But gifts mean nothing if they are not shared. Shared how? By using what you see to help others see it too. Hikuro rose, his movements fluid despite his age. Come. Today we will not train with the sword. Today you will train with the goblins. Harry blinked. The goblins. But I already train with them in the mornings. You observe them. You analyze their techniques. You even offer suggestions, when Benimaru or I are present to translate your observations into practical advice. Hikuro's lips curved slightly. But you have not trained with them. As equals. As partners. Today, that changes. The goblin training ground was smaller than the main circle, tucked between buildings where the morning sun reached late and the afternoon shade offered relief from summer heat. A dozen goblins were already practicing when Harry arrived, their movements coordinated and precise despite their varied sizes and builds. They stopped when they saw him. Not from fear, Harry had learned to read goblin expressions over the past months, and these held only curiosity. He was a regular presence here, watching and learning, but he had never stepped into their circle as a participant. Harry. The shout came from a young goblin barely older than Harry himself, who broke from the group and bounded toward him with uncontained enthusiasm. You're here. You're really here. Are you going to train with us? Hikuro said you might. He sent word this morning. This was Gobta. Harry had met him early in his integration into Tempest. The young goblin was impossible to miss, with his boundless energy and complete lack of awareness about personal space. In the months since, Gobta had become something like a friend, though Harry was still adjusting to the concept. Master Hikuro sent me, Harry confirmed. He said I should train with you today. Not just watch. Gobta's face split in a grin that showed too many teeth. This is going to be amazing. Come on, I'll introduce you to everyone properly. I mean, you've seen them, but you haven't really met them, you know. There's a difference. He grabbed Harry's wrist and dragged him toward the waiting goblins, who watched the approach with varying expressions of interest and amusement. Everyone, this is Harry. You know, Harry. The one from the naming. He's going to train with us today, so be nice, or all. Gobta paused, apparently unsure what he'd do. I'll be really disappointed. And you don't want that. The oldest goblin, a female with gray streaking her green hair and eyes that held decades of experience, stepped forward. Her name was Goba, and Harry had watched her train many times. She was one of the best fighters among the goblins, her techniques efficient and deadly despite her small frame. Harry, she said, her voice rough but not unkind. We've watched you grow these past months. Watched you learn. Watched you see things about our techniques that we missed. She gestured to the circle behind her. Today, you stop watching. Today, you join. Harry swallowed. I don't know if I'm ready. I've never actually fought anyone. Not really. Then today you learn. Goba's eyes crinkled. Don't worry. We'll go easy on you. At first, the other goblins laughed, not mockingly, but with the warmth of comrades sharing a joke. Harry felt some of his tension ease. Okay, he said. What do I do? Dash dash dash. What followed was unlike anything Harry had experienced in his months of training. With Benimaru and Hikuro, instruction was formal, structured lessons, careful explanations, demonstrations meant to be analyzed and understood. With the goblins, it was messy. They didn't explain, they did. They didn't demonstrate, they involved him. Block! Goba shouted, and Harry raised his practice sword barely in time to deflect a strike from a grinning goblin half his size. Dodge! Another voice called, and Harry threw himself sideways as a wooden spear swept through where he'd been standing. Watch! Gobta yelled, and Harry's eyes snapped to the young goblin's position, saw the feint coming, adjusted. Too slow. The practice blade tapped his shoulder. Dead, Goba announced cheerfully. Again. They ran drills for hours, not the polished forms Harry practiced with Hikuro, but chaotic exercises that forced him to react, to adapt, to use his skill in real time rather than in careful observation. Arcane analysis activated constantly, breaking down each goblin's movements, predicting their attacks, suggesting responses. But Harry's body couldn't always keep up with his perception, and he took more hits than he landed. By midday, he was exhausted, bruised, and happier than he'd been in weeks. You learn fast, Goba said, sitting beside him as they shared a simple lunch of bread and cheese. Faster than any goblin I've trained. But that's not the important thing. Harry looked at her questioningly. The important thing is that you try. You don't hold back. You don't protect yourself from failure. She bit into her bread, chewing thoughtfully. I've watched humans before, merchants, travelers, the occasional adventurer who wandered too close to our territory. Most of them are so afraid of looking foolish that they never learn anything real. You're not like that. Harry considered this. I spent 8 years being told I was worthless. Looking foolish isn't scary when you've already been told you're nothing. Goba's expression softened. Then those humans were fools. You're worth more than they could ever understand. She stood, brushing crumbs from her clothes. Come. Afternoon training is different. We work together, not against each other. Dash dash dash. The afternoon brought a new challenge. Instead of combat drills, the goblins gathered around a rough wooden table in a shaded clearing, its surface covered with maps and markers representing resources, positions, and objectives. Combat is one part of being a warrior, Goba explained as the others settled onto logs and stones around the table. The other part, the more important part, is knowing when to fight. And why. And how to fight without fighting at all. Harry stared at the maps. He'd seen similar things in Rimuru's study, but those had been formal documents, carefully drawn and annotated. These were rough, practical, terrain marked by someone who had walked it, resources noted by someone who had gathered them, enemy positions sketched by someone who had scouted them personally. We're going to run a scenario, Goba continued. A neighboring tribe has been encroaching on our gathering grounds. Not hostile, not yet, but pushing boundaries. Testing. We need to respond without starting a war we don't want. She looked at Harry. You're part of the war council today. What do you recommend? Harry's mind went blank. He knew combat techniques. He knew magical structures. He knew how to analyze almost anything he observed. But diplomacy, strategy, negotiation, these were foreign languages, concepts he'd never had reason to learn. Arcane analysis stirred. It reached out, not to the maps or the markers, but to the goblins themselves. To their expressions, their postures, the subtle tensions in the way they held themselves. It analyzed not magic, but people, their concerns, their fears, their hopes for the outcome of this scenario. And it showed Harry something unexpected. They're afraid, he said slowly, the words coming without conscious thought. The ones in the scenario, the neighboring tribe. They're not aggressive because they want to fight. They're aggressive because they're afraid of something. And they're testing to see if we're a threat or an opportunity. Silence around the table. Goba's eyes narrowed, not with anger, but with sharp attention. Go on. Harry's skill fed him more, patterns emerging from the fragments of observation it had gathered. If we respond with force, we confirm their fear. They'll see us as threats and respond in kind. But if we respond with presence, show them we're strong enough to defend ourselves, but offer them something they need, the fear becomes trust. They stop testing and start asking. Another silence. Then Goba laughed, a real laugh, warm and surprised. 8 years old. 8 years old, and he sees what our scouts missed in weeks of observation. She looked around the table at the other goblins. This is why Lord Rimuru named him. This is why his evolution shook our very cores. Not for combat, for understanding. The scenario continued, but now Harry was an active participant, not an observer. The goblins treated his suggestions seriously, building on them, testing them against their own experience. By the time the sun began to sink toward the horizon, they developed a comprehensive response to the hypothetical threat, one that prioritized peace without sacrificing security. You did well today, Goba said as the session ended. Better than well. You showed us something we'd forgotten. What's that? That strength isn't just about fighting. Sometimes the strongest thing you can do is offer a hand instead of a blade. She placed a hand on his shoulder, a gesture of respect among goblins, Harry had learned. Come back tomorrow. There's more to learn. The days that followed established a new rhythm. Mornings with the goblins, learning not just combat but community, how beings who weren't the strongest or fastest or most powerful could work together to achieve what none could alone. Harry trained with them, ate with them, laughed with them. He learned their names, their stories, their dreams. He became not just an observer of goblin life, but a participant. Afternoons brought new challenges. The ogres, proud and powerful, had initially kept their distance. They respected Harry's evolution, respected his connection to Rimuru, but hadn't known how to interact with someone so small and young. That changed when Harry's skill revealed a flaw in their formation training, a gap in their defensive line that a clever enemy could exploit. The ogre leader, a massive female named Albus, had stared at him for a long moment after his explanation. Then she'd laughed, a sound like rocks tumbling down a mountain, and scooped him up in a hug that crushed the breath from his lungs. You see what our own eyes miss, she'd rumbled, setting him down carefully. You will train with us. You will show us what else we cannot see. So Harry trained with ogres. He learned their combat styles, brutal and direct, relying on overwhelming strength rather than finesse. He learned their hierarchy, based on proven capability rather than birth or connection. He learned their history, their traditions, their place in the complex ecosystem of Tempest's population. And he used his skill to show them possibilities they hadn't considered, ways to combine their strength with the goblins, numbers, ways to create formations that multiplied their effectiveness, ways to fight smarter without sacrificing their essential nature. Evenings belonged to the Kijin. Benimaru, Hikuro, Shuna, and the others who had followed Rimuru from the early days. They were Tempest's elite, the strongest warriors, the most skilled crafters, the most knowledgeable scholars. And they, too, had lessons for Harry. But these lessons were different. Combat and strategy are foundations, Benimaru said one evening, sitting with Harry on the steps of the main hall as the stars emerged overhead. But they're not enough. A leader must understand more than how to fight. A leader must understand how to live. What do you mean? I mean that Tempest isn't just a military outpost. It's a city, a nation, a home for beings who came here seeking something they couldn't find elsewhere. Benimaru gestured at the lights beginning to appear in windows across the settlement. Every one of those beings has a story. Every one has needs, desires, fears. A leader who doesn't understand those things is just a tyrant waiting to happen. Harry considered this. Is that why you have me meet with everyone? Not just the warriors. Yes. And not just to learn their techniques. Benimaru's golden eyes met Harry's. To learn them. To understand what makes them who they are. Because when you truly know someone, when you've shared their struggles, understood their hopes, seen the world through their eyes, you'll fight for them differently. You'll fight better. Harry thought about the goblins he'd trained with, whose names and stories he now knew. About the ogres who had accepted him despite his size, who trusted his observations because they trusted him. About the Kijin who had become something like family, Shuna's gentle care, Hikuro's patient wisdom, Benimaru's fierce protectiveness. He thought about Rimuru, who had chosen him when no one else would. I think I understand, he said quietly. They're not just people I need to protect. They're people I care about. That makes a difference. Benimaru nodded slowly. It makes all the difference. The integration continued. Harry spent time with the crafters, dwarves and goblins who shaped metal and wood and stone into the tools Tempest needed. His skill analyzed their techniques, not to improve them, they needed no improvement from an 8-year-old, but to understand the philosophy behind their work. The patience required, the attention to detail, the pride in creating something that would outlast its creator. He spent time with the farmers, learning how food was grown in a world where magic influenced every seed and sprout. He learned which crops thrived near magicule concentrations, which needed shielding from ambient energy, which could be harvested year-round with the right enchantments. He spent time with the children. That was hardest. The young goblins and ogres and lizardmen who played in Tempest streets didn't fear him. They were too young to understand evolution and naming and the complexities of power. They simply saw another child, and they wanted to play. Harry didn't know how to play. 8 years with the Dursleys had taught him work, not play. Survival, not joy. He watched the children chase each other through the streets, laughing and shouting, and felt something aching in his chest, a longing for something he'd never had. Gobta noticed. "Come on," the young goblin said, grabbing his hand. "You're training. With me today. Training. But we already trained this morning." "Not that kind of training." Gobta's grin was infectious. "Fun training. The most important kind." He dragged Harry into the chaos of children's play, chasing games and hiding games and games with rules that changed constantly based on whoever shouted loudest. Harry was terrible at first. He didn't know how to let go, how to be silly, how to laugh without reason. But the children didn't care. They accepted his awkwardness, his hesitation, his complete lack of skill at something so simple as fun. By sunset, Harry was laughing. Really laughing, for the first time in his memory. Laughing until his sides hurt, until tears streamed down his face, until he collapsed on the grass with goblin children piled on top of him and ogre children roaring with amusement nearby. This, he thought, looking up at the darkening sky. This is what I was missing. This is what it means to be a child. Asterisk. Gobta's face appeared above him, upside down and grinning. "See. Fun training. You passed." "Passed what?" "Being a kid." Gobta's expression softened into something unexpectedly wise. "You've been so busy becoming strong, becoming smart, becoming everything Lord Rimuru needs you to be. But you forgot the most important thing." "What's that?" "That you're allowed to just be. To play. To laugh. To not be amazing for a while." Gobta flopped down beside him, staring at the same stars. "We've got your back, Harry. All of us. You don't have to carry everything alone." Harry was quiet for a long moment. Then, softly, "Thank you." "For what?" "For reminding me what I'm fighting for." Weeks passed. Harry's understanding of Tempest deepened with each interaction. He learned that the goblins, despite their small size, were the backbone of the city's daily operations. They built, they farmed, they organized, they made everything function. He learned that the ogres, despite their fearsome appearance, were among the gentlest beings when not in combat. They protected, they taught, they carried the young on their massive shoulders and told stories of ancient times. He learned that the Kijin, for all their power, carried the weight of leadership with humility rather than arrogance. They had chosen to follow Rimuru not because they were weak, but because they recognized wisdom when they saw it. And they extended that same recognition to Harry, treating his insights with respect despite his age. He learned that Tempest wasn't just a place. It was a community, a living, breathing entity composed of countless individuals, each with their own dreams and fears and hopes. And he, Harry Tempest, named and evolved, was part of it. One evening, Rimuru found him sitting alone at the edge of the training ground, watching the stars. Thinking. Harry nodded. "About everything. About how different this is from where I came from." Rimuru settled beside him, his presence warm and familiar. "Tell me about your world. If you want to." Harry was silent for a moment, then began to speak. He told Rimuru about the Dursleys, about Vernon with his fists and Petunia with her cold silences and Dudley with his cruelty disguised as childishness. He told him about the cupboard under the stairs, about the years of hunger and isolation and the constant whisper that he was wrong, broken, freakish. He told him about the strange things that had happened, the glass disappearing at the zoo, the sweater shrinking when Dudley tried to force it on him, the times he'd wished so hard for something that it actually happened, only to be punished for the results. He told him about the night everything changed. The anger that had built until he couldn't contain it. The tearing sensation. The fall through. Darkness. And he told him about waking in the forest, alone and terrified, only to find a blue-haired stranger offering a hand and a choice. When he finished, Rimuru was quiet for a long time. "I'm sorry," he said finally. "Sorry that you endured that. Sorry that the people who should have protected you failed so completely." He turned to face Harry, his silver blue eyes holding depths of emotion. "But I want you to know something, Harry. Something important." "What?" "That world, the world that hurt you, that cast you out, that made you feel worthless, that world doesn't get to define you anymore." Rimuru's voice was gentle but fierce. "You're Harry Tempest now. You're part of something better. And whatever darkness followed you here, whatever poison was attached to your soul, we'll face it together. You're not alone anymore." Harry felt tears prick at his eyes, not from sadness, but from the overwhelming weight of being seen. Of being understood. Of being accepted exactly as he was, with all his damage and all his potential. "I know," he whispered. "I know I'm not alone. That's what makes it so different." He looked up at the stars. "I used to think about running away. From the Dursleys, from my life, from everything. But there was nowhere to go. No one to run to. Now," he gestured at the city behind them, "at the lights and laughter and life. Now I have somewhere to belong." Rimuru's arm wrapped around his shoulders, warm and steady. "Yes," he said softly. "You do. That night, Harry dreamed of Tempest. Not the city as it was, but as it could be, grown and expanded, its buildings reaching toward the sky, its people thriving in harmony. He dreamed of himself standing at its heart, not as a child but as something more, something powerful, with arcane sigils orbiting his form and magic flowing through his veins like blood. And in the dream, he wasn't alone. Rimuru stood beside him. Benimaru and Shuna and Hakuro. Goba and Gobta and Albus. All the beings who had become his family, his community, his home. "This is what we're building *," a voice whispered, perhaps his own, perhaps something deeper. "This is what you're becoming. Not just powerful. Not just skilled. Part of something greater than yourself." Harry woke with the dream still vivid in his mind. Outside his window, Tempest stirred to life, goblins beginning their morning routines, ogres stretching after sleep, the first sounds of activity rising from the streets. He dressed quickly and went out to meet them. The integration was complete. He was no longer Harry Potter, the boy from another world, the freak who didn't belong. He was Harry Tempest, child of the Jura forest, named and evolved and home. And the journey was only beginning. Chapter 5, Predator of Spells. The disturbance began as a tremor in the magical field, subtle at first, easy to dismiss as the natural ebb and flow of magicules through Tempest's territory. Harry felt it during morning training with the goblins, a faint wrongness that made arcane analysis stir with curiosity rather than alarm. By midday, the curiosity had become concern. "You feel it too?" Benimaru asked, finding Harry at the edge of the training ground where he'd stopped to concentrate. The Kijin's hand rested on his sword, not drawn but ready. Harry nodded slowly. "It's like something's eating the magic. Not taking it, but consuming it. Leaving gaps." Benimaru's eyes narrowed. Gaps. Empty spaces where magic should be. Harry struggled to articulate what his skill was showing him. Like someone took bites out of the air. Before Benimaru could respond, a horn sounded from Tempest's perimeter. Not the warning blast of an attack, but the alert signal for magical anomaly. Warriors began moving. Immediately, responding to training that had made such reactions automatic. "Stay close to me," Benimaru ordered, already striding toward the source. "And keep your perception open. If you see anything at all, tell me immediately." Harry followed, his small legs working to keep pace with the Kijin's longer stride. Arcane analysis expanded outward, mapping the magical terrain, tracing the strange empty spaces to their origin somewhere beyond the city's eastern boundary. They found Rimuru already at the perimeter, his expression unreadable as he stared into the forest. Shuna stood beside him, her healing senses clearly troubled by whatever she perceived. Beyond them, the trees seemed wrong, not damaged or corrupted, but hollowed, as if something had drained the magic that gave them life. "Report," Benimaru said, coming to a halt beside his lord. Rimuru didn't look away from the forest. "Something crossed into our territory last night. Not a being, not exactly. More like a phenomenon." A magical construct with enough autonomy to hunt. Hunt what? Spells. Enchantments. Any concentration of structured magic it could find. Rimuru finally turned, his gaze finding Harry. Your perception caught it faster than any of our sensors. What else do you see? Harry closed his eyes and let arcane analysis reach toward the disturbance. The empty spaces were clearer now, pockets where magic had been removed, not dispersed or destroyed but taken completely. And at the edge of his perception, something moved. Something that felt like the empty spaces, as if it was made of the same absence. There, Harry whispered, pointing toward a grove of trees 100 yards distant. It's watching us. It knows we're here. As if responding to his words, the trees shivered, not from wind, but from the passage of something invisible through their branches. A shape began to form at the grove's edge, coalescing from the empty spaces like fog taking form. It was beautiful and terrible. The creature, if it could be called that, resembled a wolf carved from crystal, its body composed of faceted surfaces that caught light and bent it into rainbows. But within those facets, Harry could see magic, spells trapped like insects in amber, their structures visible and struggling and wrong. Dozens of enchantments, some he recognized from Tempest's crafters, others foreign and strange, all held prisoner in the creature's transparent flesh. What is it? Harry breathed. A magicule eater, Rimuru answered, his voice tight. Rare. Dangerous. They're drawn to concentrated magic, cities like Tempest are feasts to them. But this one. He paused, studying the creature. This one is different. It's not just consuming magicules. It's consuming spells. Structured magic. That shouldn't be possible. The magicule eater's head turned, its faceted face finding Harry with terrifying precision. In its crystal depths, the trapped spells pulsed and writhed. And Harry felt something unexpected. Hunger. Asterisk. Not his hunger, the creature's. But transmitted somehow, as if the empty spaces it created were resonating with something in his own nature. Arcane analysis, which had spent months cataloging and understanding magical structures, wanted what the creature had. Wanted to examine those trapped spells, to understand them, too. Harry. Rimuru's voice cut through the fascination. Step back. Slowly. But Harry couldn't move. The creature was approaching, its crystalline limbs making no sound on the forest floor. Behind him, he heard weapons being drawn, heard Benimaru's snarl of warning, heard Shuna's sharp intake of breath. But the creature's attention was fixed entirely on Harry, and Harry's attention was fixed entirely on the spells trapped within. So many, he thought. So many structures I've never seen. So much to learn. Asterisk. Harry. Rimuru's hand closed on his shoulder, pulling him back. The movement broke the connection, and Harry gasped as if surfacing from deep water. Lord Rimuru, Benimaru said, his voice urgent, permission to engage. That thing is too close to the city. Denied. Rimuru's voice was absolute. Standard attacks won't work on a magicule eater. They absorb magical energy, hitting it with spells will only make it stronger. And physical attacks. He gestured at the creature's crystalline form. That's not ordinary crystal. It's condensed magic. Breaking it would release all those trapped spells at once. The resulting chaos could level half the forest. Then what do we do? Rimuru was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice held something Harry had never heard before, uncertainty. I don't know. They retreated to the city's edge, maintaining visual contact with the creature as it prowled the boundary of Tempest's territory. It didn't advance further, not yet, but it didn't leave either. It simply waited, its faceted form catching the afternoon light, the trapped spells within it pulsing like desperate hearts. Council gathered in Rimuru's study. Harry sat in his usual chair, but his attention was elsewhere, half on the discussion, half on the creature he could still sense at the edge of his perception. Arcane analysis hadn't stopped analyzing since the encounter, processing everything it had observed about the magicule eater's nature. It's never happened before, Rigard was saying, his aged face creased with concern. Magicule eaters avoid populated areas. They feed on wild magic, not structured enchantments. This behavior is unprecedented, which means something changed, Benimaru countered. Something drew it here, or something made it capable of consuming structured magic. Could it be natural evolution? Shuna asked. Creatures adapt. Maybe this one simply learned. Learned too fast. Hikiro's ancient voice cut through the speculation. I have seen magicule eaters before, in my long years. They are creatures of instinct, not intelligence. This one showed awareness, recognition. It focused on Harry specifically. Why? Every eye turned to Harry. He looked up from his internal analysis, meeting their gazes without flinching. It sensed my skill. Arcane analysis. Were similar. It consumes magic to understand it. I analyze magic to understand it. The creature recognized something like itself. Rimuru leaned forward. Can you elaborate? Harry closed his eyes, letting the skill show him what it had learned. The magicule eater isn't just consuming magic randomly. It's collecting spells, preserving their structures even as it absorbs their power. The spells inside it aren't destroyed, they're contained. Held in suspension. The creature is building a library, not having a meal. He opened his eyes. It's like me. It wants to understand magic by possessing it. Silence filled the study. Then Rimuru spoke, his voice thoughtful. If it's like you, can you communicate with it? Not with words, with magic. With the part of you that understands what it's doing. Harry considered. The creature's presence at the edge of his perception was constant now, a hunger that mirrored something in his own nature. Could he reach toward it? Connect with it. I can try. They returned to the perimeter as dusk settled over the forest. The magicule eater hadn't moved, its crystalline form glowing faintly in the fading light. The trapped spells within it had grown quieter, as if they'd stopped struggling and simply existed in their crystal prison. Be careful, Rimuru said, his hand on Harry's shoulder. If anything goes wrong, anything at all, I'll destroy it and deal with the consequences. You're more important than any risk. Harry nodded and stepped forward alone. The creature's head lifted as he approached, its faceted face tracking his movement. Up close, it was even more extraordinary. Each facet of its body contained a different spell, their structures visible to Harry's perception in ways they wouldn't be to anyone else. He saw enchantments of protection, of enhancement, of transformation. He saw spells from Tempest's crafters and spells from lands he'd never visited. He saw magic that must have taken years to develop, now trapped in crystal for eternity. I understand, he thought, projecting the feeling toward the creature. You want to know. You want to understand. You collect spells the way I collect knowledge. The creature's facets pulsed, not with threat, but with something that might have been recognition. But you're hurting them, Harry continued. The spells you collect, they're not just structures. They're creations. Pieces of the beings who made them. By trapping them, you're destroying what makes them valuable. A rumble emanated from the creature, not hostile, but questioning. As if it didn't understand the distinction Harry was making. Let me show you. Arcane analysis expanded, but differently than before. Instead of reaching out to dissect and understand, it opened. It showed the creature what Harry did with the knowledge he gathered, how he used it to help, to teach, to create rather than simply possess. He projected images of goblins learning improved techniques, of ogres adapting their formations, of children playing in streets protected by enchantments he'd helped analyze. Understanding isn't about taking, he thought. It's about sharing. About growing together. About becoming more than you were by helping others become more than they were. The magicule eater was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, one of its facets opened. A spell emerged, a protection enchantment from one of Tempest's crafters, its structure intact despite its imprisonment. It hovered in the air between Harry and the creature, confused and unstable but free. Harry reached out with arcane analysis and caught it. The spell tried to dissipate, without its caster to maintain it, without the creature's crystal to contain it, it had no anchor. But Harry's skill held it, analyzing its structure even as he felt it slipping away. He understood it in that moment, understood the craft of the goblin who'd made it, the intention behind its creation, the way it was meant to weave protective energy around whatever it touched. And because he understood, he could reconstruct. Silver-green light flowed from his hands, shaping itself to the spell's structure, feeding it magic from Harry's own core. The protection enchantment stabilized, then strengthened, then blossomed, no longer just a spell but a seed of a spell, capable of growing and adapting and becoming more than it was. Harry guided it back to the creature. The magicule eater received it with something like wonder. The reconstructed spell entered one of its facets, but differently than before, not trapped, but integrated. Part of the creature now, rather than simply contained within it. Understanding passed between them. This is what you wanted, Harry thought. Not to possess, to become. To evolve. And evolution isn't about consuming. It's about integrating. About making what you learn part of who you are. Asterisk. The creature's facets pulsed in sequence, light cascading through its crystal form. One by one, it began releasing the trapped spells, not all at once, but carefully, deliberately, offering them to Harry as if seeking his help. And Harry, with arcane analysis blazing in his mind, caught each one. Hours passed. Rimuru and the others watched from the perimeter as Harry worked, his small form illuminated by the glow of dozens of freed spells. They couldn't perceive what he was doing, not truly, but they could see the results. The Magicule Eater's crystalline form was changing, becoming less like a prison and more like a garden, each facet holding spells that grew and evolved rather than simply existing. What's happening? Benimaru asked quietly. Rimuru's eyes never left Harry. He's not fighting it. He's not driving it away. He's teaching it, showing it a different way to be what it is. Wonder filled his voice. He's integrating it, making it part of something larger. But that thing, it's a predator. It consumes magic. It was a predator. Now, Rimuru trailed off, watching as another freed spell wove itself into the creature's transformed nature. Now it's becoming something else. Something Harry is creating. Dawn found Harry exhausted but triumphant. The Magicule Eater had released every trapped spell. Some had dissipated, too damaged by their imprisonment to survive. But most, dozens of them, had been reconstructed and integrated, their structures now part of the creature's fundamental nature rather than simply contained within it. And Harry had learned. Every spell he'd touched, every structure he'd analyzed and reconstructed, had added to his understanding. His skill had grown in the process, not just in capacity, but in depth. Where before arcane analysis could observe and understand, now it could recreate. Could take the essence of a spell and build it anew from raw magic. He looked at his hands. They should have been shaking from exhaustion. Instead, they were steady, glowing faintly with residual power, with the imprint of everything he'd touched. I did this, he thought. I changed something fundamental. I made it better. Asterisk. The Magicule Eater, no, it wasn't that anymore, the creature before him had transformed. Its crystalline form remained, but now it shimmered with living magic, spells flowing through its facets like blood through veins. It was beautiful in a way it hadn't been before, its beauty rooted in life rather than imprisonment. It lowered its head to Harry, a gesture of respect, of gratitude, of something deeper. Then it turned and vanished into the forest, its passage leaving trails of magic that would nourish the land for years to come. Harry walked back to the perimeter on legs that barely held him. Rimuru caught him before he fell, lifting him easily into arms that had carried him before. You did it. You actually did it. Had to, Harry mumbled against Rimuru's shoulder. It was like me. It just needed someone to show it a different way. You showed it. At your own risk, without hesitation, you reached out to something that could have destroyed you and you taught it. Rimuru's voice was thick with emotion. Harry Tempest, you are the most remarkable being I've ever known. Harry was too tired to respond. But as consciousness faded, one thought remained clear. I can do more than analyze now. I can recreate. I can build. I can take what I learn and make it new. Asterisk. In the depths of his soul, arcane analysis pulsed with satisfaction. And somewhere beneath that, something else stirred, a potential his skill had unlocked, a direction for future growth. Predator of spells, it whispered. That's what you've become. Not a consumer, a transformer. Not a taker, a maker. This is the path. Asterisk. Harry slept, and in his dreams, spells danced like fireflies around him, each one a possibility waiting to be born. He woke in his room, afternoon light streaming through the window. Shuna sat beside his bed, her healing magic a gentle presence against his senses. When she saw his eyes open, she smiled. Welcome back. You slept longer than expected, nearly a full day. Harry sat up slowly. His body felt rested, his core full to bursting with the knowledge he'd absorbed. The creature. Is it gone? But not gone. Shuna's smile widened. It left something for you. A gift. She gestured to the window. Harry rose and crossed to it, looking out over Tempest. The city was unchanged, goblins in the streets, ogres at their posts, children playing in the square. But woven through everything, visible only to his enhanced perception, were threads of magic that hadn't been there before. They connected every building, every being, every corner of Tempest in a web of living energy. The spells, Harry breathed. The ones I reconstructed. They're everywhere. The creature distributed them before it left. Said, Shuna paused, as if remembering something extraordinary. Said that you taught it that understanding should be shared. That growth comes from giving, not taking. So it gave Tempest a gift. Your gift, really. Channeled through it. Harry stared at the web of magic, at the way it pulsed with life and protection and possibility. This is what I can do, he realized. Not just learn, not just grow, but help others learn and grow too. Spread understanding like seeds in fertile ground. Rimuru wants to see you when you're ready, Shuna said. He said to tell you that your skill has evolved. That you've developed something new, a sub-skill unlike any he's encountered. Harry turned from the window. What is it? He didn't say. He wants to tell you himself. Shuna rose, smoothing her robes. But from the look on his face, I'd say it's something extraordinary. Rimuru was in his study, but he wasn't working. He was simply waiting, his gaze fixed on the door as if he'd been watching it for hours. When Harry entered, his expression shifted through several emotions, relief, pride, wonder, before settling on something like awe. Harry, come in, sit down. He gestured to the chair across from his desk. We need to talk about what happened. Harry sat, his green eyes meeting Rimuru's silver blue. Shuna said my skill evolved. Evolved is an understatement. Transformed is more accurate. Fundamentally restructured. Rimuru leaned forward, his voice intense. Harry, what you did with that creature, reconstructing spells from nothing but their structural memory, that shouldn't be possible. Even for me. Even for beings far more powerful than either of us. I don't understand. I just saw what needed to happen and made it happen. That's exactly the point. You didn't use a spell. You didn't follow a technique. You willed magic to reshape itself according to patterns you perceived. Rimuru's eyes searched Harry's face. Do you know what that means? Harry shook his head slowly. It means you've developed a sub-skill related to magical absorption and reconstruction. I've been examining your core while you slept, gently, with your permission assumed in absence, and what I found is remarkable. You can now consume magical structures directly, not just analyze them. And more importantly, you can rebuild them. Improve them. Make them your own. Harry remembered the feeling of catching each spell, of feeding it magic until it stabilized and grew. Is that what I did? Consumed them. Not consumed. Absorbed. There's a difference. Rimuru smiled. Consumption destroys. Absorption integrates. You took the essence of those spells, their structural memory, their purpose, their potential, and made them part of yourself. Then you gave them back, transformed, to the creature. You acted as a conduit for evolution, not a predator of power. He paused, then added, I'm calling the sub-skill, predator of spells. Not because you consume, but because you hunt understanding. You track magical structures to their core and make them your own. It's appropriate, I think. Harry tested the name in his mind. Predator of spells. It felt right, not threatening, but accurate. He hunted magic the way others hunted game, not to destroy but to know. What does this mean for my training? He asked. It means your training changes. Fundamentally. Rimuru rose, moving to the window and looking out at the city. Until now, you've been learning by observation. Watching techniques, understanding structures, building knowledge. That was phase 1. Phase 2, which you've just entered, is integration. You don't just understand magic anymore. You can make it yours. He turned back to face Harry. This is dangerous, Harry. Not the skill itself, the skill is incredible. But the temptation to absorb everything, to take every spell you encounter, to build power by consuming the work of others, that path leads to darkness. To becoming the kind of being who takes rather than creates. Harry remembered the creature as it had been, a prison of trapped spells, beautiful but dead. He remembered how it had changed when he'd shown it another way. I don't want that, he said quietly. I don't want to be a taker. I want to be like you, someone who helps others grow. Rimuru's expression softened. Then you're already on the right path. The fact that you recognize the danger is the best protection against it. He returned to his chair, leaning forward intently. So here's what comes next. we expose you to as many magical structures as possible. Not to absorb them, not yet, but to understand them. To build your library of knowledge. When you encounter situations that require immediate action, you'll have the foundation to create solutions rather than just copying existing ones. Like I did with the creature. Exactly like that. You didn't have a spell for what you needed. So you made one, using the understanding you'd built from observing countless other spells. Rimuru's smile was brilliant. That's true magic, Harry. Not following formulas, creating them. The weeks that followed were unlike anything Harry had experienced. His training expanded beyond combat and craft into pure magical theory. He studied the fundamental principles underlying all spells, the way intent shaped energy, the way structure determined function, the way magic responded to will and belief. Arcane analysis absorbed everything, building frameworks within frameworks, creating a comprehensive model of magical reality that grew more detailed with each lesson. But theory wasn't enough. Rimuru arranged for Harry to witness spellcasting from across the known world. Travelers passing through Tempest were asked to demonstrate their abilities. Delegations from neighboring nations were greeted with requests for magical displays. Even enemies, captured raiders and would-be invaders, had their techniques analyzed before they were dealt with. Each spell Harry observed added to his understanding. Each structure he perceived became part of his internal library. And slowly, gradually, Predator of spells began to reach. Not to consume, Harry was careful about that, always seeking permission before absorbing any magical structure. But to connect, to understand so deeply that the magic became part of him without needing to be taken. By the end of the second month, Harry could reconstruct any spell he'd ever observed. By the end of the third, he could modify them, adjusting structures to better suit his needs, combining elements from different traditions, creating hybrids that had never existed before. And by the end of the fourth, he created his first original spell. It was simple, a light spell that produced silver-green illumination instead of the usual white or gold. But it was his, born from his understanding, shaped by his will, powered by his core. When he demonstrated it for Rimuru, the Slime Lord's eyes glistened. "You're not just learning magic anymore, Harry," he said softly. "You're making it, adding to the sum total of magical knowledge in this world. That's something few beings ever achieve." Harry looked at the silver-green light hovering above his palm, warm, steady, alive. "It's just a light spell," he said. "It's the first of many." Rimuru placed a hand on his shoulder. "The first of countless creations that will bear your signature. Your legacy. Your gift to the world." Harry closed his hand, and the light winked out. But in his core, it continued to glow, a seed of possibility, waiting to grow. Chapter 6, The Demon Seed. The warning came at twilight. Harry was in the training ground with Hikuro, practicing forms that had become as natural as breathing, when the old master's hand shot out and stopped him mid-motion. The ancient Kijin's eyes were fixed on the western sky, where the sunset should have been painting clouds in shades of orange and gold. Instead, the horizon burned red. Not sunset red, blood red, the color of violence, of wounds, of magic pushed past its breaking point. And beneath the color, a pressure was building, magical pressure so intense that Harry felt it in his bones, in his core, in the deepest layers of his evolved soul. "Hikuro." His voice came out smaller than he intended. "What is that?" The old master's face was grim. "War magic. Large scale. Multiple casters working in concert." He was already moving, pulling Harry toward the city's center. "Someone is attacking the forest. Not Tempest, not yet, but close. Too close." Around them, Tempest erupted into controlled chaos. Goblins grabbed weapons and headed for defensive positions. Ogres formed up under their leaders shouted commands. Civilians, the elderly, the young, those who couldn't fight, moved toward the shelters that had been prepared for exactly this situation. It happened with practiced efficiency, but Harry could feel the fear beneath the order. This wasn't a drill. This was real. Rimuru met them at the main hall. His human form was gone, replaced by his true slime shape, a sphere of translucent blue that pulsed with power. When he spoke, his voice came from everywhere at once, carrying the weight of absolute authority. "Benimaru, take the Kijin and ogres to the eastern perimeter. Rigurd, coordinate goblin defense teams. Shuna, establish healing stations at the 3 designated points. His form shifted, reforming into human shape with armor that hadn't been there moments before. I'll deal with whatever's coming. Lord Rimuru. Harry stepped forward, ignoring the hands that tried to hold him back. Let me help. Rimuru's silver blue eyes met his. For a long moment, he was silent, assessing, calculating, weighing the risks. Then he nodded. Stay close to me. Do exactly what I say, when I say it. And if I tell you to run, his voice hardened. You run. No arguments. No heroics. Understood. Harry nodded, his heart pounding. They moved. Dash dash dash. The battle was already underway when they reached the forest's edge. Harry had imagined combat before, had trained for it, prepared for it, built frameworks of understanding for how battles should work. But imagination was nothing compared to reality. Fire rained from the sky. Not metaphorically, actual fire, summoned by mages Harry couldn't see, falling in sheets that turned ancient trees to torches. The flames were wrong, tainted with something that made them burn magic as well as wood. Consuming the very magicules that made the forest alive. Between the fire, soldiers advanced. Humans, dozens of them, hundreds maybe, wearing the colors of some kingdom Harry didn't recognize. They moved in formation, shields raised, weapons glowing with enchantments that Predator of Spells identified immediately. Enhancement magic. Protection wards. Combat spells designed to turn ordinary soldiers into something more. And leading them, a figure in black robes whose presence made Harry's scar scream. He clutched his forehead, gasping. The pain was incredible, worse than anything he'd felt since arriving in this world, worse than the naming, worse than the evolution. It was the poison in his scar, the darkness attached to his soul, reacting to something in the figure below. Harry. Rimuru's hand was on his shoulder, concern cutting through the agony. What's wrong? That man. Harry forced the words out through clenched teeth. He has something connected to my scar. To the darkness that was in me. Rimuru's expression hardened. He looked at the black-robed figure, then back at Harry, then at the burning forest and the advancing army. Benimaru. His voice carried across the chaos. Change of plan. I need you to hold the line without me. Harry and I have to deal with something. The Kijin's response was lost in an explosion as another wave of fire struck the forest's edge. Rimuru grabbed Harry and moved. Dash dash dash. They reappeared behind the enemy lines, Rimuru's teleportation depositing them in a pocket of relative calm. Ahead, the black-robed figure stood on a raised platform, his hands weaving magic that Harry's skill identified as the source of the unnatural fire. Stay back, Rimuru ordered. Observe, analyze, but do not engage. That's an order. Then he was moving, a blur of blue light that crossed the distance in heartbeats. The black-robed figure turned at the last moment, his hands coming up in a gesture of defense. A shield snapped into existence, layered, complex, powerful, but Rimuru's strike shattered it like glass. The figure stumbled backward, surprise flickering across features hidden in shadow. Who? The voice was old, cracked, filled with centuries of malice. You're not human. What are you? I'm Rimuru Tempest. And you're on my land, burning my forest, threatening my people. Rimuru's voice was calm, but Harry could feel the rage beneath it, controlled, focused, dangerous. You have 3 seconds to explain yourself before I stop asking questions. The figure laughed, a horrible sound, dry as bones. You think your little monster kingdom matters? You think any of this matters? I serve powers beyond your comprehension. Powers that have waited centuries for this moment. His hand rose, and Harry felt the magic build. Not fire this time. Something worse. Something that reached past Rimuru, past the battle, past everything, straight toward Harry. Number. Asterisk. The thought was Rimuru's, projected without words. He moved to intercept, but the magic was too fast, too focused. It wrapped around Harry like chains of shadow, lifting him from the ground, dragging him toward the black-robed figure. And in that moment of contact, Harry saw. He saw a world like his own but different, a world where magic was hidden, where wizards lived in fear, where a dark lord had risen and fallen and left destruction in his wake. He saw his parents, James and Lily, faces he'd only imagined, standing against that darkness and falling. He saw a flash of green light, heard a woman scream, felt the curse that should have killed him but didn't. He saw the fragment of that dark lord's soul that had attached itself to him in that moment. The poison that had lurked in his scar for 8 years, waiting, watching. Hungry. And he saw it awaken. No. The scream tore from his throat as the darkness within him responded to the magic outside him. The layers of his soul, so carefully integrated by Rimuru's naming, began to separate, the poison trying to break free, to claim him, to become something separate from Harry Tempest. Rimuru was there. His hands closed around Harry, pulling him from the shadow chains, holding him against a chest that radiated warmth and protection. But even Rimuru's power couldn't stop what had already begun. Harry's magic was condensing, not weakening, the opposite. All the power he'd accumulated, all the spells he'd absorbed, all the understanding he'd built, it was compressing, focusing, becoming something denser than it should be. Predator of spells activated without his control, reaching out to consume the shadow magic attacking him, and in doing so, integrated it. The poison became part of him again. But differently this time, not as an enemy to be contained, but as a seed. A core around which something new could grow. Harry's vision went white. He woke on the forest floor, surrounded by silence. The battle was over. The fire was out. The black-robed figure lay crumpled nearby, his body broken but his chest still moving. And standing over Harry, faces etched with concern, were Rimuru and the others. What happened? Harry's voice was a whisper. Rimuru knelt beside him, his expression unreadable. You tell me. One moment you were being attacked by shadow magic. The next, he paused. The next, your power spiked. Rose to levels of only seen in beings like Milam. Then it condensed, stabilized, and you passed out. Harry closed his eyes, reaching inward. His core was different. The layers were still there, still integrated, but at their center, something new. A kernel of compressed power, dense and dark and waiting. It wasn't active, wasn't threatening. But it was there asterisk, a potential that hadn't existed before. It's a seed, he said slowly. The poison, the darkness from my world, it tried to separate from me. But my skill absorbed the magic attacking me, and in doing so, it integrated the darkness. Made it part of my core. And now, he opened his eyes. Now I have something inside me. Something that could grow into more. Rimuru's face went pale. A Demon Lord seed, he breathed. Harry, you've developed a Demon Lord seed. The words meant nothing to Harry, but the reaction around him told everything. Benimaru's hand went to his sword. Shuna's healing magic flared instinctively. Even Hekuro, ancient and unshakable, took a step back. What is it? Harry asked. Rimuru was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was careful, measuring each word. Demon Lords are beings of immense power. They transcend normal limits, operate on different rules than ordinary creatures. But becoming a Demon Lord isn't something that happens by choice, usually. It's triggered by events, by consuming enough souls, or by experiencing enough magical overload, or by... He trailed off, looking at Harry with something like pain. By having your power condense into a seed that, if activated, will transform you into something beyond human. Beyond monster. Beyond almost anything. The seed inside me. That's what it is. Yes. And the fact that you have one, Rimuru's jaw tightened. The fact that you have one without having done the things that normally create them, means something. It means your potential is greater than I realized. It means the darkness from your world, combined with your evolution and your skill, has created a foundation for ascension. Harry looked down at his hands. They looked the same. But beneath them, at the core of his being, that seed waited. Can I stop it? Keep it from growing? Rimuru's expression shifted, surprise, then thoughtfulness, then something like pride. You want to stop it. I don't want to become something that hurts people. That's what Demon Lords do, isn't it? Consume and destroy. Some do. Not all. Rimuru knelt, bringing himself to Harry's level. Milam is a Demon Lord. She's also my friend. One of the most powerful beings in existence, and she uses that power to protect, not destroy. Being a Demon Lord isn't about what you are, it's about what you choose to be. Harry considered this. The seed within him pulsed gently, waiting. But I'm not ready, he said. I don't know enough. Haven't learned enough. If I activated it now, if it activated on its own, I don't know what I'd become. Then we make sure it doesn't activate until you're ready. Rimuru placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. The seed is dormant for now. It could stay dormant for years, decades, centuries, if you don't push it. If you don't put yourself in situations that force its growth. We can control this, Harry. Together. Harry looked at the people around him, Rimuru, who had chosen him, Benimaru, who had trained him, Shuna, who had healed him, Hakuro, who had taught him. They weren't backing away, weren't looking at him with fear. They were waiting, ready to help. Okay, he said. We control it. Together. The aftermath of the battle kept Tempest busy for days. The black-robed figure, identified as a rogue mage from a distant kingdom, serving powers even he didn't fully understand, was questioned, then imprisoned. The army that had followed him, discovering their leader defeated and their magic useless against Tempest's defenders, surrendered en masse. Negotiations would follow, treaties would be signed, reparations would be arranged. But for Harry, the aftermath was internal. He spent hours each day examining the Demon Lord's seed, learning its contours, understanding its nature. Predator of spells reached toward it constantly, wanting to know this new part of him, but Harry held it back. Some things, he sensed, shouldn't be analyzed too deeply. Not yet. Rimuru checked on him constantly, monitoring his magical signature for any sign of the seed stirring. So far, it remained dormant, a kernel of potential, waiting but not pushing. You're handling this well, Rimuru said one evening, finding Harry at his usual spot overlooking the city. Better than I would have at your age. I don't have a choice. Harry's voice was quiet. If I fall apart, the seed might activate. So I can't fall apart. That's not handling it, that's suppressing it. There's a difference. Rimuru sat beside him, looking out at the lights of Tempest. You're allowed to be scared, Harry. You're allowed to be angry, confused, overwhelmed. The seed doesn't respond to emotions, it responds to magical overload. To extreme situations. Feeling things won't trigger it. Harry was silent for a long moment. I am scared, he admitted finally. Not of the seed, not exactly. I'm scared of what I might become if it activates. What if I turn into something that hurts the people here? What if I become like the Dark Lord whose soul fragment was in my scar? You won't. How do you know? Rimuru turned to face him, his silver blue eyes holding absolute certainty. Because I know you. I've watched you for months now, watched you learn, grow, choose kindness over power at every opportunity. You had the chance to consume that magicule eater's trapped spells for yourself. Instead, you freed them and taught the creature a better way. You had the chance to use your skill for personal gain. Instead, you used it to help everyone in Tempest. He placed a hand on Harry's chest, over his heart. The seed is in your core. But you, who you are, what you choose, the person you're becoming, that's here. And that's stronger than any seed. That's what will determine what you become. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes, not from sadness, but from the overwhelming weight of being believed in. I won't let you down, he whispered. You couldn't if you tried. Rimuru smiled. Now come on. Shuna's made dinner, and Gobta's been asking where you've been. Something about a new game he wants to teach you. Harry rose, brushing off his clothes. As they walked toward the city, he glanced back once at the forest where the battle had occurred, at the scarred earth, the burned trees, the evidence of violence that would take years to heal. The seed within him pulsed gently. Not yet, Harry thought at it. Not ready yet, but someday I'll be ready to face whatever you mean. And when that day comes, I'll choose what I become. Asterisk. The seed settled, patient and waiting. And Harry walked home. Chapter 7. Arcane Territory. The nightmares began 3 nights after the battle. Harry had expected them, dreams of green light and falling, of the black-robed figure's shadow magic wrapping around him like chains. What he hadn't expected was the precision of the dreams. The way they showed him not just the terror, but the magic behind it. The structures of the attacking spells. The frameworks of the enemy's power. He woke each night with new understanding burning in his mind. Predator of spells had absorbed the shadow magic during the attack, integrated it into his core alongside everything else. But the integration hadn't been complete, not like with the magicule eater's trapped spells. This magic was different, wrong in ways that made his skill restless, dissatisfied, hungry to understand. So his subconscious showed him the pieces during sleep. By the end of the first week, Harry could reconstruct every spell the black-robed figure had used. By the end of the second, he could counter them, not through power, but through understanding. He knew where they were weak, where they could be disrupted, where their structures broke down under pressure. But knowing and doing were different things. You're exhausted, Shuna observed one morning, finding him at the training ground before dawn. Dark circles shadowed his eyes. His movements, usually precise, were sluggish. The dreams are getting worse. Harry nodded, not bothering to deny it. They're not just dreams anymore. They're lessons. My skill won't let go of the shadow magic until it fully understands it. But the magic resists understanding, it's designed to be chaotic, unpredictable. Every time I think I've grasped it, it shifts. Shuna's brow furrowed. That sounds dangerous. It is. But it's also. Harry paused, searching for words. It's interesting. The magic from my world, the darkness in my scar, it's similar to this shadow magic. Not the same, but related. Like they come from the same source but evolved differently. The poison in your scar is connected to these attacks. Maybe. I don't know yet. Harry shook his head. Rimuru said we shouldn't push the seed, shouldn't force understanding before I'm ready. But my skill won't stop pushing. It's like the magic itself wants to be understood, even if understanding is dangerous. Shuna was quiet for a moment. Then she said, have you considered giving it space to be understood? Not forcing the analysis, but creating conditions where it can reveal itself naturally. Harry blinked. What do you mean? I mean, she gestured at the training ground around them. This place is where you train combat. Rimuru's study is where you learn theory. But you don't have a place dedicated to pure magical exploration. Somewhere your skill can work without the pressure of performance or the risk of harming others. The idea took root immediately. A space of my own. A place where I can experiment, test, play with magic without consequences. Harry's eyes lit up for the first time in weeks. Would Rimuru allow it? Shuna smiled. I think Lord Rimuru would allow almost anything that helps you sleep through the night. Rimuru's response was immediate and enthusiastic. A personal workshop. Harry, that's brilliant. Why didn't I think of that? He was already pulling maps from his desk, spreading them across the surface. We'll need a location, somewhere with stable magic, but isolated enough that accidental releases won't affect the city. Somewhere with room to expand as your abilities grow. They settled on a clearing half a mile from Tempest's eastern edge, where an old stone building had once served as a storehouse. It was solid, spacious, and surrounded by enough empty land that even catastrophic failures would be contained. Within a week, the building was transformed. Goblin crafters reinforced the walls with enchantments that would contain magical overflow. Dwarf engineers installed workbenches and storage systems. Ogres cleared the surrounding land, creating a buffer zone of open space. And Rimuru himself wove protective wards around the perimeter, layers of defense that would alert him instantly if anything went wrong. The day the workshop was complete, Harry stood at its entrance and felt something he hadn't felt since arriving in this world. Ownership. Not of the building itself, that belonged to Tempest, to Rimuru, to everyone who had helped build it. But of the space. The permission to fill it with his experiments, his failures, his discoveries. The freedom to be wrong without consequence. Go on, Rimuru said from behind him. It's yours. Harry stepped inside. The first week was chaos. Harry tried everything, every spell he'd learned, every technique he'd observed, every magical structure his skill had absorbed. He cast them, modified them, combined them, took them apart and put them back together in new configurations. The workshop filled with light and sound and occasional explosions that the containment wards absorbed without complaint. By the end of the week, he'd learned 3 important things. First, his magical reserves were deeper than he'd realized. Days of continuous experimentation barely touched them. The Demon Lord seed, dormant though it was, provided a baseline of power that normal magic users would envy. Second, Predator of Spells was hungry. The more magic Harry exposed it to, the more it wanted. Not to consume, that urge had faded after the Magicule Eater incident, but to understand. It reached toward every spell like a scholar reaching toward ancient texts. Third, and most important, the shadow magic was different. While Harry could reconstruct and modify every other spell he'd learned, the shadow magic resisted manipulation. Its structures were slippery, refusing to hold any shape but their original chaotic form. When Harry tried to modify them, they dissolved into nothing. When he tried to combine them with other magic, they corroded the results. This isn't normal, he thought. staring at the latest failed experiment. This magic is designed to be unchangeable. To resist adaptation. Why? Asterisk. The answer came not from analysis, but from memory. The black-robed figure, before the battle, had spoken of serving powers beyond comprehension. Powers that had waited centuries. If those powers had created the shadow magic, if they deliberately made it resistant to change, then understanding it wasn't just difficult. It was a form of combat. They didn't want anyone learning their secrets. Too bad, Harry thought, and returned. To work. The second week brought progress. By approaching the shadow magic differently, not trying to change it, but simply observing it over extended periods, Harry began to notice patterns. The chaos wasn't random. It was structured chaos, designed to appear unpredictable while actually following rules too complex for casual observation. Predator of Spells loved it. The skill had never encountered anything like this. It threw itself into the analysis with an intensity that left Harry exhausted but exhilarated. Each day brought new insights, new layers of understanding, new appreciation for the malevolent intelligence that had created this magic. And as Harry understood the shadow magic better, something unexpected happened. The workshop began to respond. Not consciously, the building wasn't alive. But the magic Harry was working with, the patterns he was tracing, the structures he was building in his attempts to understand, they left imprints. Residues that accumulated in the workshop's enchanted walls, in the air itself, in the very space he occupied. By the end of the second week, Harry could feel the workshop changing. It was becoming his, not in the sense of ownership, but in the sense of resonance. The space was adapting to his magical signature, to the nature of his experiments, to the unique blend of spells and skills that made him who he was. Rimuru noticed immediately during his weekly check-in. Harry, your workshop. He paused at the threshold, silver blue eyes widening. It's developing a territory. A what? An arcane territory. A space where your magical rules supersede the natural laws of the world. Rimuru stepped inside slowly, his senses clearly working overtime. This is advanced, Harry. Extremely advanced. Beings trained for centuries to achieve what you've accidentally created in 2 weeks. Harry looked around the workshop. It looked the same to him. Stone walls, workbenches, the lingering smell of failed experiments. But when he concentrated, he could feel it. The space remembered him, responded to his presence, welcomed his magic. I didn't mean to, he said. I was just trying to understand the shadow magic. Of course you were. Rimuru laughed, not mockingly, but with genuine delight. That's exactly how something like this should happen. Not through deliberate effort, but through pure absorption in the work. Your magic has made this place yours, Harry. And in doing so, it's given you a foundation for something incredible. The next weeks were devoted to understanding the territory. Rimuru brought in experts, beings who had studied magical domains, who understood how spaces could be claimed and shaped by powerful magic users. They tested the workshop's boundaries, measured its resonance, documented how Harry's spells behaved differently inside it. The results were extraordinary. Inside the territory, Harry's magic was amplified. Not in raw power, the increase was minimal, but in precision. Spells that required intense concentration elsewhere flowed naturally within the workshop's walls. Modifications that should have taken hours of trial and error succeeded on the first attempt. Even the shadow magic, resistant to all previous manipulation, began to yield its secrets. The territory is learning with you, one of the experts explained, an ancient elf who had studied magical domains for millennia. It's not just a space you control. It's a partner in your work. Every spell you cast here leaves an imprint. Every success and failure becomes part of the territory's nature. Over time, it will become an extension of yourself. Harry looked around the workshop with new eyes. Extension of myself. The words resonated deeply. This place, born from his need to understand, had become something more than a workspace. It was becoming him, his magic given physical form, his nature made manifest in stone and air and enchanted walls. What can I do with it? He asked. The elf smiled. Whatever you can imagine. Within this space, your rules apply. Spells will reshape according to your logic. Magic will flow as you wish it to flow. You are not just a user of magic here, young one. You are its author. The first real test came 3 weeks after the territory's discovery. Harry was working on the shadow magic, still resisting, still yielding its secrets slowly, when one of the containment wards around the workshop flared with alarm. Something was approaching. Something magical. Something hostile. He was at the door before he consciously decided to move. Outside, the clearing was empty. But Harry's perception, sharpened by months of training, caught the disturbance immediately. In the air above the trees, a rift was opening, smaller than the one that had brought him to this world, but similar. The same silver edges. The same wrongness. Through the rift, things began to emerge. They were shadows given form, creatures of darkness with no features but hunger. Their bodies shifted and flowed as they moved, never quite solid, never quite real. And as they descended toward the workshop, Harry felt the shadow magic within them recognize him. They're here for me, he realized. The powers behind the attack. They found me. Asterisk. Predator of spells screamed for action. Harry let it guide him. He stepped back into the workshop, but didn't close the door. Instead, he opened himself, opened his magic, opened the territory's nature to the approaching threat. The space around him hummed with readiness, with anticipation, with the accumulated resonance of weeks of experimentation. The shadow creatures reached the threshold. And stopped. They couldn't enter. The territory rejected them, not through force, but through fundamental incompatibility. The rules Harry had established within the workshop, built from weeks of patient work, were different from the rules outside. The shadow creatures, designed to operate within normal magical parameters, couldn't adapt. Harry walked to the doorway. They waited outside, their formless bodies pressing against the invisible boundary, hunger radiating from them like heat from a fire. Dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, all focused on the small boy standing in the threshold of his territory. "You can't come in," Harry said. His voice was calm, calmer than he felt. "This place is mine. My rules apply here, and my rules say you don't belong." The creatures screamed, not in pain, in frustration. They threw themselves against the boundary again and again, each attempt failing, each failure making them more desperate. Their hunger was overwhelming, consuming, mindless. They couldn't stop, couldn't adapt, could only keep trying. Harry watched them for a long moment. Then, slowly, deliberately, he reached out. Not with his body, with his territory. With the space he'd made his own. He extended its influence beyond the workshop's walls, just a few feet, just enough to touch the nearest shadow creature. The effect was immediate. The creature, caught in territory where Harry's rules applied, froze. Its formless body became still. Its hunger, momentarily, was quiet. And in that moment of stillness, Predator of Spells analyzed. Harry saw everything. The creature's nature. Its origin. Its purpose. The magic that bound it to the will of the powers that had created it. The structures that made it what it was, structures that, Harry now understood, were deliberately limited. The creatures couldn't adapt because they weren't designed to adapt. They were tools, not beings. Weapons, not people. And weapons could be disarmed. Harry's territory expanded further. It pushed outward from the workshop in a growing circle, claiming the clearing, the trees beyond, the air above. Where it passed, the shadow creatures changed. Their hunger faded. Their forms stabilized. Their connection to the distant powers that had created them severed. By the time Rimuru arrived, responding to the alarm, the clearing was filled with beings who were no longer threats. They stood silently, their shadow forms slowly dissolving as the magic that had animated them lost cohesion. Some looked at Harry with something like wonder. Others simply faded, their brief existence ended by his intervention. "What happened?" Rimuru demanded, taking in the scene with warrior's eyes. Harry turned from the doorway. His face was pale, his body trembling with exhaustion, but his eyes held a new understanding. "I made them mine," he said quietly. "My territory, it doesn't just protect. It claims. Anything that enters it, anything that stays too long, becomes subject to my rules. And my rules." He paused, looking at the last of the shadow creatures as it dissolved. "My rules say that nothing should be a slave to another's will." Rimuru stared at him for a long moment. Then he smiled, slowly, proudly, with the expression of a parent watching a child take their first independent steps. "Harry Tempest," he said, "you've just rewritten the nature of an invading force. You've turned weapons into individuals, even if only for a moment. Do you understand what that means?" Harry shook his head slowly. It means your territory isn't just a workspace anymore. It's a domain. A place where you have authority over magical reality itself. And if you can do that to shadow creatures. Rimuru's eyes glittered. Imagine what you could do to hostile spells. To enemy magic. To anything that relies on structured power to exist. Harry looked at his hands. They were shaking, from exhaustion, from adrenaline, from the weight of what he'd just done. But beneath the shaking, beneath the fatigue, something new was settling into place. The territory pulsed gently, waiting for his next command. And Harry understood, for the first time, what he was becoming. Not just a magic user. Not just an analyzer. Not even just a potential demon lord. An author of magical reality. A being who could look at the rules of magic and change them. Who could enter any space and make it his own. Who could face any spell and rewrite its nature. This is what the seed was waiting for, he realized. Not power, understanding. Not strength, authority. The seed isn't about becoming more powerful. It's about becoming more real. Asterisk. He looked up at Rimuru. I need to learn more, he said. About territories. About domains. About how far this can go. Rimuru nodded slowly. Then that's what we'll do. Together. The months that followed were dedicated to mastery. Harry studied every text on magical domains that Rimuru could find. He consulted with experts from across the known world. He experimented constantly, pushing the boundaries of his territory, learning its limits and how to expand them. And slowly, gradually, the territory grew. It spread from the workshop into the surrounding forest, claiming space inch by inch. Not aggressively, Harry was careful about that, always respecting the boundaries of others. But persistently, relentlessly, until the area around his workshop was unmistakably his in ways that any magic user could sense. Inside that space, Harry's word was law. Spells that entered it were subject to his analysis and, if he chose, his modification. Hostile magic simply stopped working until he decided. Otherwise, even the natural flow of magicules adjusted to his preferences, becoming denser where he wanted density, calmer where he wanted calm. The shadow magic, finally, yielded all its secrets. Within the territory, where Harry's rules applied, the chaotic structures could no longer resist understanding. Predator of spells absorbed them completely, integrating their knowledge into Harry's core. And with that integration came understanding of the powers that had created them, distant, ancient, patient, but not invincible. They're waiting, Harry realized. Waiting for something. For me to grow. For the seed to activate. For the right moment to strike. Asterisk. But I'll be ready. Asterisk. When they come, they'll find more than they expected. They'll find a boy who made a space his own. Who rewrote the rules of magic in a small corner of the world. Who learned to say no to powers that thought they couldn't be opposed. Asterisk. The territory pulsed in agreement. And Harry Tempest, 9 years old, with a demon lord seed dormant in his core and an arcane territory growing around his workshop, looked toward the horizon and waited. Let them come. He'd be ready. Chapter 8. The First Awakening. Winter came to the Jura forest like a white blanket, silencing the world in layers of snow and frost. Harry loved it. The cold reminded him of nothing, no memories of cupboard winters where his thin clothes couldn't keep him warm, no echoes of Dudley's laughter as he pelted him with snowballs hard as stones. Here, cold was just cold. Snow was just snow. And warmth waited always in Shuna's kitchen, in Rimuru's study, in the workshop where his territory hummed with gentle power. He was 9 now, nearly 10. 2 years in this world, and the boy who had fallen through a tear in reality was barely recognizable. His body had grown, not dramatically, but steadily. The malnutrition of his early years was a fading memory, replaced by the strength that came from daily training and Shuna's careful meals. His hair still held threads of silver from the naming, and his eyes still glowed faintly green when his skills activated, but otherwise he looked like any other child in Tempest. He wasn't, of course. The Demon Lord seed slept in his core, patient and waiting. The arcane territory had expanded to cover nearly a mile of forest around his workshop, its influence so subtle that most beings passed through without noticing anything unusual. And Predator of spells had grown beyond anything Rimuru had predicted, now capable of analyzing and reconstructing magical structures faster than Harry could consciously think. But power wasn't everything. Harry had learned that lesson well. The friendships he'd built, with Gobta, with the other children, with the adults who had become something like family, mattered more than any skill. The trust the people of Tempest placed in him mattered more than any evolution. And the love Rimuru gave him, unconditional and absolute, mattered most of all. So when the disturbance came, Harry felt it not just as a magical event, but as a threat to everything he valued. It began as a tremor in the territory's edge. Harry was in his workshop, working on a new spell, something that would help the goblins preserve food through the winter, when the wards flared with warning. Not attack, not intrusion, but distortion. Something was bending magic in ways it shouldn't be bent, creating ripples that spread toward tempest-like waves from a dropped stone. He was out the door before the second tremor hit. The sky was wrong. Winter clouds should have been gray and heavy with snow. These were black, not storm black, but void black, as if something had punched holes in reality itself. Through those holes, Harry could feel magic pouring, not the shadow magic of the earlier attacks, but something older. More patient, more hungry. The powers, he realized. The ones who sent the shadow creatures. They're trying to break through. He ran. Tempest was already mobilizing when he arrived. Benimaru stood at the city's edge, his sword drawn, his eyes fixed on the distorted sky. Around him, Kijin and ogres formed defensive positions. Goblins herded civilians toward shelters. And at the center of it all, Rimuru waited, his human form still, his presence radiating calm that barely masked the power coiled beneath. Harry. Rimuru's voice was steady. You feel it. Ancient magic. Older than anything I've encountered. Harry's skills were already working, analyzing the distortion, tracing it to its source. They're trying to open a permanent rift. Not an attack, an invasion. Rimuru nodded grimly. Can you stop it? Harry closed his eyes, letting his perception expand through the territory, through the city, through the forest beyond. The distortion was massive, far larger than anything he'd dealt with before. Its roots reached deep into magical foundations that predated Tempest, predated the Jura forest, predated perhaps civilization itself. But within his territory, Harry's rules applied. I can try. He moved to the city's center, where the territory's influence was strongest. Around him, beings paused in their preparations, watching the small boy who had become so important to them all. Harry ignored them, focusing inward. The Demon Lord seed stirred. Not awakening, not yet. But aware. It sensed what Harry was attempting and offered its power silently, waiting for his choice. Not yet, Harry thought at it. Not unless I have to. He reached out with his territory. The space around him expanded, not physically, but metaphysically. His rules pushed outward, claiming more of the forest, more of the sky, more of the distortion itself. Where the territory touched the rift, Harry could feel its nature directly. It was a wound. A bleeding wound in reality, kept open by forces on the other side. Closing it would require matching those forces, pushing back against power that had accumulated for millennia. Harry pushed. For a moment, it worked. The distortion shuddered, its edges pulling together slightly. The blackness in the sky began to fade. Hope flickered in the watching crowd. Then something pushed back. Not the forces on the other side, something in the rift. Something that had been waiting, patient and hungry, for this exact moment. It surged through the narrowing opening before Harry could stop it, a presence so vast that his territory strained beneath its weight. The being that emerged was beautiful and terrible. Humanoid, but too tall, too thin, with skin like polished obsidian and eyes that held galaxies dying. Robes of shadow flowed around it, and where they touched the ground, the snow screamed as it evaporated. It stood in the air above Tempest, looking down at the city with an expression that held no emotion at all. So small, it murmured. Its voice was everywhere and nowhere, inside heads and outside reality. The vessel that carries our fragment. So very small. Harry felt his scar burn. The poison, the darkness that had been integrated into his core, was responding to this being. Not trying to escape, not trying to claim him, but recognizing something. A connection. A link. You, Harry breathed. You're the source. The one who put the fragment in me. The being's eyes, if they could be called eyes, focused on him with terrible attention. We put nothing. We lost something. A piece of ourselves, cast into the void when we reached across dimensions and found resistance. Its lips curved, not a smile, but acknowledgement. You carry it still. And now we have come to reclaim what is ours. Rimuru stepped forward, his presence flaring with power that made the air itself tremble. You'll take nothing from this world. Least of all him. The being looked at Rimuru with something that might have been curiosity. A slime who became a demon lord. Interesting. But you are young, little goatling. Your power is nothing compared to ours. Then why haven't you taken what you want? Rimuru's voice was calm, but Harry could feel the rage beneath it. Why send shadows and servants instead of coming yourself? For the first time, something flickered in the being's ancient eyes. Frustration. Because we are bound. By agreements older than your world. By powers that would notice if we acted directly. Its gaze returned to Harry. But the fragment calls to us. And through it, we can act. Through him, we can claim what is ours without breaking our bonds. Harry understood. They couldn't attack directly. Couldn't invade, couldn't conquer, couldn't take. But if he contained their fragment, if the darkness in his scar was part of him, then by claiming him, they claimed the fragment. And through that claim, they could enter this world without violating their ancient agreements. They want to possess me, he realized. Not kill, possess. Use my body as a door. Asterisk. No, he said aloud. The being's attention sharpened. No, you can't have me. You can't have the fragment. It's mine now, I integrated it. Made it part of myself. Harry's voice grew stronger as he spoke. Your piece of darkness doesn't belong to you anymore. It belongs to me. The being laughed. The sound shattered windows across Tempest. Beings clutched their ears, crying out. Even Rimuru staggered, his form flickering as he fought to maintain his human shape. You think integration matters. You think ownership applies to us. The laughter continued, horrible and beautiful. Child, we are older than your concept of ownership. We existed before the first being claimed anything as theirs. That fragment is ours because we are it. It is us. And you, its eyes blazed. You are merely hosting it until we arrive to collect. Harry felt the seed in his core lurch. The being's presence was activating it. Not through attack, but through resonance. The fragment in Harry's scar, the darkness he'd integrated, was calling to its source. And the seed, born from that integration, from the battle with the shadow magic, was responding. No, Harry whispered. No, not yet. I'm not ready. The being smiled. You are exactly as ready as we need you to be. Power erupted from Harry's core. Not controlled power, not the precise, analyzed magic he'd spent 2 years developing. Raw power. Unfiltered. The Demon Lord seed, forced into premature awakening by the being's presence, was blossoming. Harry screamed. His body lifted from the ground, silver-green light blazing from every pore. His territory exploded outward, claiming not just the forest but the sky, the air, the very space the being occupied. For a moment, the ancient entity looked almost surprised. Then the evolution began. Harry's form changed. Not into something monstrous, not exactly, but into something more. His features sharpened, becoming almost elven in their precision. His eyes, already glowing, became luminous, silver-green orbs that held galaxies of their own. Horns, small, delicate, like curved crystal, sprouted from his temples. And from his back, wings unfurled. Not bat wings, not bird wings. Wings of light, composed of pure magic given form, their membranes shifting with spells and structures that had never existed before in any world. The arcane demon hybrid hovered in the air above Tempest, and for one timeless moment, everything was silent. Then Harry opened his eyes and saw. He saw the being clearly now, not as a terrifying entity, but as a structure. A magical framework of unimaginable complexity, built over eons, reinforced by countless layers of power. Its weaknesses were visible to him, its patterns understandable, its nature analyzable. Predator of spells had evolved with him. It reached toward the being, not to consume. Harry wouldn't allow that, couldn't allow that, but to understand. And in understanding, to find a way to end this without becoming what the being wanted him to become. You're afraid, Harry realized. Not of me, of what I represent. A new kind of power. One you can't control. Asterisk. The being's composure cracked. This is not possible. You should be ours. Your evolution should bind you to us. Not. It stopped, its ancient eyes widening. You integrated the fragment. Truly integrated it. It's not separate anymore. It's you. Yes. Harry's voice was different, older, deeper, layered with resonance. And I choose what I become. Not you. Not any power from any world. Me. He reached out with his territory. The space around the being shifted. Harry's rules, amplified by his partial evolution, began to apply to the ancient entity itself. Not to control it, that was beyond even his awakened power. But to separate it, to push it back toward the rift, to close the connection it had forced open. The being screamed, not in pain, in fury. It threw its power against Harry's territory, against his rules, against his will. For a moment, the two forces balanced, neither able to overcome the other. Then Rimuru acted. He didn't attack, he supported. His power flowed into Harry's territory, strengthening it, amplifying it, giving it the boost it needed. And with that boost, Harry pushed. The being tumbled backward through the rift. Harry closed it. Silence. Harry hung in the air for a long moment, his new form silhouetted against the winter sky. Below him, Tempest was still, every being staring upward, witnessing something they would remember for the rest of their lives. Then his wings flickered. His horns faded. His eyes dimmed to their normal glow. And Harry Tempest, 9 years old, fell toward the earth. Rimuru caught him. He woke in Shuna's healing house, surrounded by familiar faces. Rimuru sat closest, his expression a mixture of pride and concern. Shuna worked nearby, her magic monitoring Harry's vital signs. Benimaru stood at the door, a silent guardian. And through the window, Harry could see Gobta's face pressed against the glass, worry evident even through the distortion. What happened? Harry's voice was a whisper. You evolved. Rimuru's voice was gentle. Partially. The being's presence forced your seed to awaken, but you managed to stop the process before it completed. You're in a stable hybrid form now, not fully a demon lord, but not entirely human anymore either. Harry looked at his hands. They looked normal. But when he concentrated, he could see the faint luminescence beneath the skin, the subtle sharpening of his features, the way his magic now flowed through channels that hadn't existed before. I'm different. Yes. Rimuru's hand covered his. But you're still you. The evolution didn't change that, couldn't change that. You proved it when you faced that being. You chose who you wanted to be, even as power flooded through you. That's what matters. Harry was quiet for a moment, processing. The being, the rift, is it gone? For now. Rimuru's expression darkened. But not forever. That thing, those powers, they'll try again. They've waited millennia. They can wait longer. But now they know about you. About what you're becoming. They'll plan accordingly. Harry nodded slowly. The weight of that knowledge settled on him, but it didn't crush him. He had time. He had allies. He had himself, someone who, even in the midst of forced evolution, had chosen empathy over destruction. What about the people? He asked. Are they safe? Thanks to you. Rimuru smiled. You protected them, Harry. In the middle of your own transformation, you protected them. That's who you are. That's who you'll always be. Harry looked toward the window, where Gobta's face still pressed against the glass. Beyond him, he could see others gathering, goblins and ogres and Kijin, all waiting to know if he was all right. I should let them see, he said. So they know I'm still me. Rimuru helped him sit up. Whenever you're ready. Harry took a breath, then another. His body felt strange, new in ways he hadn't fully explored. But beneath the strangeness, beneath the power and the changes and the weight of what he'd become, the core of him remained. Harry Tempest, child of two worlds, named and evolved, and now, partially awakened. He stood. Let's go. The crowd outside the healing house parted as Harry emerged. They stared, how could they not? Even in his stabilized form, he was different. His skin held a faint luminescence. His eyes, when they caught the light, showed depths that hadn't been there before. And around him, barely visible but unmistakable to those with perception, his territory hummed with new power. But his smile was the same. I'm okay, he said, and his voice, though deeper, carried the same warmth. I'm still me. Just a little more now. Gobta was the first to approach. He walked up to Harry, circled him once, then punched him in the arm, lightly, playfully, the way friends do. You're an idiot, he announced. Fighting ancient beings before breakfast. What were you thinking? Harry laughed, really laughed, for the first time since the attack. I wasn't thinking. I was just doing. Well, stop it. It's stressful for the rest of us. Gobta's grin was wobbly, his eyes suspiciously bright. You scared us, Harry. Don't do that again. I'll try not to. Others came forward after that, goblins offering rough pats on the back, ogres nodding solemnly, Kijin expressing pride in ways both formal and warm. Each interaction reaffirmed what Harry already knew: he was still accepted. Still loved. Still home. When the last well-wisher had retreated, Rimuru appeared at his side. How do you feel? The Slime Lord asked quietly. Harry considered the question honestly. Different. Stronger. But also. He paused, searching for words. Also more myself. Like the evolution didn't change who I am, it just gave me more of what I already was. Rimuru nodded slowly. That's exactly what a true evolution should feel like. Not becoming someone new, but becoming more of who you always were. He looked out at the city, at the beings going about their lives, at the winter sun beginning to break through the clouds. You did well today, Harry. Better than well. You faced a power beyond anything you've encountered, and you didn't break. You didn't become what they wanted you to become. You became what you chose. Harry looked at his hands again, at the faint glow, at the subtle changes, at the evidence of what he'd become. I chose to protect, he said softly. Even when the power was flooding through me, even when I could have done anything, I chose to protect. Is that normal? Rimuru's smile was brilliant. It's everything. It's the difference between a tyrant and a true leader. Between a monster and a guardian. Between someone who has power and someone who deserves it. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Now come on. Shuna's made soup, and I think we all need to sit down and process what just happened. Including me. Harry nodded, and together they walked toward the main hall. Behind them, the winter sun continued its slow arc across the sky. Before them, Tempest waited, their home, their people, their future. And within Harry's core, the Demon Lord seed pulsed gently, fully awakened but chosen. He was no longer just a boy with potential. He was Harry Tempest, the arcane Demon Lord in the making. And his story was only beginning. Chapter 9, Rimuru's Test. 3 months passed after the partial awakening. Harry spent them learning his new body, his enhanced skills, his transformed nature. The hybrid form, what Rimuru called his arcane demon state, could now be summoned at will, though maintaining it for more than a few minutes left him exhausted. The horns, the wings, the luminous eyes, they were part of him now, waiting beneath the surface like a second skin. But power without control was just chaos waiting to happen. Rimuru understood this better than anyone. He'd watched Harry's growth from the beginning, guided it, shaped it. And now, with the partial awakening complete and the Demon Lord seed fully active, he knew the time had come for something new. A test. Not of power, Harry had plenty of that. Not of skill, his abilities spoke for themselves. A test of readiness. Of control under pressure. Of the ability to face an opponent who wouldn't hold back. The opponent would be Rimuru himself. You want to fight me? Harry stood in Rimuru's study, staring at the Slime Lord with an expression caught between disbelief and excitement. It was early morning, the winter sun just beginning to touch the horizon, and the summons had come without explanation. Fight is the wrong word. Rimuru leaned back in his chair, his silver blue eyes thoughtful. Spar. Test. Push each other to see where your limits really are. He paused, then added, I've trained you, guided you, protected you. But I've never truly challenged you. Never made you fight without the safety net of my presence. That changes today. Harry's heart beat faster. You won't hold back. I won't hold back. And neither should you. Rimuru rose, moving toward the door. Come, we'll use the training ground. I've cleared the area and established containment wards. Whatever happens, it stays between us. Harry followed, his mind racing. He'd sparred with Benimaru, with Hikuro, with the ogres and goblins. He'd faced ancient beings and shadow creatures. But Rimuru was different. Rimuru was Rimuru, the being who had named him, chosen him, become something like a father. Fighting him felt wrong in ways Harry couldn't articulate. But as they walked toward the training ground, Harry understood. This wasn't about combat. It was about trust. About proving to both of them that Harry was ready for what came next. About Rimuru seeing, with his own eyes, that his investment in this strange child from another world had been worth it. I won't let him down, Harry promised himself. Whatever happens, I won't let him down. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The training ground was transformed. Containment wards shimmered at its boundaries, translucent barriers that would absorb any stray magic before it could harm the city. The ground itself had been reinforced, packed earth replaced with enchanted stone that could withstand tremendous force. And at the center, waiting with the patience of someone who had faced countless battles, stood Rimuru. His human form was gone. In its place was his true shape, the slime, but not the simple sphere Harry remembered from his earliest days. This Rimuru was armored, his translucent body wrapped in layers of hardened magic that shifted and flowed like liquid metal. Within that armor, Harry could see power gathering, controlled, focused, immense. You look different, Harry said, walking to the center of the ground. I am different. Rimuru's voice came from everywhere at once. The form I usually show you is for comfort, for familiarity. This, his armored body pulsed. This is what I become when I need to be sure of victory. Today, I need to be sure of you. Harry nodded slowly. Then he let his own transformation take hold. The partial awakening had changed how his hybrid form manifested. Where before it had been chaotic, overwhelming, now it came smoothly, a controlled evolution rather than an eruption. His features sharpened. His eyes blazed silver green. Horns curved from his temples, and wings of pure light unfurled behind him. He was beautiful and terrible, and he had never felt more himself. Rimuru's armored form shifted, not in surprise, but in acknowledgement. Good. Very good. Now, power gathered around him. Show me what you've become. Dash dash dash. The first exchange was over before Harry could process it. One moment Rimuru was 50 feet away. The next, he was there asterisk, a fist of condensed slime driving toward Harry's chest with enough force to shatter stone. Harry's instincts screamed. His body moved. He flowed around the strike. Not dodging, flowing. His hybrid form responded to the attack before his conscious mind could direct it, muscles and magic working in perfect harmony. The fist passed through empty space where Harry's chest had been, and Harry's counter came instantly, a blade of silver-green light aimed at Rimuru's core. Rimuru absorbed it. The blade vanished into his armored body without resistance, its magic consumed rather than blocked. Harry felt the loss of power like a physical tug, his skill recognizing what had happened. He ate my spell. Just absorbed it like nothing. Asterisk. Good instincts, Rimuru's voice came from everywhere. But you're thinking too much. Feel the battle. Don't analyze it. Easy for him to say. Harry's skills were built on analysis. Predator of spells, arcane analysis, even his territory sense, all of them worked by understanding, by breaking things down into components, by finding patterns in chaos. To stop analyzing was to fight blind. But Rimuru wasn't wrong. In the moment between thoughts, Harry felt the next attack coming. Not through analysis, through instinct. The shift in Rimuru's magical signature. The gathering of power at his periphery. The way the air itself seemed to draw back in anticipation. Harry moved before the attack manifested. A barrage of energy bolts, dozens of them, each powerful enough to level a building, streaked through where he'd been standing. Harry was already elsewhere, his wings carrying him above the assault, his eyes tracking Rimuru's position with predator precision. He's faster than me, stronger, more experienced, but I can see his patterns. I can predict his movements. Asterisk. The thought was analysis, but it was also something more. Integration. Harry wasn't just observing Rimuru's techniques, he was making them part of his understanding, building a model of how the Slime Lord fought, what he favored, where his blind spots might be. Rimuru's armored form paused. Interesting. You're learning as we fight. Something like approval colored his voice. Good. Keep going. The battle intensified. Dash dash dash. They clashed across the training ground, a blur of motion and magic that would have been invisible to normal eyes. Rimuru's attacks were relentless, fists and energy bolts and techniques Harry had never seen, drawn from depths of experience that spanned centuries. Harry's responses were desperate, instinctive, growing. Each exchange taught him something new. Rimuru's speed had patterns, accelerations and decelerations that followed predictable curves. His magic had signatures, ways of gathering power that telegraphed his intentions. His defenses had gaps, moments when his attention shifted, when his focus narrowed, when he became vulnerable. Harry exploited each discovery mercilessly. He scored first, a glancing blow across Rimuru's armored shoulder that left a silver-green mark. Then another, a strike to the Slime Lord's flank that made him shift in surprise. Then a third, a direct hit to his core that should have meant something. Rimuru absorbed it all. You're adapting, he observed, not even breathing hard. Good. But adaptation isn't enough. You need to create. Create what? Harry's mind raced even as his body continued to move, to dodge, to counter. Create a technique Rimuru couldn't absorb. Create a pattern he couldn't predict. Create an opening. Asterisk. Not in Rimuru's defenses, in the battle itself. A moment when both of them were off balance, when the rhythm of combat shifted, when something new could emerge. Harry stopped fighting. For one heartbeat, two, he simply stopped. His wings folded. His guard dropped. His eyes closed. Rimuru's next attack, a devastating strike aimed at Harry's center, froze inches from impact. What? Harry moved. Not away from the attack, into it. His hand closed around Rimuru's fist, and for the first time in the battle, he absorbed. Predator of Spells reached out and took, not the power of the attack, but its structure. The technique Rimuru had used. The way he'd gathered energy. The pattern of the strike. In that moment of contact, Harry understood. He released Rimuru's fist and flowed backward, wings spreading, eyes blazing. Silver-green light gathered around him, not in attack, but in imitation. He raised his hand, and the technique Rimuru had used, the devastating strike, formed in his palm. Rimuru stared. You learned my technique. In a single contact. His voice held wonder. Harry, that's. Harry released it. The strike shot toward Rimuru, identical in every way to the one that had almost landed moments before. Rimuru caught it, not absorbing, but blocking, his armored form actually having to work to stop the attack. You're not just analyzing anymore, he said slowly. You're becoming. Taking what you learn and making it your own. That's. He paused, then laughed, a genuine laugh, full of pride and amazement. That's exactly what I needed to see. The battle continued, but something had shifted. Rimuru no longer held back, if he ever truly had, but his attacks were different now. More probing, more educational. He was testing Harry's limits, pushing him to discover new capabilities, new applications of his skills. And Harry rose to meet each challenge. When Rimuru used area attacks designed to overwhelm through sheer volume, Harry's territory expanded, claiming space and neutralizing the threat. When Rimuru tried psychological pressure, attacks designed to intimidate rather than harm, Harry's hybrid form stabilized, becoming more solid, more present. When Rimuru attempted to outlast him, to wait for his reserves to deplete, Harry drew on the Demon Lord seed and endured. Hours passed. The sun climbed toward its zenith, then began its descent. The training ground bore the marks of their battle, scorch marks and craters in places where the enchanted stone had actually melted. But still they fought, two beings pushing each other towards something neither could articulate. Finally, as the afternoon shadows lengthened, Rimuru stepped back. Enough. Harry stopped mid-motion, his wings slowly folding. His hybrid form flickered, he was exhausted, more exhausted than he'd ever been, his reserves nearly depleted. But he was still standing. Still. Conscious. Still himself. Enough. He repeated. Rimuru's armored form dissolved, reforming into the human shape Harry knew so well. He was breathing hard, something Harry had never seen before, and his silver blue eyes held depths of emotion. Enough, he confirmed. You've passed. Past what? Rimuru walked forward, closing the distance between them. When he spoke, his voice was thick. The test. My test. I needed to know if you were ready, truly ready, for what comes next. For the evolution ceremony. For becoming a full Demon Lord. He placed his hands on Harry's shoulders, meeting his eyes. And you are. More than ready. You faced me at full strength and you adapted. You learned. You grew. You didn't break. Harry's hybrid form finally failed, dissolving back into his normal body. He swayed, and Rimuru caught him, holding him steady. I wasn't sure, Harry admitted quietly. When you said you wouldn't hold back, I wasn't sure I could handle it. Neither was I. Rimuru's smile was brilliant through the emotion. But you did. You handled it and more. You showed me things I've never seen in any fighter, any student, any being I've ever trained. He pulled Harry into a hug, tight, warm, proud. You're ready, Harry. Ready for the ceremony. Ready to become what you were always meant to be. Harry hugged back, his face pressed against Rimuru's chest, his exhausted body finally allowing itself to rest. What happens now? He asked. Now we prepare. The evolution ceremony isn't simple, it requires planning, resources, the participation of everyone in Tempest. It'll take time to arrange. Rimuru's voice rumbled above him. But when it's ready, when the moment comes, you'll stand before our people and choose to awaken. Not because you have to. Because you want to. Because you're ready. Harry nodded against Rimuru's chest. I'm ready, he whispered. I'm ready. They walked back to the city as the sun set, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold. Tempest was waiting, not anxiously, but expectantly. Word of the test had spread, and beings lined the streets as Harry passed. Goblins bowed. Ogres saluted. Keegan nodded with solemn pride. Even the children stopped their games to watch the boy who had fought Rimuru Tempest to a standstill. Harry felt their gazes like weights, but not crushing weights. Supporting weights. The weight of a community that believed in him. At the city's center, Shuna waited with healing supplies and warm food. Benimaru stood beside her, his expression unreadable but his eyes bright. Hikuro leaned on his sword, ancient and eternal, watching Harry with something like satisfaction. You did well, the old master said as Harry approached. I watched what I could. Your forms were acceptable. Coming from Hikuro, that was high praise indeed. Thank you, master. Shuna swept forward, her healing magic already probing his exhausted body. You're depleted, magically and physically. We need to get you fed, rested, and monitored overnight. She shot a look at Rimuru that held gentle reproach. You pushed him hard. He needed it. Rimuru's voice was unapologetic, and he rose to meet it. Shuna huffed, but her hands were gentle as she guided Harry toward the healing house. Come. Food first, then rest. We can discuss ceremonies tomorrow. Harry went willingly, his body finally acknowledging the depth of his exhaustion. But as he walked, he couldn't help looking back at the training ground, at the scarred stone, the melted patches, the evidence of what he'd done. I fought Rimuru, he thought. I fought him and I didn't lose. I learned from him. I grew. The Demon Lord seed pulsed gently in his core, not hungrily, not urgently, but with readiness. It knew what was coming. It was prepared. And so, for the first time, was Harry. That night, lying in his bed in the healing house, Harry couldn't sleep. Not from pain or fear, from anticipation. The ceremony. The full evolution. Becoming something more than he'd ever been. It loomed in his future like a mountain waiting to be climbed. What's it like? He asked the darkness. Becoming a demon lord. Rimuru's voice came from the doorway. He'd been sitting there for hours, keeping watch. I can't tell you. Every evolution is different. Every being experiences it uniquely. A pause. But I can tell you what it felt like for me. Harry turned to look at him. It felt like, becoming more myself. Like every limitation I'd ever accepted was suddenly gone, and I could finally see who I'd always been beneath them. Rimuru's silver blue eyes reflected the faint light. It was terrifying and wonderful and absolutely right. Were you scared? Terrified. But I had people who believed in me. People who supported me. People who reminded me, when the fear got too heavy, that I wasn't alone. Rimuru smiled. Just like you have now. Harry was quiet for a long moment. I'm glad you're here, he finally said. I'm glad you found me in that forest. I'm glad you chose me. Rimuru rose, crossing to the bed and sitting on its edge. I'm glad too, Harry. Every day, I'm glad. He stayed until Harry's eyes finally closed, until sleep claimed the exhausted boy, until the first light of dawn began to touch the horizon. Then he rose and went to prepare for what was coming. The ceremony would be soon. And Harry Tempest would become something the world had never seen. Chapter 10. Evolution Ceremony. The day began in silence. Harry woke before dawn, as he always did, but something was different. The air itself felt charged, expectant, waiting, holding its breath. Through his window, he could see Tempest stirring in unusual patterns. Goblins moving with purpose rather than routine. Ogres standing at attention rather than lounging. Keegan gathering in small groups, their expressions solemn. Today was the day. He dressed slowly, deliberately, in clothes Shuna had left for him. Robes of deep blue trimmed with silver, fabrics that shifted with subtle enchantments, garments worthy of ceremony. They fit perfectly, as everything in Tempest did, and when he looked in the mirror, he barely recognized the boy staring back. Almost 10 years old now. Taller than when he'd arrived. Stronger. His eyes held that permanent faint glow, and when he concentrated, he could see the subtle sharpening of his features that marked his hybrid nature. The horns were hidden, they only emerged when he summoned them, but he could feel them waiting beneath his skin, ready. Today, he thought. Today I become what I was always meant to be. Asterisk. A knock at his door. Harry. Shuna's voice, soft and warm. It's time. The procession formed at the city's center. Every being in Tempest had gathered, goblins and ogres, Kijin and lizardmen, dwarves and humans who had made this place their home. They lined the streets in silent ranks, their eyes fixed on the boy who walked among them. Harry moved slowly, deliberately, letting them see him. This was important, Rimuru had explained. The ceremony wasn't just about Harry, it was about them. About the community that had accepted him, nurtured him, become his family. They needed to witness his evolution, to share in its power, to understand that when he rose, they rose with him. So he walked. Past the goblin quarters, where Goba stood with her warriors, their expressions proud. Past the ogre training ground, where Albus waited with her people, their massive forms still as stone. Past the Kijin compound, where Benimaru and Hakuroan, Shuna's family watched with ancient eyes. And at the procession's end, at the heart of Tempest where the magicules flowed thickest, Rimuru waited. He was in his human form, but more, robes of office, an aura of power carefully contained, eyes that held millennia of experience. Beside him, a platform had been raised, its surface carved with runes that Harry's skills identified immediately. Evolution arrays. Catalysts for transformation. Structures designed to channel and direct the power of awakening. Harry Tempest. Rimuru's voice carried across the silent crowd. Today you stand before us not as a child, not as a student, but as one who has proven himself worthy of choice. The seed within you has awakened. The power within you has grown. And now, the time has come to decide what you will become. Harry stepped onto the platform. The runes reacted, flaring with silver-green light that matched his own glow. He felt them connecting to his core, to the Demon Lord's seed, to every layer of his evolved soul. They weren't forcing anything. They were asking, inviting, offering structure for what was to come. You have choices before you, Rimuru continued. You can reject the evolution, remain as you are, partial and waiting. You can accept it fully, become what the seed offers, become a demon lord in truth. Or you can shape it, use your skills, your understanding, your will to guide the transformation into something uniquely yours. Harry's eyes widened. He hadn't known there were choices. Had assumed the evolution would happen to him, not through him. But of course Rimuru had prepared this. Of course there were options. Shape it, he thought. Make it mine. Not just accept what the seed offers, but become what I choose to become. Asterisk. Predator of spells stirred in recognition. Yes, it seemed to say. Yes, this is the path. Asterisk. I understand, Harry said aloud. His voice carried, amplified by the runes, by the ceremony, by the attention of every being in Tempest. I choose to shape my evolution. I choose to become not just a demon lord, but an arcane demon lord. One who rules through understanding, not force. Through creation, not destruction. Through protection, not domination. The runes blazed, and the evolution began. Power erupted from Harry's core. Not uncontrolled this time, channeled. The runes guided it, shaped it, gave it structure. The Demon Lord seed opened, releasing energy that had been waiting since the partial awakening. And Harry's skills, predator of spells, arcane analysis, his territory sense, all of them expanded, growing with the power that flooded through them. His hybrid form manifested instantly. Horns sharper than before, wings wider, eyes that blazed like twin suns. But this time, the transformation didn't stop there. It continued, pushed by his will, shaped by his choices. His robes dissolved into light, reforming his armor, not heavy plate, but something lighter, more flexible. Silver-green energy wove through it in patterns that shifted constantly, spells and structures visible to any who could perceive them. Around his head, a corona of light formed, not a halo, but something more complex. Arcane sigils orbited slowly, each one representing a different aspect of his power. The sigil for analysis, for absorption, For reconstruction. For territory. For protection. For choice. His wings multiplied. Where before there had been one pair, now there were three, each of pure light, each inscribed with patterns that shifted and flowed. They didn't just carry him, they expressed him. His nature made manifest. And at the center of it all, Harry Tempest hung suspended in silver-green radiance, his eyes closed, his face serene, as the evolution remade him from core to skin. The surge of magicules hit Tempest like a wave. Every being in the city felt it, felt him. Harry's power washed over them, through them, into them, and where it passed, things changed. Goblins felt their magic sharpen. Ogres felt their strength deepen. Even the youngest children, those with no magical ability at all, felt a warmth that spoke of protection, of belonging, of home. The wave spread beyond the city. Into the Jura forest, where ancient trees shivered with new life. Into the surrounding territories, where beings paused in their daily routines, sensing something momentous occurring. Into the very fabric of the world, where the magicules themselves seemed to recognize what was happening and approve. At the wave's center, Harry opened his eyes. They were different now, not just glowing, but luminous. Silver-green orbs that held depths of understanding, that saw not just the physical world but the magical structures beneath it. He looked at Tempest, at his people, at Rimuru, and saw them in ways he never had before. Their hopes, their fears, their dreams, their connections to each other, to the city, to him. He saw the web of relationships that made Tempest a community, and he understood, finally, what it meant to be part of something larger than himself. "I see," he whispered. "I see everything." His voice carried, not through amplification, but through resonance. Every being in Tempest heard him, felt him, knew him in that moment. And they answered. Not in words, in feeling. In acceptance. In love. The web of relationships that Harry perceived suddenly lit up with Wei Ying, with connection, with the shared understanding of a community witnessing one of their own become something greater. Harry Tempest, the Arcane Demon Lord, opened his arms to embrace them all. The evolution lasted hours. Time moved strangely in the ceremony's grip, moments stretching into eternities, eternities compressing into heartbeats. Harry experienced it all. Every cell remaking itself, every magical pathway restructuring, every layer of his soul integrating into a cohesive whole. He felt the poison from his scar, the darkness that had once threatened to claim him, become fully integrated. Not destroyed, not removed, but transformed. It was part of him now, a shadow to complement his light, a depth to balance his heights. Without it, he would be incomplete. With it, he was whole. He felt his skills evolving alongside him. Arcane analysis became arcane truth, the ability to perceive not just structures, but essences. To understand not just how magic worked, but why. To see to the heart of any spell, any technique, any being. Predator of spells became arcane heart, the ability to absorb not just magic, but meaning. To take the essence of what he learned and make it part of himself without losing its original nature. To become a living library of magical knowledge that grew with each encounter. His territory became arcane domain, a space that followed him wherever he went, carrying his rules with him. No longer bound to a physical location, it wrapped around him like a second skin, extending his influence wherever he chose. And at the core of it all, the Demon Lord seed had bloomed. Not into something separate, into something integrated. It was no longer a seed waiting to grow. It was the foundation of his being, the source of his power, the anchor of his existence. He was a Demon Lord now, in truth and in name. The Arcane Demon Lord. When the evolution finally completed, Harry descended slowly to the platform. His wings folded, becoming part of his aura rather than physical extensions. His horns remained, smaller now, more subtle, but present. His eyes held their luminous quality, and the arcane sigils continued to orbit his head, silent guardians of his power. He looked right, complete, as if he'd always been meant to look this way. Rimuru approached slowly, his silver blue eyes glistening. "Harry," he said. His voice cracked. "Harry, I'm me." Harry's voice was calm, certain, himself. Just more. Just complete. Rimuru pulled him into an embrace that lifted him from the platform, that crushed him against a chest that held back nothing. Around them, the crowd erupted, not in polite applause, but in celebration. Cheers and shouts and laughter and tears, all mingling into a wave of sound that washed over the city. You did it, Rimuru whispered against his hair. You actually did it. You became exactly what you chose to become. Harry hugged back, his arms wrapped around the being who had saved him, chosen him, loved him. We did it, he corrected. I couldn't have done this without you. Without any of them. He pulled back slightly, looking out at the celebrating crowd. Without Tempest. Rimuru nodded, understanding. Together, they turned to face the people. The Arcane Demon Lord and the Slime Demon Lord, standing side by side. And Tempest roared its approval. The celebration lasted 3 days. Feasting and dancing and storytelling, games for the children and contests for the adults and moments of quiet connection for those who needed them. Harry moved through it all, accepting congratulations, receiving gifts, letting himself be seen by the community that had become his family. Gobta found him on the second day, pulling him aside from the crowds. You're different, the young goblin said, studying him with exaggerated suspicion. More glow why? Harry laughed. I'm still me. I know. That's the weird part. Gobta's expression softened into something rare, genuine emotion without the usual bravado. You could have become anything. Anyone. But you chose to stay you. That's pretty amazing, Harry. Harry didn't know what to say. So he did what friends do, he pulled Gobta into a hug, ignoring the younger goblin's sputtered protests. Thank you, he whispered. For being my first friend. For teaching me how to play. For not caring that I was different. Gobta's arms wrapped around him awkwardly. Someone had to. You were hopeless at it. They pulled apart, laughing, and returned to the celebration. On the third day, Rimuru found Harry sitting alone at the edge of the training ground, watching the stars. Thinking. Harry nodded. About everything. About how different my life is now from what it was. About how I almost didn't get this chance. He looked up at Rimuru. About how grateful I am. Rimuru sat beside him, their shoulders touching. I'm grateful too, he said quietly. For the day I felt that rift open. For the moment I found you in the forest. For every choice you've made since then. He paused, then added, you're my son, Harry. In every way that matters. And I'm so proud of who you've become. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes, happy tears, grateful tears, tears for a boy who had once slept in a cupboard and never dreamed of this. I love you, he whispered. I've never had anyone to say that to before. But I love you. Like a father. Like family. Rimuru's arm wrapped around his shoulders, pulling him close. I love you too, Harry. Always. They sat together, watching the stars, as the celebration continued behind them and the future stretched before them. The Arcane Demon Lord had arisen. And his story was only beginning. Chapter 11. Law Rewriter. The morning after the celebration ended, Harry woke to a world that felt fundamentally different. Not the world itself. Tempest was the same city it had been, with the same buildings and streets and people going about their daily routines. But Harry's perception of it had transformed. Where before he had seen magic as structures to be analyzed, now he saw it as language, a living, breathing system of meaning that could be read, understood, and written. He lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, and let his new awareness spread. The enchantments in the room, Shuna's gentle healing wards, the temperature regulation spells, the subtle protections woven into the walls, all of them spoke to him now. Not in words, but in patterns. He understood not just what they did, but why they did it. The intentions of their creators. The assumptions built into their design. The possibilities they hadn't considered. I can change this, he realized. Not just use it, change it. Rewrite it. The thought was intoxicating and terrifying in equal measure. He rose and dressed, his movements automatic while his mind raced. If he could rewrite enchantments, could he rewrite spells in progress? Could he rewrite the fundamental laws of magic within his domain? Could he, the thought sent a chill down his spine, rewrite the magical nature of beings? Careful, he warned himself. Power without wisdom is just destruction waiting to happen. Rimuru's voice echoed in his memory. The fact that you recognize the danger is the best protection against it. He would need to be careful. To test limits. To understand exactly what he could do before he did anything irreversible. The training ground called. The morning was cold, winter's grip still firm on the forest, but Harry barely noticed. He stood at the center of the empty circle, letting his domain expand around him. The arcane domain, his personal territory, now portable and responsive, spread outward like ripples in still water, claiming the space as his own. Within this space, Harry's rules applied. He tested it first with simple things. A basic light spell, cast by an invisible projection of his will. Within the domain, he could see its structure clearly, every thread of magic, every assumption built into its design. He reached out mentally and tweaked one of those assumptions. The light changed color, from white to silver green. Simple. He tweaked another assumption, the spell's duration. Instead of fading after minutes, it stabilized, becoming permanent as long as he maintained the domain. Still simple. He tried something more complex. A fire spell, one he'd learned from Benimaru's demonstrations. Within the domain, its structure was visible, the way it gathered heat, the way it shaped flame, the way it burned. Harry reached into that structure and rewrote the burning. The fire that erupted from his palm was cool. Not cold, that would have been a different modification. But cool enough to touch, to hold, to examine without fear. The flames danced across his skin, beautiful and harmless, while their structure screamed that they should be consuming him. I changed the law, Harry thought, wonder flooding through him. Asterisk in this space, I changed the fundamental nature of fire. It obeys my rules now, not the world's. Asterisk. He dismissed the spell and stood quietly, processing. The implications were staggering. Within his domain, he could nullify hostile magic instantly, just rewrite its assumptions until it couldn't function. He could protect allies by modifying spells aimed at them. He could create new magical phenomena that shouldn't exist according to normal laws. But the responsibility was equally staggering. If he rewrote too much, too carelessly, he could create instability. Magical chain reactions. Unintended consequences that might ripple far beyond his domain. And if he ever let the power corrupt him, if he started rewriting beings instead of spells, he would become exactly what he'd sworn not to become. A tyrant, he thought. A monster who imposes his will on others because he can. Asterisk. He wouldn't let that happen. He wouldn't. Rimuru found him still standing in the training ground, hours later, his expression troubled. You've been here all morning. The Slime Lord approached cautiously, his senses clearly working to understand what Harry had become. I felt disturbances. Small ones. Like someone was testing the boundaries of reality. Harry nodded slowly. I was testing what I can do now. And, Harry explained, the light spell, the fire, the way he'd rewritten fundamental assumptions within his domain. Rimuru listened without interrupting, his expression shifting through several emotions, wonder, concern, pride, caution. When you say, rewrote assumptions, he asked finally, what exactly do you mean? Harry considered how to explain. Every spell is built on assumptions. Fire should burn, light should fade, magic should follow certain rules. Those assumptions are so basic that most casters never even think about them, they're just part of how magic works. He paused, gathering his thoughts. But within my domain, I can see those assumptions. And I can change them. Not the spell's effects, the rules the spell follows. I can make fire that doesn't burn. Light that doesn't fade. Magic that doesn't follow the normal laws. Rimuru was quiet for a long moment. Harry, do you understand what you're describing? His voice was careful, measured. You're not just modifying spells. You're rewriting reality. Within your domain, you have authority over magical truth itself. I know. Harry's voice was small. And I'm scared, Rimuru. What if I misuse it? What if I change something I can't change back? What if? Stop. Rimuru's hand on his shoulder cut through the spiral. Those fears are exactly why you won't misuse it. The beings who abuse power like this, they never question themselves. They never worry about consequences. The very fact that you're afraid proves you're worthy of the power. Harry looked up at him, seeking reassurance. How do I use it responsibly? Slowly, carefully, with constant awareness of the consequences. Rimuru smiled. And with help. You're not alone in this, Harry. You have me, you have Shuna, you have Benimaru and Hikuro and everyone in Tempest. We'll help you learn your limits, test your abilities, understand exactly what you can do. And we'll stop you if you ever go too far. The words settled something in Harry's chest, a knot of fear he hadn't realized he was carrying. Okay, he said. Okay. We'll learn together. The weeks that followed were dedicated to exploration. Harry tested his abilities systematically, with Rimuru and the others observing, recording, analyzing. They established protocols for each experiment, containment measures, emergency responses, clear definitions of success and failure. The results were extraordinary. Within his domain, Harry could nullify any hostile spell instantly. Not by blocking it, by rewriting it. He reached into the spell's structure, found its assumptions, and changed them until the spell couldn't function. Shields crumbled. Attacks dissipated. Curses became harmless light. He could also enhance friendly magic. Ally spells, cast within his domain, became stronger, more efficient, more responsive. He could modify them on the fly, adjusting their effects to match changing circumstances. Healers found their magic reaching deeper. Warriors found their enhancements lasting longer. Crafters found their enchantments taking hold more cleanly. But the most surprising discovery came accidentally. A visiting merchant, passing through Tempest, had brought magical goods from distant lands. One of them, a simple protection charm, was flawed. Not intentionally, but through poor craftsmanship. Its assumptions were wrong, leading to instability that would eventually cause it to fail catastrophically. Harry, passing by the merchant's stall, sensed the flaw immediately. Without thinking, he reached out, not with his domain, but with his awareness. The charm was feet away, outside his personal territory. But his new understanding of magical structure didn't require proximity. He could see the flaw clearly, could trace its implications, could imagine how to fix it. And in imagining, he fixed it. The charm's structure shifted. The flaw smoothed out. The assumptions corrected themselves. The merchant blinked, looking at the charm in confusion, clearly sensing that something had changed but not understanding what. Harry stared at his hands. I did that, he whispered. From here. Without my domain. Rimuru, who had been observing from nearby, approached quickly. What happened? Harry explained. The charm, the flaw, the correction. The fact that he'd rewritten magical structure without his domain's support. This is new, Rimuru said slowly. This is beyond anything we've tested. You're not just a law rewriter within your territory anymore, you're becoming one everywhere. The domain is expanding conceptually, not just physically. What does that mean? It means your authority over magic is becoming part of your fundamental nature. Not something you do, but something you are. Wherever you go, whatever you do, magic will increasingly recognize you as someone who can change its rules. Rimuru's expression was serious. This is both a gift and a burden, Harry. The power to rewrite magical laws is the power to reshape reality itself. You have to be careful, more careful than any being in existence. Harry looked at the charm, now stable and safe, and nodded slowly. I understand. I'll be careful. The first real test came a month later. A neighboring kingdom, hearing rumors of Tempest's growing power, sent a delegation to negotiate, but the delegation was a cover. Hidden among their number were mages tasked with assessing Tempest's defenses, identifying weaknesses, preparing for eventual invasion. Harry sensed them the moment they entered the city. Their spells were subtle, designed to be undetectable by normal means. But to Harry's evolved perception, they blazed like beacons. Every assessment charm, every mapping spell, every whispered communication back to their homeland, all of it was visible to him, readable, understandable. He could have stopped them immediately. Nullified their spells, exposed their mission, had them arrested. It would have been easy. Instead, he watched. He tracked every spell they cast, every observation they made, every bit of information they gathered. He learned their techniques, their assumptions, their intentions. And when they finally left, carrying what they thought was a complete picture of Tempest's defenses, Harry smiled. Because he'd rewritten their spells. Every assessment they'd made was wrong. Every weakness they'd identified was false. Every bit of intelligence they carried back to their kingdom was carefully crafted misinformation, designed to lead them into catastrophic overconfidence. They hadn't even noticed. That night, Rimuru found him in his workshop, reviewing the modifications he'd made. You rewrote their spells without them knowing, he said. It wasn't a question. Harry nodded. They came to spy. I let them spy on what I wanted them to see. And if they'd been more aggressive, if they'd attacked, then I would have nullified them. But they didn't. Harry looked up, his luminous eyes calm. I wanted to see if I could do it, change magic at a distance, subtly, without anyone noticing. It worked. Rimuru was quiet for a moment. Then he laughed, a warm, proud sound. You're becoming a diplomat, Harry. A strategist. Someone who thinks beyond the immediate threat to the long-term consequences. He sat beside him, looking at the same records. That's rare. That's valuable. Any being can learn to fight. Learning to think, that's something else entirely. Harry absorbed the praise, letting it warm him. I just didn't want to start a war, he said quietly. If I'd exposed them, their kingdom would have been humiliated. They might have attacked out of pride instead of strategy. Better to let them think they succeeded and make their failure inevitable. Rimuru's smile was brilliant. You're 10 years old, he said. And you're thinking like a ruler. Harry Tempest, I could not be more proud. The months that followed established Harry's reputation. Not as the Arcane Demon Lord, that title was known but rarely used. Not as Rimuru's adopted son, though that was common knowledge. But as the being who could fix things. Who could look at a flawed enchantment and make it right? Who could examine a failing spell and restore its strength? Who could, when necessary, reach into hostile magic and unmake it without violence? Goblins brought him their most difficult crafting projects. Ogres asked him to review their combat enchantments. Even neighboring nations, hearing rumors of his abilities, sent magical artifacts for his assessment, carefully, respectfully, with appropriate gifts and acknowledgments of his status. Harry accepted each request as an opportunity to learn. Every flawed spell taught him something about magical assumptions. Every broken enchantment revealed new aspects of magical structure. Every successful repair expanded his understanding of what was possible. And through it all, he remained careful. He never rewrote a living being's magical nature. Never imposed his will on another's fundamental self. The power was there, he could feel it, could imagine how it might work, but he held back. Some lines, once crossed, could never be uncrossed. Rimuru watched his restraint with growing satisfaction. You're doing it, he said one evening, as they sat together watching the sunset. You're holding the power without letting it hold you. Because you taught me. Harry leaned against him, comfortable in their shared silence. Because you showed me that power without wisdom is just destruction. I won't forget that. Rimuru's arm wrapped around his shoulders. I know you won't. That's why I'm not afraid. Winter melted into spring. Spring warmed into summer. And Harry Tempest, the Arcane Demon Lord, continued to grow, not just in power, but in wisdom, in restraint, in understanding. The Law Rewriter had become a guardian. And the world was safer for it. Chapter 12. Diplomatic Crisis. The messengers arrived at dawn. Harry felt them before he saw them, 3 riders approaching Tempest's eastern gate, their magical signatures flaring with a mixture of fear and determination. They carried official seals, the kind that demanded attention, and their horses were lathered from hard riding. Something had happened. He was at the gate before they arrived, his presence drawing curious glances from the morning guards. The riders reined in sharply when they saw him, a boy with luminous eyes and arcane sigils orbiting his head, waiting with the patience of someone who had nothing to prove. I am Harry Tempest, he said, his voice calm. State your business. The lead rider, a woman with gray streaking her hair and exhaustion etched into every line of her face, dismounted stiffly. I bear a message for Lord Rimuru Tempest, from the Council of the Western Kingdoms. Urgent. Lives depend on it. Harry nodded, already turning. Follow me. The council chamber filled quickly as word spread. Rimuru sat at its head, his expression unreadable. Beside him, Harry occupied a seat that had been added months ago, recognition of his status, his role, his place in Tempest's hierarchy. Benimaru and Shuna flanked them. Representatives from every major faction within Tempest filled the remaining spaces. The messenger stood at the chamber's center, her scroll held before her like a shield. Speak, Rimuru commanded. She unrolled the scroll and began to read. To Rimuru Tempest, Lord of the Monster Nation, and to the being known as Harry Tempest, the Arcane Demon Lord. Know that your recent evolution has not gone unnoticed. The Western Kingdoms have watched your nation's growth with increasing concern. The existence of 2 demon lords within a single territory threatens the balance of power that has maintained peace for centuries. Therefore, we demand. First, that Harry Tempest submit to examination by our appointed mages, to determine the true extent of his power and intentions. Asterisk. Second, that Tempest agree to limit the expansion of its territory to its current boundaries, with no further growth westward. Asterisk. Third, that both demon lords provide regular reports of their activities to a council of neutral observers, to ensure they do not pose a threat to neighboring nations. Asterisk. Failure to comply with these demands within 30 days will be considered an act of aggression, and will be met with appropriate force. Asterisk. Signed, the Council of 12, representing the Western Kingdoms. Asterisk. Silence filled the chamber. Then chaos erupted. Demands. Benimaru was on his feet, his hand on his sword. They dare make demands of us. Examination. Shuna's voice was cold. They want to treat Harry like a specimen to be studied. Limit expansion. Gobta's contribution was less articulate but equally passionate. We'll show them expansion. Rimuru raised a hand. Silence fell instantly. The messenger, he said quietly, is not responsible for her master's words. She will be given food, rest, and safe conduct back to her people. We will formulate a response and deliver it within the week. The messenger looked relieved. Thank you, Lord Rimuru. I argued against this course. My voice was not heard. I assumed as much. Rimuru's expression softened slightly. Go. Rest. You have done your duty. When she had gone, escorted by guards who were careful not to touch her roughly, Rimuru turned to the assembled council. Thoughts. The discussion raged for hours. Some advocated immediate rejection of the demands, a show of force that would remind the Western Kingdoms exactly who they were dealing with. Others counseled diplomacy, negotiation, a chance to explain that Harry posed no threat. A few, very few, suggested compromise, accepting some conditions while rejecting others. Throughout it all, Harry was silent. He listened to every argument, analyzed every position, understood every fear behind every word. The Western Kingdoms were afraid, that was clear. Two demon lords in one nation threatened their understanding of how power worked. They lashed out from fear, not from malice. But fear could be just as dangerous as malice. Finally, when the arguments had cycled through several times without resolution, Harry stood. Everyone fell silent. I'll go, he said. The words hung in the air like a physical presence. You'll what? Rimuru's voice was sharp. To the Western Kingdoms. To their council. I'll go and let them examine me, not as a specimen, but as a demonstration. I'll show them what I am, what I can do, and most importantly, what I won't do. Harry's voice was calm, certain. Fear comes from ignorance. If they understand me, they won't need to fear me. Harry, Rimuru stopped, visibly collecting himself. That's incredibly dangerous. They could imprison you. Could try to use you. They could try. Harry's eyes flickered with silver-green light. But I'm not the boy who fell through a rift anymore. I'm an arcane demon lord. And within my domain, which goes where I go, their magic can't touch me unless I allow it. Another silence. He's right, Benimaru said slowly. About the fear, I mean. The Western Kingdoms aren't evil, they're scared. And scared nations do stupid things. If Harry can calm that fear. Or they could see his power and become more scared, Shuna countered. The unknown is frightening. But a known demon lord, standing in their midst, demonstrating abilities they can't match. That could be worse. Harry shook his head. Not if I show them restraint. Not if I let them see that I choose not to use my power against them. That's the key, choice. They need to understand that I have power, yes, but that I also have limits I've set for myself. That I'm not a threat because I decide not to be. Rimuru stared at him for a long moment. When did you become so wise? He asked finally. Harry smiled, a real smile, warm and young despite everything. I had good teachers. The decision was made. Harry would go to the Western Kingdoms, accompanied by a small delegation, Benimaru for protection, Shuna for healing and counsel, and a handful of others chosen for their diplomatic skills. Rimuru would remain in Tempest, both to govern and to serve as a deterrent against any who might see Harry's absence as an opportunity. The journey would take 5 days each way. The examination would take another 3. Total absence, nearly 2 weeks. Harry spent the preparation time quietly. He visited his workshop, ensuring his experiments were stable in his absence. He trained with Hikuro, sharpening skills he hoped not to need. He played with Gobta and the other children, storing up memories of laughter to carry with him. And on the last night, he sat with Rimuru, watching the stars. I'm scared, he admitted quietly. Not of them, of what I might do if they push too hard. If they threaten you, or Tempest, or anyone I love. The power inside me, it wants to protect. And protection can become destruction if I'm not careful. Rimuru's arm wrapped around his shoulders. That's why you're the right one to go. Because you're scared. Because you understand the stakes. Because you'll be careful. He paused, then added, and because I trust you, Harry. Completely. Whatever happens, whatever choices you have to make, I trust you to make the right ones. Harry leaned into the embrace, drawing strength from it. I'll come back, he promised. I'll come back, and I'll bring peace with me. I know you will. The delegation departed at dawn. Harry rode at its center, his hybrid form carefully suppressed, horns hidden, wings folded into his aura, eyes dimmed to their normal glow. He wanted to appear approachable, non-threatening, young. Let them see a boy, not a demon lord. Let them wonder how such a child could inspire such fear. The journey passed without incident. Villages and towns watched them pass with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Word had spread, clearly, the Demon Lord of Tempest was coming, and no one knew quite what to expect. Harry nodded to those who met his gaze, offered small waves to children who stared, and otherwise kept his presence as calm as possible. On the 5th day, they reached the capital. The Council of 12 met in a vast hall, its architecture speaking of centuries of tradition. Representatives from each kingdom sat in raised seats, their expressions ranging from hostile to curious to genuinely frightened. At the hall's center, a single chair waited, clearly intended for Harry. He walked to it without hesitation and sat. Benimaru and Shuna positioned themselves behind him, their presence a reminder that he was not alone. The council members shifted uncomfortably, clearly unused to being faced so directly. Harry Tempest, the eldest counselor, began, a woman with iron-gray hair and eyes that had seen too much. You come before us in response to our demands. I come before you in response to your fear. Harry's voice carried clearly through the hall. Your demands were born of fear, fear of the unknown, fear of power you don't understand, fear of what I might become. I'm here to address that fear directly. Murmurs rippled through the council. You admit you're feared? Another counselor asked, a man with hard eyes and harder mouth. I'd be insulted if I wasn't. Harry smiled slightly. I am a demon lord. I have power that most beings can only imagine. If you weren't afraid of me, you'd be fools. But fear doesn't have to lead to conflict. Fear can lead to understanding, if we let it. And you're here to help us understand. The gray-haired counselor's voice held skepticism. Yes. Ask me anything. Test me in any way you choose, within reason. I'll answer truthfully, demonstrate honestly, and show you exactly what I am. Harry spread his hands. Then you can decide, based on knowledge rather than fear, what relationship you want with Tempest. Another murmur, but this one held something new, curiosity. Interest. The possibility of a different path. The hard-eyed counselor leaned forward. Anything. Within reason, Harry repeated. I won't let you harm me or my people. I won't submit to imprisonment or binding. But questions. Demonstrations. Yes. Anything reasonable. The council exchanged glances. Then the questions began. They questioned him for 3 days. About his origins, he told them of the rift, the fall, Rimuru's rescue. About his evolution, he explained the naming, the partial awakening, the final ceremony. About his powers, he demonstrated, carefully, within carefully controlled parameters, showing them what he could do without overwhelming them. He showed them his analysis ability, breaking down a simple spell they provided and reconstructing it perfectly. He showed them his territory, letting them feel its gentle presence without activating its defensive properties. He showed them his restraint, deliberately not using power when they tested him with provocations designed to make him react. By the end of the 2nd day, the hostility had faded. By the end of the 3rd, something like respect had replaced it. You're not what we expected, the gray-haired counselor admitted. We thought you'd be like the demon lords of legend. Consuming, destructive, impossible to reason with. I'm not legendary. Harry smiled. I'm just Harry. And I choose what I become. The hard-eyed counselor, his name, Harry had learned, was Aldrich, studied him with new eyes. You could have destroyed us. When we provoked you, when we tested your limits, you could have responded with force. Why didn't you? Because force would have proven you right. Harry met his gaze steadily. If I'd lashed out, you would have said, see, demon lords are dangerous, we were right to fear them. But I'm not dangerous, not to you, not to anyone who doesn't threaten what I love. I needed you to see that. Aldrich was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded, a small gesture, but significant. I see, he said. I see. On the fourth day, the council reconvened to deliver their verdict. Harry stood before them, Benimaru and Shuna at his back, waiting with the patience he'd learned from Rimuru. The gray-haired counselor, her name was Alara, rose to speak. Harry Tempest, we have examined you thoroughly. We have questioned, tested, and observed. And we have reached a conclusion. She paused, letting the silence build. You are not a threat to us. Relief washed through Harry, but he kept his expression calm. You have power beyond anything we can match. You have abilities we don't fully understand. But you also have restraint, a quality we did not expect in a demon lord. Alara's voice softened. You could have destroyed us. You chose not to. That choice matters. The council rose as one. We withdraw our demands. We offer instead, she glanced at her colleagues, receiving nods of agreement, an alliance. Trade agreements. Diplomatic recognition. Friendship, if you'll have it. Harry's composure finally cracked. He smiled, a real smile, bright and young and full of relief. Yes, he said. Yes, we'll have it. The journey home was celebratory. Benimaru actually laughed, a rare sound, as they rode through the countryside. Shuna's healing magic was used only for minor aches and blisters. Even the guards assigned to escort them seemed lighter, their earlier suspicion replaced by curiosity about the nation they'd just befriended. Harry rode at the center, exhausted but happy. He'd done it. He'd faced fear and turned it into friendship. He'd proven that demon lords could be something other than monsters. He'd opened a door that would benefit Tempest for generations. And through it all, he'd stayed himself. I chose, he thought. Every moment, I chose peace over power. Understanding over intimidation. Friendship over fear. The demon lord seed pulsed gently in his core, not hungrily, but with satisfaction. It approved of his choices. It was part of him, and he was part of it, and together they had become something the world had never seen. A demon lord who ruled through love, not fear. Tempest welcomed them home with celebration. Rimuru was at the gate, his expression shifting through several emotions as Harry approached: worry, relief, pride, joy. He swept Harry into an embrace that lifted him from his horse, that crushed the breath from his lungs, that said everything words couldn't. You did it, he whispered. You actually did it. I told you I would. Harry hugged back just as fiercely. I told you I'd come home with peace. They pulled apart, both pretending they weren't crying. Tell me everything, Rimuru demanded. Every detail. I want to know exactly how my son convinced an entire council of skeptical politicians to become allies. Harry laughed, taking his hand. Come on. It's a long story. They walked into Tempest together, the celebration swirling around them, the future stretching bright before them. And Harry Tempest, the arcane demon lord, smiled. He was home. Chapter 13. The Ultimate Skill. The night was quiet, but Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling, while his mind raced through everything that had happened. The diplomatic mission, the alliance, the way fear had transformed into friendship through nothing more than honest conversation and demonstrated restraint. It should have felt like victory. Instead, it felt like a beginning. Something was stirring in his core, not the demon lord seed, which had long since bloomed into his fundamental nature, but something beyond it. A potential he hadn't known existed until now. A power that had been growing silently, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. What are you? He thought toward it. The answer came not in words, but in feeling. The sense of patterns, vast patterns, interlocking and infinite, stretching across all of magical reality. The understanding that magic wasn't just a tool or a language, but a system. A system with rules, with structures, with laws. And the growing certainty that he could not just rewrite those laws within his domain, but understand them at their deepest level. Could see the source code of magical reality itself. The ultimate skill was awakening. Harry rose before dawn and made his way to his workshop. The territory welcomed him as always, its walls humming with accumulated power. He sat at the center of the space, cross-legged on the stone floor, and turned his attention inward. His core blazed with silver-green light. Within it, structures were forming, not imposed from outside, but growing organically from his fundamental nature. Arcane truth and arcane heart, his evolved skills, were combining. Their essences were weaving together, creating something new. Something that would transcend everything he'd achieved so far. He didn't fight it, he welcomed it. The formation took hours. The sun rose, climbed toward its zenith, and began its descent while Harry sat motionless, his eyes closed, his breathing steady. Outside, the territory pulsed with power, responding to the changes within its master. And finally, as dusk began to paint the sky, it completed. Harry opened his eyes. They were different now, not just luminous, but deep. Like looking into a universe of pure understanding. The arcane sigils that orbited his head had multiplied, their patterns more complex, more complete. And within his core, a new presence waited. The ultimate skill, arcane authority. He found Rimuru in his study, as he always did at this hour. The Slime Lord looked up as Harry entered, and immediately his expression shifted. He felt it, the change, the evolution, the new power radiating from his adopted son. Harry. His voice was careful. What happened? Harry sat in his usual chair, grateful for its familiarity. The ultimate skill awakened. Arcane authority. Rimuru was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice held wonder. Ultimate skills they're beyond normal abilities, Harry. They're the province of true transcendence. Beings who have reached the pinnacle of their evolution. I have one. Milam has one. A handful of others across the entire world. He leaned forward intently. What does yours do? Harry closed his eyes, reaching inward toward the skill. Understanding flooded through him. It's structured control, he said slowly. Not over individual spells, but over magical systems. I can perceive the fundamental laws that govern magic, the rules that make it work. And within my domain, I can modify those laws. Not just rewrite spells, but rewrite the framework that spells are built on. Rimuru's eyes widened. You're describing God-level authority, Harry. The ability to reshape magical reality itself. I know. Harry opened his eyes. And I'm scared, Rimuru. This power, it's immense. If I misuse it, if I lose control even for a moment, I could cause damage that might take centuries to repair. I could break magic in ways that can't be fixed. But you won't. How do you know? Because you're scared. Rimuru smiled, the same smile he'd worn when Harry first expressed fear about his other powers. Because you understand the weight of what you carry. Because you've spent your entire time in this world learning restraint along with power. He reached across the desk, taking Harry's hand. You're ready for this, Harry. You've been preparing for it your whole life without knowing it. Harry gripped his hand tightly. Will you help me? Help me understand it, control it, use it wisely. Always. Rimuru's voice was absolute. Always. Harry. That's what family does. The weeks that followed were dedicated to understanding the ultimate skill. Harry tested its limits, if it had limits, with the same systematic approach he'd used for everything else. Within his domain, he could indeed modify magical laws. He could make spells last forever, or fade instantly. He could make fire cold and ice hot. He could take a simple light charm and transform it into something that had never existed before. But the true power of arcane authority wasn't in these small modifications. It was in perception. With the skill active, Harry could see the underlying structure of all magic. Not individual spells, but the framework that made spells possible. The rules that governed how magicules interacted with matter and energy and will. The source code of magical reality. And because he could see it, he could understand it. Days turned into weeks as he mapped this new perception. He traced the connections between different magical traditions, seeing how they all derived from the same fundamental principles. He identified the points where those principles could be safely modified, and the points where modification would cause catastrophic failure. He built a mental model of magical reality so complete that even Rimuru, with his own ultimate skill, was astonished. You're not just learning magic, the Slime Lord said one evening, reviewing Harry's latest findings. You're documenting it. creating a comprehensive theory that could revolutionize how beings understand and use magic. Harry nodded slowly. That's what arcane authority does. It's not about power, it's about knowledge. The skill gives me control, yes, but only because it gives me understanding first. I can't change what I don't comprehend. And you comprehend everything. Not yet. But I'm getting there. Harry smiled. Give me time. The first true test came unexpectedly. A traveling mage, passing through Tempest, brought news of a catastrophe in the making. A magical research facility in a distant kingdom had suffered a containment breach. Spells were unraveling, magical creatures were escaping, and the resulting chaos was spreading faster than local authorities could contain. Harry listened to the mage's description, and arcane authority showed him what was happening. The containment breach had created a chain reaction. One spell's failure had triggered another's, which had triggered another's, until the entire facility's magical infrastructure was destabilizing. Within days, the destabilization would spread beyond the facility, affecting the surrounding countryside. Within weeks, it could create a permanent wound in the local magical environment. I can help, Harry said. The mage stared at him. You're a child. I'm an arcane demon lord with an ultimate skill focused on magical systems. Harry's voice was calm. This is exactly the kind of situation I was meant to handle. Rimuru, standing nearby, nodded. He's right. If anyone can fix this, Harry can. The mage looked between them, clearly struggling with the concept. But desperation won over skepticism. Please. If you can do anything, anything at all. Harry was already moving. He traveled with the mage, accompanied by Benimaru for protection and Shuna for support. The journey took 3 days, during which arcane authority continuously mapped the growing disaster. By the time they arrived, Harry understood the situation completely. The facility was a ruin. Buildings had collapsed. Magical creatures roamed freely, their containment spells long since failed. And at the center, a vortex of unstable magic swirled, the source of the chain reaction, growing more dangerous with each passing moment. Local mages had formed a perimeter, desperately trying to contain the spread. They were failing. Harry walked past them without stopping. Hey, you can't. A guard reached for him. Benimaru's hand caught the guard's wrist. Let him work. Harry approached the vortex. Arcane authority expanded, wrapping around the destabilized magic like a net. He could see every thread of the chain reaction, every point of failure, every moment of wrongness that had led to this catastrophe. He could see how it had started, a simple error, a containment rune inscribed slightly wrong, and how it had cascaded into this. And because he could see it, he could fix it. He reached into the vortex with his will. Not to fight it, to understand it. To trace each failure to its source. To identify each destabilized spell and rewrite its assumptions. To slowly, carefully, patiently reverse the chain reaction that had caused all this. Hours passed. The local mages watched in awe as the vortex shrank. As the magical creatures, suddenly calm, allowed themselves to be recaptured. As the ruins stopped smoking and the ground stopped trembling and the sky cleared of magical contamination. When Harry finally stepped back, the facility was stable. Not restored, that would take years of rebuilding. But stable. No longer spreading. No longer dangerous. He turned to the watching mages, exhausted but satisfied. It's contained. You'll need to dismantle the remaining structures carefully. I've marked which ones are safe and which still have unstable magic. Rebuild from the foundations up, and test every containment rune 3 times before activating it. Silence. Then the lead mage, an elderly woman with decades of experience, dropped to her knees. Who are you? She whispered. Harry helped her rise. I'm Harry Tempest, and I was happy to help. He returned to Tempest a hero. Word spread quickly, not just through the Western Kingdoms, but across the entire region. The arcane demon lord had prevented a magical catastrophe that could have devastated an entire nation. Had done so without demanding payment or recognition or political advantage. Had simply helped because help was needed. Diplomatic missions arrived weekly, seeking alliances, trade agreements, magical assistance. Harry received them all with patience, applying his understanding to each new situation, building relationships that would benefit Tempest for generations. But privately, he struggled. The ultimate skill had given him power beyond anything he'd imagined. But with that power came responsibility, a weight that grew heavier each time he used it. Every magical problem he solved, every catastrophe he prevented, every life he saved, each one added to the expectation that he would continue solving, preventing, saving. What if I fail? He asked Rimuru one night. What if there's a problem I can't fix, a catastrophe I can't prevent, lives I can't save? What then? Rimuru considered the question carefully. Then you'll have done your best, he said finally. And your best is extraordinary, Harry. But you're not required to be perfect. You're not required to save everyone. You're required to try, and to keep trying, even when you fail. Harry absorbed this, letting it settle into his understanding. I'm scared of becoming arrogant, he admitted. Of thinking I'm the only one who can fix things. Of forgetting that other beings have wisdom too. That fear is your protection against arrogance. Rimuru smiled. The moment you stop being scared of becoming arrogant is the moment you become arrogant. Hold on to that fear, Harry. Let it keep you humble. Harry nodded slowly. I will. I promise. The months that followed established Harry's reputation as something unprecedented. Not just a demon lord, there were others. Not just a powerful magic user, the world had seen those before. But a guardian of magical reality. A being who used ultimate power not to dominate, but to protect. Who saw the source code of magic and used that vision to heal rather than exploit. Other nations sent their damaged artifacts for repair. Magical institutions requested his expertise on difficult problems. Even ancient beings, creatures of legend who had seen empires rise and fall, sought his counsel on matters of magical theory. Harry accepted each request as an opportunity to learn. And through it all, he remained Harry, the boy who played with Gobta, who trained with Hekuro, who sat with Rimuru watching sunsets. The power hadn't changed his essential nature. It had only given him more ways to express it. One evening, as they watched the stars emerge, Rimuru spoke quietly. You've become something remarkable, Harry. Something the world has never seen. Harry leaned against him, comfortable in their shared silence. I'm just me, he said. Just more. Just more. Rimuru's arm wrapped around his shoulders. That's exactly right. The stars wheeled overhead, eternal and patient. And Harry Tempest, bearer of the ultimate skill arcane authority, smiled. He was exactly where he belonged. Chapter 14. Dual Demon Lords. The announcement came on a spring morning, when the cherry blossoms were beginning to bloom and the air carried the promise of warmth. Harry stood beside Rimuru at the center of Tempest, before a gathering that included every being in the city, and many from beyond. Representatives from the Western Kingdoms had traveled for weeks to attend. Envoys from distant nations crowded the periphery. Even ancient beings, creatures of legend who rarely stirred from their domains, had sent observers. Today, something historic would happen. Rimuru raised his hand, and silence fell. 20 years ago, he began, a child fell through a tear in reality and landed in the Jura forest. He was alone, frightened, and had known more suffering in his 8 years than most beings experience in a lifetime. I found him. I chose him. And I named him Harry Tempest. Harry stood at his side, his hybrid form fully manifested, horns catching the light, wings of pure magic folded behind him, arcane sigils orbiting his head in silent testimony to his nature. He was no longer a child. 15 years old now, tall and strong, with eyes that held depths of understanding few beings could comprehend. That child grew, Rimuru continued. He trained with our warriors, learned from our crafters, played with our children. He faced ancient powers and shadow creatures. He evolved, awakened, and ultimately achieved an ultimate skill that has made him one of the most powerful beings in existence. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, not disagreement, but acknowledgement. They knew Harry's story. They had lived it with him. But power alone does not make a leader. Rimuru's voice carried clearly across the silent gathering. Harry has proven something more valuable than strength. He has proven wisdom, restraint. The ability to use his abilities not for domination, but for protection. He has negotiated peace where others would have made war. He has healed where others would have destroyed. He has become, in every way that matters, a true leader of Tempest. Rimuru turned to face Harry directly. Therefore, I name you, Harry Tempest, as my equal. As co-ruler of this nation. As a demon lord in your own right, with all the authority and responsibility that title carries. The crowd erupted. Not in protest, in celebration. Cheers and shouts and tears of joy flooded the square as beings who had watched Harry grow from a frightened child into a powerful young man expressed their approval. Goblins danced. Ogres roared. Keegan bowed with solemn pride. Harry stood frozen, overwhelmed. Rimuru pulled him into an embrace. "You've earned this," he whispered. "Every moment, every choice, every sacrifice. You've earned this." Harry hugged back, his eyes burning. "Thank you," he whispered. "Thank you for everything. The celebration lasted 3 days. Feasting and dancing and speeches, games and contests and quiet moments of connection. Harry moved through it all, accepting congratulations, receiving gifts, letting himself be seen by the community that had become his family. Gobta found him on the second day, as always. "So you're a proper demon lord now." The young goblin, not so young anymore, grown into a capable warrior, punched his arm affectionately. "Does this mean you'll stop letting me win at cards?" "I never let you win." Harry grinned. "You're just lucky." "Lucky. I'm skilled." Gobta's expression softened. "Seriously though, Harry. I'm proud of you. We all are. From that scared kid who didn't know how to play, to this." He gestured at Harry's hybrid form, at the sigils, at everything he'd become. "It's amazing." Harry pulled him into a hug. "Thank you for teaching me how to play," he said quietly. "Thank you for being my first friend." Gobta hugged back awkwardly. "Someone had to. You were hopeless." They pulled apart, laughing, and returned to the celebration. On the third day, a formal ceremony was held. Representatives from allied nations presented gifts and spoke words of acknowledgement. Ancient beings who had witnessed the rise and fall of empires offered their respect. Even the Council of 12, once fearful of Harry's power, sent a delegation with a formal declaration of friendship. But the most meaningful moment came from an unexpected source. An elderly woman approached the platform where Harry and Rimuru sat. She walked slowly, with the aid of a staff, and her eyes held the kind of depth that came from centuries of life. Harry recognized her, one of the ancient elves who rarely stirred from their forests, who had watched the world change without ever changing themselves. "Harry Tempest," she said, her voice carrying despite its softness. "I have observed you since your arrival in this world. I watched your evolution, your growth, your choices. And I have reached a conclusion." Harry waited, his heart beating faster. "You are the first of your kind. An arcane demon lord. A being who has achieved power beyond most imaginations while retaining the empathy and restraint that so many lose along the way." Her ancient eyes met his. "You give me hope." She bowed, an elf of millennia bowing to a boy of 15. Harry rose and bowed in return, deeper than she had. "Your hope honors me," he said quietly. "I will do everything I can to deserve it." The elf smiled, a rare expression on features worn by time. "I know you will." That night, after the celebrations had finally wound down, Harry and Rimuru sat alone on the platform at the city's center. The stars were brilliant overhead, untroubled by clouds or city lights. Below them, Tempest slept peacefully, its citizens exhausted by 3 days of celebration but happy. "How does it feel?" Rimuru asked. "Being my equal." Harry considered the question carefully. "Strange," he admitted. "I've spent so long looking up to you, learning from you, following your guidance. Now," he trailed off, uncertain how to continue. "Now you stand beside me." Rimuru's voice was warm. "Not behind me. Beside me. As a partner, not a student. Does that change things between us?" Rimuru was quiet for a moment. Then he reached out and pulled Harry into a side hug. "Nothing changes between us," he said firmly. "You're still my son. I'm still your father. The titles don't matter, the relationship does. And that relationship is forever." Harry leaned into the embrace, letting himself be held. "I love you," he whispered. "I don't say it enough, but I love you. You saved me. You chose me. You made me who I am. And you made me who I am," Rimuru replied softly. "Before you, I was a leader, a good one, I think. But you taught me to be a father. You gave me something I didn't know I needed." He kissed the top of Harry's head. "I love you too, Harry. Always." They sat together, watching the stars, as the night deepened and the world slept. Two demon lords, equal in power and love. Father and son. The next morning, Harry assumed his new duties. They were different from before, not more demanding, but more balanced. Where before he had focused on specific areas, magical research, diplomatic missions, crisis response, now his purview expanded to include everything. Governance, resource allocation, long-term planning, the 1,000 small decisions that kept a nation running. Rimuru guided him through the transition, never hovering but always available. He answered questions, provided context, shared the wisdom of his own experience. But he never dictated, never imposed, always treated Harry as the equal he had declared him to be. It was liberating. "You trust me," Harry observed one afternoon, after Rimuru had approved a complex trade agreement without demanding revisions. "Completely. Of course I trust you." Rimuru looked up from his own work. "You've earned that trust 1,000 times over. Why would I start questioning it now? Because I'm young. Because I might make mistakes." "You might." Rimuru nodded. "And when you do, we'll fix them together. That's what partnership means. Not perfection, support." Harry absorbed this, letting it settle into his understanding. "Thank you," he said finally. "For treating me as an equal. For trusting me. He paused, searching for words. "For everything." Rimuru smiled. "You're welcome. Now get back to work, those trade agreements won't review themselves." Harry laughed and returned to his papers. Months passed. Spring became summer. Summer became autumn. And Harry Tempest, co-ruler of Tempest, grew into his role with the same dedication he'd applied to everything else in his life. He oversaw magical research, guiding the development of new enchantments and techniques. He handled diplomatic relations, maintaining the alliances he'd built and building new ones. He responded to crises, magical and otherwise, with the calm precision that had become his trademark. And through it all, he remained Harry. He trained with Hikuro, maintaining his combat skills. He played with the children of Tempest, remembering the joy Gobta had taught him. He sat with Shuna, drinking tea and discussing everything from healing to philosophy. He stood with Benimaru, reviewing defenses and strategies. And every evening, he found his way to Rimuru's side. Sometimes they talked, about governance, about magic, about life. Sometimes they sat in comfortable silence, watching the sunset paint the sky. Sometimes they simply existed together, father and son, demon lords equal in power and love. It was everything Harry had never dreamed of. One evening, as winter's first snow began to fall, Harry asked a question that had been forming in his mind for months. "Rimuru, what comes next?" Rimuru looked at him, silver blue eyes thoughtful. "What do you mean?" "I mean," Harry gestured vaguely at everything. "We've achieved so much. Peace with the Western kingdoms. Alliances across the region. A stable, prosperous nation. What's the next goal? The next challenge?" Rimuru considered this carefully. "Maybe there doesn't have to be a next challenge," he said finally. "Maybe the goal isn't to always be reaching for something new. Maybe the goal is to maintain what we've built. To protect it. To enjoy it." Harry frowned. "That sounds peaceful." "It is." Rimuru smiled. "And peace is its own challenge, Harry. It's harder than war in many ways. War is simple. You fight, you win or lose, it ends. Peace is endless. It requires constant attention, constant care, constant choice. Every day, you choose not to use your power for domination. Every day, you choose to maintain relationships instead of breaking them. That's not easy." Harry absorbed this, letting it settle. "So my job, our job, is to keep choosing peace. Every day." "Yes." Rimuru's hand found his, squeezing gently. "And that's enough, Harry. That's more than enough. It's everything." Harry looked out at the snow-covered city, at the lights beginning to appear in windows, at the home he had found in this impossible world. "I can do that," he said quietly. "I can choose peace. Every day. I know you can." Rimuru's voice was warm with pride. "That's why I named you my equal. That's why I trust you with everything we've built." They sat together, watching the snow fall, as the night deepened around them. Two demon lords, equal in power and love. Guardians of a peace they had built together. Chapter 15, The Ultimate Arcane Sovereign. 10 years. Harry stood at the highest point in Tempest, a tower built specifically for this purpose, its summit open to the sky, and watched the sun rise over the city he had helped build. Below him, Tempest sprawled in organized beauty, Districts for different races, markets where goods from a dozen nations exchanged hands, schools where children learned the skills they would need as adults. Beyond the city, the Jura forest stretched to the horizon, ancient and eternal, its magicules flowing like golden rivers through the morning light. 10 years since Rimuru had named him his equal. 10 years of peace, of growth, of choice. He was 25 now, no longer a boy, though his features still held youth that would persist for centuries. His hybrid form had stabilized into something that felt natural, comfortable, horns that curved gracefully from his temples, wings that folded into his aura when not needed, eyes that held the depth of accumulated understanding. The arcane sigils still orbited his head, silent guardians of his power, but they had multiplied over the years, dozens now, each representing a different aspect of his mastery. Below, the city stirred to life. Goblins emerged from their quarters, heading to workshops and farms. Ogres stretched after sleep, their massive forms moving through streets built to accommodate them. Kijin gathered for morning training, their movements precise and deadly. And everywhere, woven through everything, the magic of Tempest flowed, stable, abundant, alive. Harry smiled. This was his home, his creation, his responsibility, and he wouldn't trade it for anything. Rimuru found him at the tower's summit, as he always did at dawn. Thinking. Harry nodded, not turning from the view. About how far we've come. About how different everything is from when I arrived. Rimuru moved to stand beside him, his presence as familiar as breathing. He looked the same as he always had, blue hair, silver blue eyes, human form that belied his true nature. Some things, Harry had learned, didn't change. 20 years, Rimuru said quietly. 20 years since a frightened boy fell through a rift and landed in my forest. He glanced at Harry, pride evident in every line of his face. Look at you now. Harry laughed softly. Look at us now. 2 demon lords ruling a nation that spans half the Jura region. Alliances with every major power for 1,000 miles. Peace that's lasted a decade and shows no signs of breaking. He shook his head. Sometimes I still can't believe it's real. It's real. Rimuru's hand found his shoulder. You made it real. Every choice, every sacrifice, every moment of restraint when you could have used your power for personal gain, that's what built this. Not me. Not fate. You. Harry leaned into the touch briefly, then straightened. The Magical Research Division has a new project they want approval for, he said, shifting into business mode. Something about interdimensional stabilization. They think they can create permanent wards that would prevent another rift like the one that brought me here. Rimuru raised an eyebrow. Ambitious. Dangerous, if done wrong. I've already reviewed their proposals and identified several potential failure points. Harry smiled slightly. They're getting used to my involvement. Some of the younger researchers actually ask for my input now, instead of just tolerating it. You've earned that respect, just like you've earned everything else. They stood together for another moment, watching the city wake. Then, as one, they turned and descended to begin their day. The morning passed in meetings. Trade negotiations with a delegation from the Eastern Kingdoms. Harry handled them personally, his diplomatic skills honed by years of practice. Infrastructure reviews with the Goblin construction teams. Rimuru's expertise there was unmatched. Magical research presentations. Harry's domain, where his understanding of magical systems guided development after development. Lunch was a brief affair, shared with whoever happened to be in the main hall. Today it was Benimaru and Shuna, both as familiar as family, both integral to Tempest's functioning. You're looking well, Shuna observed, studying Harry with healer's eyes. The evolution has fully stabilized. Years ago. Harry smiled at her concern. I'm fine, Shuna. Really. The ultimate skill hasn't shown any unexpected developments, my core is stable, and I haven't felt any urges toward world domination. She swatted his arm lightly. I'm allowed to worry. You're still my patient, even if you are a demon lord. And I'm grateful for it. Always. Benimaru grunted around his food. The Eastern delegation was impressed. They'll recommend alliance terms favorable to us. Good. Their kingdom has resources we need, and we have protections they can't match elsewhere. It's a fair trade. Fair. Benimaru's lips twitched. You and Lord Rimuru have built something remarkable, Harry. A nation where fairness is possible. Where beings deal honestly because they know deception will be discovered and punished proportionately. He shook his head. I never imagined such a thing when I first followed Rimuru. Harry considered this. It's not perfect. It never will be perfect. But it's better. Every day, a little better. That's enough. Benimaru nodded slowly. That's wisdom, young one. I had good teachers. Afternoon brought something unexpected. A tremor in the magical field, not threatening, but unusual. Harry felt it immediately, his perception expanding to trace its source. Something was approaching Tempest. Something vast. Something ancient. He was at the city's edge before the alarm could sound. The being that emerged from the forest was unlike anything Harry had encountered. It looked almost human, an elderly man with a staff and robes that shifted through colors that shouldn't exist. But beneath that appearance, Harry could see its true nature, a concentration of magical power so dense that it warped reality around it. You feel me, the being said. Its voice was calm, ancient, patient. Good. That will make this easier. Who are you? Harry's own power was ready, his domain expanded, his ultimate skill analyzing the visitor with desperate intensity. I am called many things. The first mage. The origin. The one who shaped the magical laws of this world at its beginning. The being smiled, a gentle expression, surprisingly warm. And I have come to meet you, Harry Tempest. The Arcane Demon Lord. The one who rewrites my work. Harry's breath caught. You're the one who created the magical system of this world. Created is too strong a word. Shaped, perhaps. Guided. I was present when this world formed, and I helped establish the rules by which its magic would operate. The being's ancient eyes studied Harry with obvious fascination. Rules you have learned to modify. To rewrite. To transcend. I don't. Harry stopped, collected himself. I don't want to destroy what you built. I only want to use it wisely. I know. The being's smile widened. That's why I'm here. Not to punish or correct, but to witness. To see what becomes of my work when placed in worthy hands. He gestured at Tempest, at the city, at everything Harry had helped create. This is beautiful. More beautiful than anything I imagined when I first shaped the magicules. You have taken my foundation and built something extraordinary. Harry didn't know what to say. Rimuru arrived then, drawn by the disturbance. He took in the scene quickly, his own power rising protectively. Harry. Who? It's all right. Harry's voice was calm. This is the origin. The one who shaped this world's magic. Rimuru's eyes widened, but he didn't challenge the claim. Instead, he moved to stand beside Harry, presenting a united front. The origin observed them both with obvious pleasure. Two demon lords, equal in power and purpose. Father and son, though not by blood. Rulers who chose peace over domination, creation over destruction. He nodded slowly. You have justified my work. Both of you. He raised his staff. A pulse of pure understanding washed over Harry, not an attack, but a gift. Knowledge flooded into him. The deepest secrets of magical structure, the original intentions behind every law, the possibilities he had not yet imagined. It didn't overwhelm him, his ultimate skill absorbed it smoothly, integrating it into his existing understanding. When the pulse faded, Harry's perception had expanded beyond anything he'd thought possible. I give you this, the origin said, not as payment or reward, but as recognition. You have become what I hoped magic users might someday become, not consumers of power, but stewards of it. Not destroyers, but creators. Not tyrants, but guardians. He began to fade. Will you return? Harry asked. The origin smiled one last time. If you need me. But I suspect you won't. You have everything you need within you, both of you. His gaze moved between Harry and Rimuru. Take care of each other. Take care of this world. It is the only one we have. Then he was gone. That evening, Harry and Rimuru sat together at the tower's summit, watching the stars emerge. What did he give you? Rimuru asked quietly. The knowledge, what was it? Harry considered the question, letting his expanded perception touch the edges of his understanding. Everything, he said finally. The foundation of magic itself. The original intentions behind every law. The possibilities I hadn't imagined, pathways of development that could take centuries to explore. He paused. But more than that, he gave me confirmation. That the path we've chosen, peace over power, creation over destruction, is the right one. That it's what magic was meant for. Rimuru nodded slowly. I felt it too, in a way. Not The knowledge, that was for you. But the rightness of it. The sense that we're exactly where we're supposed to be. They sat together in comfortable silence. Below them, Tempest glowed with evening lights, thousands of windows, each representing a home, a family, a life. The city had grown beyond anything either of them had imagined when they first began building. It was a testament to their choices, their sacrifices, their love. 20 years, Harry murmured. 20 years since I fell through that rift. And look what you've become. Rimuru's voice was thick with pride. The ultimate arcane sovereign. A being who understands magic more deeply than anyone in this world's history. A leader who chose wisdom over power, again and again, until wisdom became power. Harry shook his head. I'm just me. Just Harry. Just Harry. Rimuru laughed softly. Yes. That's exactly it. You're just Harry, the boy who was never supposed to matter, who was told he was worthless, who was locked in cupboards and treated like garbage. And you became this. Because you chose to. Every day, you chose. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes, not from sadness, but from the overwhelming weight of being seen. Of being understood. Of being loved exactly as he was. I couldn't have done it without you, he whispered. Without any of them. Without Tempest. No. But you chose us, Harry. You chose to trust, to learn, to grow. You chose to become part of something larger than yourself. Rimuru's arm wrapped around his shoulders. That's what made the difference. Not the power, the choice. They sat together as the stars wheeled overhead, eternal and patient. The next morning, Harry rose before dawn and made his way to the training ground. It was empty, as always at this hour. The packed earth bore the scars of decades of use, scorch marks and craters in places where the ground had been reforged after particularly intense sessions. Harry walked to the center and stopped. Around him, his domain expanded, not aggressively, but comfortably. The space recognized him, welcomed him, became his in ways that transcended ownership. He raised his hand. Silver-green light gathered in his palm, not a spell, not a technique, but pure magical expression. It shifted and flowed, taking shapes that had never existed before, following rules that Harry had created. Within his domain, within his understanding, within his authority, he could make magic do anything. But he didn't. Instead, he let it be simple. A sphere of light, warm and gentle, hovering above his palm. The same spell he had created years ago, when he first learned to make magic his own. It was enough. Footsteps approached, familiar, welcome. Harry didn't turn, couldn't sleep either. Rimuru's voice held the warmth of long familiarity. He moved to stand beside Harry, looking at the simple sphere of light. Your first original spell, he observed. You still remember it. I remember everything. Harry smiled. Every lesson, every moment, every choice. They're all part of me now. Rimuru nodded slowly. That's what it means to be a sovereign, Harry. Not to rule over others, but to rule yourself. To integrate every experience, every lesson, every choice into who you are. To become complete. Harry let the sphere fade, turning to face his father. I think I finally understand, he said quietly. What you've been teaching me all these years. It was never about power, not really. It was about wholeness. About becoming someone who could hold power without being corrupted by it. Yes. Rimuru's eyes were bright. And you've succeeded, Harry. More than succeeded. You've become something I never imagined, something the world has never seen. An ultimate arcane sovereign who rules through understanding, not force. Through love, not fear. Harry pulled him into an embrace. Thank you, he whispered. For everything. For choosing me. For teaching me. For loving me. Rimuru hugged back fiercely. Thank you for letting me. They walked through Tempest together as the city woke around them. Goblins greeted them with waves and smiles. Ogres nodded respectfully. Children, some who hadn't been born when Harry first arrived, ran up to show him their latest accomplishments. He praised each one, remembering what it had felt like to be a child seeking approval. At the city's center, they paused. The square was filling with beings going about their daily business, merchants setting up stalls, crafters heading to workshops, guards changing shifts. It was ordinary, mundane, perfect. Look at them, Harry said softly. They're not afraid. They're not desperate. They're just living. That's what we built. Rimuru's voice held quiet satisfaction. Not power, not glory, peace. The space for beings to simply live their lives without fear. Harry nodded slowly. Arcane sigils orbited his head, silent witnesses to his nature. His horns caught the morning light. His eyes held depths that would have terrified any who truly understood them. But to the beings of Tempest, he was just Harry. The boy who had fallen from the sky. The Demon Lord who chose peace. The sovereign who ruled through love. And that was enough. That evening, as the sun set over the Jura forest, Harry returned to the tower one last time. Rimuru was already there, waiting. They stood together in comfortable silence, watching the sky transform through shades of orange and gold and purple. Below them, Tempest glowed with evening lights, thousands of windows, each representing a home, a family, a life. I've been thinking, Harry said finally. About what? About legacy. About what comes after us. About what we're leaving behind. Rimuru considered this. And Harry gestured at the city below. This. All of this. Not just the buildings or the government or the alliances, the idea of it. That beings of different races can live together in peace. That power doesn't have to corrupt. That love is stronger than fear. That's quite a legacy. It's yours. You built it. I just helped maintain it. Rimuru shook his head. You built it too, Harry. Every choice you made, every sacrifice, every moment of restraint, that's woven into the fabric of this place. Tempest wouldn't exist without you. They were quiet for a moment. Then Harry spoke again, his voice softer. Do you think they'll remember us? In 100 years? 1,000? Rimuru smiled. I think they'll remember what we built. The peace. The prosperity. The example. He glanced at Harry. And I think they'll remember you. The boy who fell from another world and became something extraordinary. The arcane demon lord who chose love over power. The sovereign who ruled with wisdom and restraint. Harry leaned against him, as he had so many times before. I hope they remember you more, he murmured. You're the one who started it all. You're the one who chose me. And you're the one who made that choice mean something. Rimuru's arm wrapped around his shoulders. We did this together, Harry. Everything. Together. The last light faded from the sky. Stars began to emerge, countless and eternal, watching over the world with patient light. And at the tower's summit, two figures stood silhouetted against the night, father and son, demon lords, sovereigns of a peace they had built together. Arcane sigils orbited Harry's head, each one a testament to his mastery. But more than the sigils, more than the horns, more than the power that radiated from him, there was something else. Peace. Complete, absolute, chosen peace. He was exactly where he belonged. The end. 20 years after a frightened boy fell through a rift in reality, the Jura forest had changed. Where once there had been only ancient trees and wild magic, now there stood a city, Tempest, capital of a nation that stretched across the region. And at its heart, in a quiet square where children played and merchants traded and beings of every race lived together in peace, there stood a statue. Asterisk. Two figures, carved in living stone by the finest crafters in the world. One was a slime in human form, his hand raised in welcome. The other was a boy with horns and wings, arcane sigils orbiting his head, his expression peaceful and wise. Asterisk. Beneath the statue, a plaque read, Rimuru Tempest and Harry Tempest. Founders, fathers, sovereigns. They taught us that power need not corrupt, that love is stronger than fear, and that the greatest magic of all is the choice to build rather than destroy. May their example guide us forever. Asterisk. The children played on, laughing and shouting, their voices carrying on the evening breeze. Asterisk. And somewhere, in a realm beyond realms, two beings watched and smiled. Asterisk. Their work was done. Asterisk. Their legacy would last forever. Asterisk. End of story. The end.